Hello, everybody, and welcome to a Slice of Gaming podcast for a jam-packed June 7th, 2026. I'm your host, the Uncharted Wolf, joined today by a plethora of guests to talk about effectively the end of Not E3. Obviously, there's still one more show that could appear in the next couple days, but outside of that, we've effectively gotten all the big announced showcases out of the way. So we're going to talk all about that. We're not going to talk about the news because we're probably going to go long. So just like if there were headlines this week, like we're just probably going to skip over them. But maybe someone brings something up every now and then. But I got to introduce my big plethora of guests. First and foremost, I got my man Bop.
Wow, top billing. Thanks, Wolf. Happy to be here.
Yeah, well, you're always on, so I thought I'd go for you first.
Thanks.
Just why were you so silent? I was just waiting for you. We were just playing chicken with each other there. Well, thank you, Bob, for joining. I'm also joined by Moon.
Oh, it is me. Hello.
And I'm
Second
joined by
top
Bench.
billing. Okay.
Tupac couldn't make it, so I decided to show up.
Good
God.
one.
He
Damn
stole
it.
your
That's
joke,
a good one.
Bob.
That's a good
He
one,
stole
Bench.
your
I like
joke.
that. I like that.
We're also joined by Dark.
Hey, how's it going? Oh man.
And finally, I left him for last because he's my favorite. My man Jack.
I'm the favorite? Really?
Sometimes. I don't know. I don't.
Yeah, that's more like it.
Also,
it depends
Jat's not
on
here.
what 3D platformer is popular right now.
Yeah, Jat's usually the favorite, but for now, Jack, you're my favorite.
That's okay. I can live with that.
Anyways, we got a pretty stacked show, as I said. Lots of stuff. The State of Play, the Summer Games Fest, and the Xbox Showcase. Not E3, man. Pretty big week. I will ask just right off the top, how are you guys feeling overall about just not E3 week? Are we feeling good? Just like the overall vibes?
Yeah, because I
It's
feel
pretty
like
solid.
yeah, solid week overall. Because I think one of the biggest things about 2026 is I think because of GTA and a bunch of other things, but mainly GTA, is so many studios and games were afraid to put out release dates, and I think majority of everything from every showcase had a release date. Like very few didn't have a release date this time, which is my favorite.
Yeah, I think this was the best non-E3 since E3. Since those last couple years. I think everybody showed up, and assuming that the Nintendo rumors are right, they're playing ball. It's truly a full week of pure game announcements and video game news and previews and just pure excitement. I mean, this is what it's been absent for so long.
Yeah, it definitely is the closest I think we've gone to E3 since E3. I definitely think these are some of the strongest reveals, the strongest showcases. And the fact, again, like you said, Bench, it's like everyone kind of played ball and went around the same week. Even arguably Nintendo, we don't know. The rumors right now is that it's in a couple days. It kind of just felt like E3, except everything was just separated by one day. So I think overall we're pretty happy. I'm very satisfied with how not E3 week went. I think Sony had a pretty good show. I think Keighley had an amazing show. Xbox was pretty good. And we'll see with Nintendo in a couple days. Like I think, yeah, no, I mean this is probably the best non E3 we've had in a while. Let's get into everything that was shown across all these different showcases. We're going to be talking and yapping for a while. First and foremost, I do want to shout out, check us out, YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcast, everywhere your favorite podcasts are at. Like the podcast, that's a ton, and follow us on Twitter and Blue Sky at A Slice of Gaming, all one word. Let's start with the State of Play. That was the very first showcase. I'll ask for overall thoughts on the State of Play after the fact, but let's just go game by game first. I'll skip over anything that I don't think we have much to say. And then hey, if I skip over something you want to talk about, just say, hey, Wolf, you're fat, and then talk about the game real quick. So just let me know. First and foremost, Marvel's Wolverine. We got that September 15th. Oh, we already knew that date. Great job, podcast host. But more so, we got a 7-minute gameplay, lots of stuff shown. I'll say for myself, game looks really hot. I'm very excited. I don't think it really showed anything that I was like shocked by. Like it kind of just looks like an HD Wolverine made by Insomniac. I think they absolutely nailed it, and I'm very much ready to see this game come out.
Yeah, before I think I said I think Wolverine might be a flop in the Insomniac sense, but I definitely take that back. I think finally seeing some like uncut gameplay and how they're kind of just making it brutal, like the forklift kill, all the blood, the interactivity. I think outside of it being like just pure action game, I think something that takes it a step up is that interactivity with the environment. Like whenever you slice someone, you're gonna like slam them on like a concrete slab that's in like that construction site. I think all that kind of elevates it to just not your normal action game on top of that Wolverine setting. I am still cautious about the narrative, mainly because like, oh, it's the X team. There's no X-Men. It feels kind of like cheesy, and for like a more mature story. Like I'm expecting this to be a pretty brutal story, and I hope they live up to that. But we haven't seen that from them before.
Yeah, no, I think a darker storyline is definitely a must, especially after Spider-Man 2. I think didn't really go far enough, in my opinion. I think going a bit further and like really, I mean, we're going for an M-rated game. Like I want to see some fucked up shit personally, but yeah, no, I'm very high on it. Anyone else? How you guys feeling?
I guess I'll be the downer on Wolverine. Not so much a downer, but more like cautiously just okay with it. Nothing about it. See, like the combat does look great, but the problem is it's very one note. Like you have your gore and everything like that, but it just seems like it's going to get boring after, a little after your third, fourth mission of just slicing and dicing people. I don't know. It feels like they're gonna have to do something to bring it up a little bit. And I don't know how you do, but they're going to eventually. Because
So
if it's like a 15-hour game, they're gonna have to do something to make it lively. Otherwise, it's gonna get real boring real quick.
something I wanted to bring up because it caught me off guard a little bit. They mentioned that this is purely single player, and well, single player in the sense that like it's not open world. It's just mission to mission base. So with that in mind, I feel like they have a better chance of being able to like set up the missions and stuff tailored to an experience that they want you to have instead of more of like the open freedom that the Spider-Man games had, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and that's definitely a focus on this because I think this would definitely be hindered more as a big open world. But I don't know. I'm still skeptic. I still think it's going to be a good game, but I just don't think it's going to be like the most magnificent game ever or whatever.
I think yeah, I'm kind of like in the mindset of like this will be a very fun video game, but like I'm not expecting like a GOTY contender personally. And not I think Insomniac does great work, but I just don't think they make like GOTY caliber games arguably since ever. That's fine. I mean, they don't need to make GOTY games. Like I think their games are more than good enough and I really enjoy them, but it's just like they're always missing a special sauce. Maybe Wolverine is the one to prove me wrong though. I hope it's surpasses my expectations right now.
I have a bold prediction.
Oh, here we go.
2026 soggy hairiest game of the year. You've heard it here first, folks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like Fable would have allowed you to make a really hairy character, and that's out of the question now. So,
Yeah,
like,
it's a shame.
Well, they can
it,
share
it,
in
it definitely would have had
2027.
competition. Yeah, no, Bobby. I mean, you have any interest? I don't know if you're into the Marvel games.
Yeah, I mean, I played. Honestly, I need to play Miles Morales and Spider-Man 2 because I do like Insomniac. They do make fun games, and I'm not honestly, as will go the theme of this show and just this week in general is September is slammed, and I just don't know, like, if
Yeah.
I'm not absolutely jazzed about a game, I got to make business decisions, and it looks fun. I would definitely want to play it, but I've never been a Wolverine guy. So it's just like business decisions are having to be made, but I think this looks great. I think this will be I think it still has a chance to be a game of the year contender.
Yeah, no, I think I would not be surprised to see a part of the Jeff 6 in TGAs. I just don't know if it's going to win. But I do think a lot of people are going to have it as their personal GOTY, which, hey, I mean, at the end of the day, that's pretty awesome. I think they're going to, I think they'll nail the vibes of Wolverine at the very least, where you're like, hell yeah, I love playing Wolverine. So yeah, that was the opener. Good way to start the show. Just like get it out of the way. That was the one thing you announced pre state of play. Then they went right into Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. I don't think any of us are really big fighting game people, but I do think what they showed was pretty interesting. I love Carnage and Green Goblin. It's really cool to see them in a fighting game context. But outside of that, I don't think there's much for us to comment on. I hope it does well. Hope it finds a massive audience because these type of fighting games are always fun to like hear people yap about. And then we get right into Rayman Legends Retold. Uh, Jack, I actually don't know. Are you a fan of Rayman Legends?
I never actually finished it. I did play it a lot. I think it was Games
Interesting.
with Gold title once. Um, I'm conflicted on this one. I'm glad Rayman's
Same.
back for the way the UBR engine looks. I just
It's
this
that
is
tough
this is
thing.
cool, but
It,
go on.
oh, sorry. Yeah, no. It's just that tough thing. I think with I'm excited for this for the pure reason of seeing Rayman come back, and I do think it looks really gorgeous. I am of the mind that like, yeah, I do like how the original game looks more. It's just that gorgeous 2D art style just really like makes that game pop out in a big way. But outside of that, I mean, I do think this game has a great style to it. I'm into the vibe. It's another version of a game I love, and they're also adding new music levels, which is really hype. I don't know. I don't know if anyone else could confirm this. Did they say MC Hammers
Yes.
Can't Touch This is one of them?
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, no, that's really really hype. But yeah, no, I mean, I think I'm with you, Jack. Where I'm just like, yeah, I'm conflicted. I'm going to buy this because they did that annoying thing where they're like, hey, if you want more Rayman, you have to buy this. It's like, okay, dude, but whatever, I'll buy it because like I do love Rayman. I want to see more. And hey, Legends is a phenomenal game, so I'm like, I'll play Rayman Legends again, no problem there.
As someone who's never played Rayman, this is like with the Origins collection as well. This is going to be like the fall of Rayman for me. In between some big games, it'll be fun playing some cool 2D platformers that I've never experienced.
Oh yeah, man. Moving into Boncho the Chef. I haven't played Dave the Diver. This game looks cute. It's kind of like Cooking Mama. I don't have much. I will say it looked more interesting than Dave the Diver ever did for me personally. But hey, anything. I don't know if we have much else to say about that.
I do.
Uh, yeah, go for it, man.
Uh,
Oh, you
this was
remember the
definitely
phrase "Wolf, you're fat."
right. Wolf, you're fat.
Okay, sick.
Yeah, I think it looks really good. I think it was great that we saw the opener. We're like, oh my god, another Dave the Diver DLC, and
Yeah.
then we immediately get a different art style. We're like, oh wait a second, this is something different. And so it's really cool that we're getting more like lore with other characters. Like, I don't think anyone expected a Banjo the Chef backstory, but here we are. And I think Cooking Mama is the exact perfect like game for him to have a backstory in because you already do like the restaurant sim management in the game itself, so it's cool that you get the now Cooking Mama kind of video game element to it. And it's also great because we don't really get Cooking Mama games anymore, and so for it to be kind of this stylized, they're gonna have some funny bits within the universe, and the universe keeps expanding. So I'm super excited for it.
Oh yeah, dude. I think it has a very cool vibe to it. I love the vibes of Dave the Diver. Next is Kamuri. This was the game by Ikumi Nakamura. I think I'm saying that right. Her kind of studio that kind of was founded after she left Tango. It was cool to see her again. I really like her. Not much to really go off on the game. It doesn't look like my thing. It very much seems live servicey, which is kind of an out for me. Moving on. Tomb Raider, Legacy of Atlantis. This
I want
looks
to talk
awesome.
about Kamari.
Yeah. Go for it. I'm fat. Yeah, go for it.
No, I'm very conflicted on this because last time we heard about this, she couldn't find a publisher, so it seemed like the game was just going to get cancelled. She has been like obviously developing this since 2021 is when she split off from Tango. I don't love the vibe that it's going for. Like the idea of hunting yokai sounds really cool, but
Mhm.
the actual visual style, the way that the gameplay looks to be co-op. Well, they said it was co-op. I'm willing to be sold on it, but I'm not like desperate to play it just yet. However, I'm just really glad that this team still exists and is making a new game.
Yeah, no, seriously. I mean, it's good to hear just in general, like someone as cool as Ikumi Nakamura being able to do stuff like this. Really, really cool. Tomb Raider: Legacy of Atlantis was our next game. This game looks awesome. This is the remake, right, Jack?
Yes. The
Oh, I
remake for
asked you.
February.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So if this is the remake, that means okay. So the next game I think was still set for 2027.
Currently,
I
yes.
wonder
But
if
the rumor is that everything got delayed a year, so this would be February for 2027, and then the new one, Catalyst, will be 2028. But there's still
Yeah.
hope that it's the year of Tomb Raider. We'll get both games next year.
that'd be awesome. But yeah, no, I game looks really really good though. It has a lot of Uncharted vibes. I love the silliness of like having dinosaurs running around. Laura Croft having the dual pistols. Can't wait. Looks sick. Definitely gonna be on that one. Moon, I know you really love Tomb Raider. How you feeling on this game?
Yeah, everything looks great. Looks exactly how I wanted it. It's got like all the parkouring and the action that I want that Uncharted didn't. So it's exactly what I wanted.
Oh yeah, man. Uh, anyone else on Tomb Raider? Or are we ready to move on? Because I think that game looks really cool.
Looks great.
It's just unfortunately it's in this crazy week of a bunch of other things, but we'll get to that when we get to the other games.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk about the calendar at the end. Next was The Lost Wild. This was like a first-person survival horror dinosaur game. Cool vibe to it. Not a lot to go off of though. Just a 2027 date. Interested to see more, definitely.
You know, it's
then this.
something weird I just want to say about that game real quick is I
Yeah,
can't
what's up?
remember where I saw it last night, but that is like that game seems to be popping off in certain circles. Like it's gotten like the most wish list of any of like the smaller indie games so far that have been revealed. It was like some metric I saw last night on Twitter of showing the Lost Wild being like a really popular like search or wish list or something like that. So I'm like, okay, this game's like popping off with casuals or something. I don't know why.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it definitely has a vibe that like I think casuals would be really into it. Just in general, first-person horror, dinosaurs. I don't think you see a lot of dinosaur horror games really. So that.
No. Well, we're getting two now.
Oh God, what was the other one?
The Jurassic Park one.
Oh yeah, Jurassic Park Survival. That does. I guess that's survival horror. I don't know. That one doesn't seem as horror as this game, but maybe I'm misremembering. But yeah, moving on to this is the big disappointment for me. Phantom Blade Zero. I was really excited to see more of this game, and then it hit me with we're gonna do a bigger showcase like later in the year. To the point where I'm like, why even show up? And then
Why?
What's
Not
up,
that
Dirk?
cutting you off. I was gonna say, why are
You're
we
good.
giving trailers for a trailer? But they give us a date and everything.
It's very much a weird case of just like, hey guys, we want to like make sure you know that like this is why we weren't at the state of play or something. That's the only thought process I have. They put out a really big blog post too. Read through a lot of it of effectively like, hey, we're delaying not necessarily for like time reasons, but like we want to like position ourselves in a better spot. We think this will be enough time to make sure the game is corrected. We won't. It was weird though. They at one point said we won't be able to fix every issue, but like it'll be enough. It's like, I'd rather you just fix every issue, but sure, okay, go for it, man.
Like
I'm really,
they
really hyped for
delayed
this
themselves
game.
to do that, and now they're sitting right next to Castlevania.
I mean, it's 15 days away. I feel like in general, the last quarter is just going to be really, really tight. So no matter what, you're kind of basing next to something. But like, they're 1 week apart. Like this is October 29th. Castlevania is the 15th. So I think people will have enough time to play through both. But yeah, the game looks awesome still. It's just I wish I got to see more of it instead of just like probably going to have a dedicated state of play later in the summer, I think they stated. So October 29th, sucks for a delay, but hey, polish it, get the time you need, whatever. Next was Dune Awakening. They just announced a single player mode. Not much to say there. Dynasty Warriors 3 Complete Edition. Cool to see that. No Rest for the Wicked got an October date. Bop. You love this studio, I think.
Yes. This is
just making
Moon.
sure.
Yeah, no, this is Moon Studios. This is the Ori devs. Yeah, me and Fusion played it at the start of early access, and it definitely looked promising. But I don't think either of us have been back since. So really cool that it's getting a 1.0. The art style still looks incredible. It seems like they've done a lot of gameplay refinement too, from the initial feedback, because it was a bit rough at launch. So it'll be exciting to see, it come to consoles and more people to play it, and I do hope that Moon Studios continues to do great things.
Moon, how's your studio doing?
That's
You guys all right?
well, we're finally getting 1.0 out, so I think we finally have a video game instead of whatever that early access crap was.
I heard the early access was pretty good, but yeah, no, it's nice to just get a 1.0 finally. Next was Onimusha, Way of the Sword. We got a little bit of a release date trailer. Still looks awesome. I'm excited for this game. September 25th. That's a tough release date because we'll see.
I played the demo though, and
I mean, I'll try it myself. I'm more of the into these type of games, so I want to see for myself.
it's not even it's not because it was a Souls game, because it wasn't a Souls game. It didn't play like a Souls game. It's just boring. That's all I'll say.
Okay, well, I'm
No,
definitely
here's
gonna try
the
it for
one
myself.
thing you should say, because how bad I am at these kind of games. I was playing on easy just to get through it. It was too easy, so I bumped it up to normal. It was still too easy, and it was still just boring. Like the commands, it's one of those games that plays itself, if that makes any sense.
Moving on, Silent Hill Townfall. Got a quick little trailer there. Looks cool. I feel like this is one of those games that definitely should probably get out of its spot. September 24th is very stacked. I don't know if it's going to be able to like make a name for itself, but I'm in on anything Silent Hill, so I'm definitely down to try this. This is the first person one made by Annapurna specifically, so I'm curious what the vibes are going to be and how they're going to handle it.
Yeah, I thought it was its best showing.
Oh yeah, for sure. I don't know if it's shown the best lately, but like this is definitely the trailer where it's like, oh wow, okay, yeah, it's still a Silent Hill game. Hell yeah. Next is Ace Combat 8: Wings of Thief, October 2nd.
Fat.
Bro, I always forget how fucking cool the Ace Combat like cutscenes are. Like they be playing this shit like it's a movie. I'm really into that vibe. I need to try an Ace Combat game. I want to see if it's my vibe, but like trailer was very very good. Bob,
7
clearly you're very excited.
Yeah, 7 is usually dirt cheap. So I'm
I
sure.
own it.
Yeah. So that I mean that would be the best representation. You absolutely do not need to play all 7. I don't even know. I haven't even looked to see where you can play some of the older ones because it's been around for so long. But yeah, no, I mean it continues to look great. I think it really does have an anime ass storyline for it being a combat plane jet simulator. So and it's still like arcadey. It's not like it's not like Flight Sim or anything where it's too simulator. It definitely does a good job of balancing it just being fun and while still being like somewhat realistic. So it's going to be a good time. I'm super excited for it. And I'm glad that it's kind of like catching the eye of some more people because I do think it deserves to be experienced by a wide audience, and you definitely don't need a flight stick for it.
Yeah, there's always I saw that. I was just like, man, I need a flight stick for this game. It's like I really don't think they designed them around it. I think you could just play it with a controller, guys. But hey, shoutouts. Looks really, really cool. Now, Bob, calling on you again. Because next up, your game of the week. Stuntman Hollywood. This was crazy.
This was the best 5 minutes of my life. Going from Ace Combat to this was just the best thing of all time.
It's insane. I'll be real. I didn't know this. What's it called? The Stuntman series. I didn't know about the Stuntman series. So like, I was like, what's this crossover? And then I look at the chat. Everyone's like freaking out. Like, oh shit, it's the Go. Go for it, Bob. This is all you, man.
Yeah. It was funny because Stuntman Ignition, I think, is the last game, and that was a 360 title. Like, I want to say 2008, 2009. It's genuinely been forever since we've gotten a Stuntman game, to my knowledge. And so when I was looking at the trailer, I'm like, oh, we're getting a new Fast and Furious game? Okay, wasn't expecting that, I guess. And then they like show Miami Vice, and I'm like, okay, is this a car pack for like what game? Like, is Gran Turismo getting like a famous car pack? And then they show like what we thought was Mad Max, but it turned out to be Death Race. More Fast and Furious, and then Knight Rider. I think that's when everyone saw Knight Rider and I was like, okay, what is going on? Because this is now like IP overload. And then to finish it with the DeLorean, and then for them to say cut, and then for the door to open, and you don't see the guy's face, you just see his thumbs, and then you see the movie set. That's when it clicked for me. I'm like, holy shit, it's Stuntman. So Stuntman famously never had IP tied to it because at the time it probably couldn't afford it, nor were people really like licensing out. Even though we used to get a bunch of shitty licensing games, like no one was really licensing out IP like that, especially car games, because the car licenses are a whole different can of worms. So what they would do is they would do their best job to parody them. So like you'd get like not Armageddon, or not Dukes of Hazzard. And they're actually like kind of like they're I don't want to say in depth, but there is a gameplay system that works, because the idea is you're doing a bunch of stunt scenes with the car, and you pretty much, it's kind of like it's not 100% like Forza, but like you have to chain together skills. I guess it's more like Tony Hawk in the sense it's like you have to chain together like skills and maneuvers and actions while also doing the scene as it's intended, as the director wants. And then the better you do, like the better the film goes. And then at the end, you watch a trailer of the film with all of your stunts that you just did. So it's really cool. It's got a really it's a really novel idea. So game of the show, or game of the week for me, honestly. It was just a surprise out of nowhere. I was so happy with it. So
the thing I'm more interested in, Bob, is the fact that it's being made by Saber. How many devs do they have? Like, this is getting comical at this point.
They have a lot.
They do have a lot, but at least they're putting them to use, honestly. Like, I'm okay with that.
I need to search what other games are under Saber. But go ahead, Jack.
No, I was just gonna say I'm also like really interested in this game. When during the first like half of the trailer, I was just mostly confused. But like the second, like Bob said, the Knight Rider theme came in, it was just like there is no way. And Stuntman, that is it. I don't even know who owns the IP anymore, so I don't know like what's going on. But like the fact that they're actually getting the IPs, right? I think it used to be. I don't know. I can't remember who published the first two. But yeah, it's so cool, and like the IP being in it properly is really cool. Like it was still fine in the originals. Like there was a really famous James Bond level where like it was just very vague British spy film that it was described as, and it was just like so you know what it is, but having the actual IPs, I imagine it's gonna be very funny.
Yeah, Saber owns the IP for Stuntman now.
Wow.
They bought it off of THQ Nordic.
Oh, nice.
I want to point out everything that is like being announced under Saber Interactive. Now, some of these are developed by like a Focus Entertainment, but most of these seem to be Saber themselves.
Other way around.
Road King.
Focus Publishing.
Oh, Focus Publishing. I'm so sorry. Yeah, you're right. Road Kings.
Banger.
Clive Barker's Hellraiser Revival. Jurassic Park Survival. Rails of Fury Train Defense. KOTOR remake. Untitled Avatar game. I think that got canceled actually.
Yeah, that's canned.
That's canned. Okay, so ignore that. Turok Origins, Warhammer 40k Space Marine 3, Stuntman Hollywood, and Untitled John Wick game.
They put in the work.
I don't know how they're able to make these many games, but like some studios are struggling to put out one game in a generation. Meanwhile, Saber's out here with like 10 in a year. I gotta respect them, man. And like they're not making like 9s and 10s, but they're making good ass games, and clearly games.
That's the thing. Like we don't really get that like lower level. I don't want to say AAA, but you know what I mean. Where it's like, it's like I mean, it's a little better than AA, but it's in this weird middle ground where it's like, they're not like the greatest games, but like they're fun, and they're just video games.
They are like the lower half of Bob's top 10 games.
Yeah, exactly.
I find it so wild that this is like the perfect kind of studio that Embracer would have, and yet when they own them, they just use them as a porting studio for other people's games. Like, what a waste! talent for
It's
years.
insane.
And now that they're independent, they're just like, well, not independent. I think they're run by some holding company. But now that they're out of Embracer, they are just
semi-independent.
completely like just making so many bangers. I love it.
Yeah, I love him. Saber's awesome. Studio I really respect. I'm very interested to see what else they got cooking over there. That John Wick game is the one I'm really interested in. I want to know what's going on with that. Moving on from Stuntman, we got Ill. Now, Bob, this is another one for you. No, I'm kidding.
Skinny.
Skinny. I love that. Yeah, I will say, Bob, this is the game that makes me turn it to you because, like, I usually have a pretty good like tolerance for like survival horror games in general, but like, man, this one's grotesque. In a good way. I think this looks really, really cool. 2027, I would have liked the release date, like personally, but you know, it seems like it's still going for a
Well,
year.
if they did, it would have been in
Very
February. From now.
graphically, yeah, really, it's February. Very graphically impressive. Great animation work in general. I think they cooked up something really good here.
Yeah, I think it looks so realistic to the point
Mhm.
where it's like looks super scary. I'm excited for it.
Yes, I think this is a game that's definitely gonna freak me out because like it's just a fucking. At one point, he punches a baby. I'm like, damn, okay, like it goes places. I really respect it. Next was Control Resonant. We got our release date trailer here, September 24th, 2026. Looks great. I do think personally that release date. I think this game's definitely the one that should probably get delayed, at least like into October, because I feel like there's just so much stuff around it. It's gonna have trouble breathing, and they really want these games to sell, especially with Remedy in general. But the trailer looked great. Game looks awesome. Really excited to see more.
Yeah, it looked great, and I think this wasn't even its best trailer this weekend.
Oh, for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, the SGF trailer was substantially better. I actually think the state of play trailer was kind of whatever, but the SGF trailer definitely made up for it. And then we got Marathon Nightfall, cool, whatever. And then RuneScape Dragon Wilds. And then we got our PS Premium games. Jack, one game a month. We're back, baby. We're still sticking with one game a month. I will say three very interesting ones. Guitaru Man is cool. That's like a cult classic PS2 game. I'm actually interested in checking that one out. Psyops, the Mindgate Conspiracy is a game that Gene Park talks about all the time, so I have to play it just for him. And then Onimusha Dawn of Dreams. This one's funny because this is the fourth Onimusha game. They just outright are skipping the third Onimusha game because they already ported the first two. So the third one is just I know that one's in like licensing hell because I think they used a famous actor's face in it. But yeah, so I thought that was pretty cool. Pretty decent selection. I'm still waiting for these Ratchet games. I don't know where the hell they are because it's kind of insane that like I still can't play the Ratchet and Clank trilogy on my PS5. But outside of that, pretty solid. And then we got our big Sony first party game, Until Dawn 2, 2027 date. It has the guy from Baldur's Gate 3. I forgot his name. I really like him too. I just completely forgot his name now. Yeah, outside of that, trailer looked pretty cool. I'm not a mark for these games. I don't know if you guys have much to say about it, but it looks cool.
Like I have a love-hate relationship with the game because I do find it interesting and I do like the game, but it's not a game I'm gonna go spend $70 on when it's a 5-hour probably game that I'm only gonna play once because I don't like replaying games, so I'm not gonna go for like other endings. So it's definitely something like, oh, this would have been perfect for like Game Pass, but we don't have that on PlayStation, so now I'm gonna have to wait until it's on sale, or I don't know, maybe I'll hit up my library. No, my library doesn't have games, god damn it. Okay. I don't know when I'm playing this.
I mean, it sounds like a decent on sale game. Maybe if it's
Yeah.
like 30, 40.
Problem is though, it's a
I
Sony first party
yeah.
game, so it's never gonna go on sale.
Until Dawn games are the type to go on sale pretty quickly.
Yeah, that one does break the norm, I think.
Yeah.
I do think this is cool. Like, it looked a lot better than I expected when it was being, like when it was being talked about before the show. I do like the idea of it just being on like some spooky island. I am just like
yeah.
fascinated. Like, I feel so bad for Supermassive because they've spent 10 years trying to match Until Dawn. And now it's getting made by a different studio.
Oh,
Yeah.
Like, in terms of like the setting and everything, I'm totally in for it. But like I said, it's the $70 price tag for a 5-hour game is not it.
Have Sony experimented with the price tag situation much, or have they all been 70? Because this one might be
Remember
60.
Until Dawn's remake launched at, I think that was about 50 or 60.
Yeah,
I do expect this to be 60.
I think
Even
Tokon
then,
was
I'm just
also
like,
a lower price. Yeah, Tokon is 60
Well, it's
right
60, yeah.
now. Yeah, so they've been messing around. I don't think it's going to be a full 70, but yeah, 60 is tough. But yeah, shout out to Until Dawn 2. It is interesting. Yeah, like as you said, Jack, I think we heard a lot of development issues at the studio. So it's like to see it come out. I'm surprised. A lot of people said the game looks bad, and I'm like visually bad, and I'm like, it looks fine to me. Like I don't know what you guys are expecting out of this, but hey, sure.
I think
But
the first one looks especially good because of the contained area of it, whereas when you make it
yeah,
open island kind of thing, you have to develop a lot more assets, and I can
Mhm.
understand where people are coming from, but I think it looks
Oh.
very good.
Yeah, especially with a lot of sunshine, so you start to see imperfections more often than in like Until Dawn 1, where it's like nighttime the whole time.
Exactly.
Yeah. I do love the vibe though. It reminds me of that Scooby Doo Zombie Island movie that I grew up with. Great movie. God of War returns as the final announcement. It was very funny the way that Sid Schumann teed this up. It was like, get ready for 20 minutes of our next game, and I'm like, okay, this better be something good then. And I think we got something good. God of War Luffy. Luffy.
Lao Fei.
Lao Fei. This is the Freya Cory Barlog game that we have been theorizing, been rumoring for a while. Finally revealed. Bench, I know you're really excited for this game. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on the big 20-minute gameplay chunk that we got into here. What you
Yeah,
feel?
I mean, I think me alongside, I think several of us were honestly pretty uninterested in a game starring Faye up until this. I was always worried that it was going to be a prequel and kind of just still be in the Norse mythology, which even outside of God of War has just been, I think, to the point of like oversaturation and kind of to the point of being uninteresting right now. So seeing immediately that we're just like a whole new place with all these different gods and like their afterlife, kind of what Odin was trying to find and the answer to, like immediately it got its hooks in me on top of like the very fast paced gameplay, which I think is going to make for just a very big difference from 2018 and Ragnarok. I mean, the boss we saw was crazy. Just everything they've shown was very good on top of Huey the Cube. So
Yeah, I love him.
very, very exciting.
Bench, how are we feeling about God of War as an IP? Is this the type of IP you want like 100 games of?
I think you can only go 2 games max per mythology. I think as an IP, they're very good at making it, so they're gonna keep making it. And I mean, I loved Ragnarok. It's one of my favorite games, so it's not like I can exactly like not want more. But a sci-fi IP would have been interesting, but now that we see that another team is doing that, it's kind of like, well, we didn't need 2 of them from the 2 best creators that Sony has. So I can understand why they decided to go back to this well, on top of the fact that, I mean, they're very good games and it's kind of their not open world game. They have their like 3 types of game. They have their like Naughty Dog games, which are very, very linear and very high budget. They have their Santa Monica games, which are they're open but not open to the point of like a Ghost of Tsushima or Horizon. So they kind of have their 3 separate pillars of type of game they do, and I think this serves its purpose pretty well.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I guess that's just for me as a God of War fan. I love the series. I love the classics, the new ones, all that. It's just I think about the timeline here of God of War 2018, and then 4 years later we get God of War Ragnarok. Both great games, love them both. And then we get Valhalla, the DLC, a year later for Ragnarok. And then we hear about Bluepoint making a God of War live service game, which got canceled. And then last state of play, we got the announcement of the trilogy remake and a shitty 2D Metroidvania that came out and nobody cared about. Like nobody talks about that game at all anymore. And now we end this on another God of War spinoff. For me personally, as a huge fan of this IP, I'm kind of sick of God of War.
Yeah, it's
I just
definitely
think
reached
it's
the
like
oversaturation point.
I'm just like I could go like a few years without another one. Like, I
I
personally,
mean, it's gonna be like something years, maybe even 5 by the time this comes out. So I
No,
wouldn't say
no,
I'm
this is-
oversaturated. I would
this
have
is-
had more of an issue if it was Kratos.
This is not 4 years out, Ben. Schreier even said so. He said it's close.
No,
to
I mean 4 years since Ragnarok.
Oh, yeah, but like I mean, again though, it's just like we just got another God of War earlier this year, and then we got like the DLC for Valhalla, and then the 2D Metroidvania. It just
Yeah,
feels
but
like
those
it's
two
like
things are bad.
And then add on top of that,
Yeah,
next
not
year we're
Valhalla.
getting the
Hey,
God
hey,
of War
hey,
show.
Valhalla. When you
But
tried to
I
sneak in
think-
Valhalla slander.
You bet. But I think specifically it not being Kratos is what's interesting. Honestly, I was one of the people that wanted an Atreus game, so I would have had more of an issue if it was Kratos, and especially if it was Norse, because I was pretty sick of the Norse stuff. I would have been mad if they went back to that well. But I'm happy with what we saw. Really happy.
Dark, you're a God of War fan. Any thoughts on this game? I know you can't play it because you're broke.
Oh, okay. That's what we're doing. Actually, I can play it, but okay. But I haven't really heard anyone mention it, so I could be wrong, right? But from what it seems like, it feels more like the next main entry than like. 'Cause I don't think they're working on like another Kratos game alongside this. I think this is the
Exactly.
next main entry, and then after this is finished, another 4 to 6 years, there'll be like the next Kratos game. And I feel like the way that this game's story is going to go, it's gonna play through both 2018 and Valhalla, and we'll see the things that didn't make sense in those games probably make sense here. And people are sort of piecing things together. But I think it might go a little bit beyond that. And then it'll probably tease, hey, Kratos going to a new mythology or whatever they have in
Mhm.
store. In terms of
Yeah, I mean-
it being stale, I don't really have an issue with them keep doing as long as the ideas are fresh. I don't mind them continuing it. If they start
Yeah.
doing the same shit over and over again, however, then I'll call it like, yeah, we got a problem. But as it is now, I don't really mind it. Few
I mean,
stinkers is that's bound to happen too.
The
Oh my God,
gameplay.
don't say two. Don't join him. It's one
The-
stinker.
The gameplay does look very different. Like it looks the same but different enough where it will make a difference. And on top of it just being a different character, I think by the time we get the next Kratos game, it'll be 8 or 9 years since we've seen Kratos last, and I think by then we'll be ready. Hey, we want more Kratos.
Yeah. I also
think
Plus,
it's
you
we'll
mentioned
also get the remakes.
you
I was going to mention
mentioned
the
that
remakes because we are still getting Kratos games between.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
I
of course.
play it next.
and Bunch mentioned that he thought that 2 games per mythology is all there really is. But the original trilogy is utterly fantastic. If you play through the whole trilogy, they can do like 3 to 4 games in a mythology and
Well,
have it work incredibly
No,
well.
I
No,
disagree.
If it's
people
done
got
right.
people got
These
tired
games
of
are
God
so
of
much-
War original by Ascension, Dark.
But
when they did
also-
the fourth one.
These games are so much bigger and there's so much more like
It's also
RPG
true.
stuff going on. Like God of War, I haven't played the originals, but I know that it's not they're not super long and it's kind of fast paced. You're living in Norse mythology through these 2 games to the point where
Yeah.
like by the end you're ready to move on.
They're
Alright, I got an
30
idea.
hours long.
And I don't know if they're gonna do this. It's just an idea that crossed my mind. But what if every mythology has a different gameplay style?
That'd be awesome. I don't think that's
That
gonna
would
be the
keep
case,
it
though.
that would keep it fresh. Because the
I-
original ones was hack and slash. This one was more RPG-esque. I don't know what they would do next. It's just a hypothetical I'm throwing out there.
First
But
person
yeah,
shooter.
Listen,
first position.
listen. All I'm hoping for, man. Let's just get rid of the RPG elements. I don't need to equip armor, bro.
Whoa. I disagree.
Don't need to equip armor. What quality was added by me equipping armor as Kratos?
It looks cool. I will say it seems when you played through God of War 2018 and God of War Ragnarok, did you truly notice the no cut camera? Because they seem
Yeah.
so committed to that for me it doesn't seem to make that much of a difference. To the point where like devs are probably working. It's probably adding 6 months to a year to their dev time.
I do agree, Mitch. I think it's like I definitely like don't care as much about it. I think in 2018 it was so cool, but then by
Yeah.
Ragnarok it's like, yeah, okay, it's just part of the
But you
thing
keep
now.
it for Ragnarok because of 2018. But I feel like if they wanted it,
We don't
out,
need-
They could have gotten
yeah,
it here.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. It's like we don't need it again. And like I just wish like small things like, zoom out the camera a bit, make it feel more like a hack and slash, like truly. Instead of
Looks
just
like what
like,
they're doing
oh,
with
it's just
Laufey.
a
Oh,
bit
I-
of a Well, yeah, no, I mean that's the thing. It's like make it feel more like a hack and slash, aka like it feels like I'm still playing just God of War Ragnarok, but it's just a little faster. It doesn't feel
mean,
that hack and slashy.
The camera is, I mean, personally, I'm not the biggest hack and slash fan, so I'm glad they're keeping it this, but I do like that it is faster. And the camera's a tiny bit more zoomed out enough to where I personally think it makes a difference. So I'm excited.
I think the game's gonna be great. I should point that out. Like I am excited to play it. I'm just like I'm not edge of my seat with God of War as an
Yeah.
IP
mean,
anymore. I'm
when do
more
we
excited for
think-
the Greek trilogy remake, honestly.
We think this is first half next year, right? I'd be
most
shocked if
likely.
it wasn't.
I think it's
First
next year in
half?
general.
I think May or June. I think it's going to be in that like they seem to like 2 games out in each half of the year. So I think this will fit into that Sorrows part, but a little later.
I mean, it used to be a big thing that God of War games always released in March. They haven't held true to that tradition for a long time, but like maybe they
It
bring it
can't
back
be-
for this one.
Can't do March. We're too busy.
If it was spring
I
next
don't
year,
think
wouldn't
anything's
they
coming out
have
in March.
said
So
spring
much
next
spring
year?
stuff though.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think if,
I'm
if it
with
was spring, they would have said spring.
Because they seem
I-
pretty comfortable committing to at least 6 months.
Well, I originally like once we saw no like during the show we were all like, oh, this is probably pretty soon, and then we got no date. But then Jason Schreier said this isn't one of those cases where it's like super far off. So
Right,
I do
that
think
still
first
means
half.
next year, though.
I know. I personally think first half. Probably like late spring, early summer is my guess.
I mean, honestly, first half bench, I'll give it to you that it is very possible because I don't know what else could fulfill that first half obligation that I think they want to hit.
Yeah, true. Final
it's
Fantasy
like-
isn't exclusive anymore, so
Until
Yeah.
Dawn could be first half next year.
Oh, that's a good point.
I
like,
think
that
Until
doesn't
Dawn is.
count.
Yeah, I don't think even like Until Dawn by them is counted as like a tentpole IP. So in Until Dawn,
And
honestly,
it'll probably
they
sell
could-
better than Staros did.
Yeah,
That's
honestly, yeah, that's true.
Until Dawn also seems like a maybe October game because they showed far more of God of War than they did Until Dawn.
Well, yeah, you can't show
Well,
more of Until
that's-
Dawn 'cause that's spoiling everything.
it's also the first 20 minutes of God of War.
True.
That is something. Do you guys think maybe like 20 minutes was a little too much?
A little,
Yeah,
yeah.
That was
I
my
would've-
only thing with it, was that I liked it as someone who still has yet to really interact with the series. I did really enjoy what they showed, and I could tell there was a difference between this and the the new Santa Monica God of War games, but I just feel like it made a lot of sense to do this for the first one in 2018, like back when they first showed off. That made a lot of sense. I don't think we need to do it bar for bar again. Like you could have added a little bit of editing to it.
Well, for me personally, I was kind of out on the idea of a fig game, so I think seeing that like first setup definitely sold me on it. Where I would have cut it off if I was in charge was right before the boss when they're like standing across from each other. I think that would have been a part to cut, but I do think seeing like the build up and kind of like world building it of it all is what sold me on it, so I'm glad they decided to do that.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like I don't need like a 30-second, cinematic, but I just think they could have
we could have
especially
spliced out some of the like walking segments in the beginning.
yeah, the walking segments when she first started, like we could have just cut to, her like walking out of that like hallway into the
Exactly.
first area.
Game looks great though. I'm
It
very
does.
interested to
It does.
see more. Good vibe. I love what's the opinion on the cube? I fucking love him. That's my goal.
I
That's
love
my
Frank is
goal.
great. Frank is great.
Jack Quaid is the best.
He's
Okay, so I'll ask this. Do we think there is a Paulina situation here?
Oh, the idea of like they're gonna switch out like the cube for like his
Not
actual
even
appearance?
like switch out, but like, does he stay a cube the whole
He
time?
better fucking stay a cube. I don't want a
There's-
white guy.
There's an interesting theory going around that I saw a couple nights ago about the whole thing with the sword and that cube, and I'm like, I could see that. I could see that. I don't want to say it just in case, but there is an interesting idea floating around that I'm sure will gain traction.
Yeah, like I'm totally fine with it. Like I love the cube, and I think the sword also, or at least the ribbons, are also cool. Like I have no problem with that. It's just like I don't know, maybe Bonanzas make me think,
It's possible.
inanimate objects, huh?
I feel like a lot of the people like getting mad about the cube that I will say Because it's like, oh, this is so silly. It's like mythology is inherently kind of silly.
No,
Like, let's be real here, guys.
That
One
is the
guy
problem with
spits
this
a
game,
ball of
though.
water.
It's
Like,
it's just the discourse around this game has gone to all the toxic places, and
yeah, I
so
don't even want to try to bring that up.
exactly,
It's
it's
just
just
like, listen, they're gonna
miserable.
get mad about whatever, so just ignore them. Try to enjoy the games as you can.
Yeah.
And make fun of them when you can. It's really
Yes.
funny to make fun of them. But yeah, that was the state of play. Just let's go around the horn real quick. How final rating, thoughts? Let's start with you, Bob.
With me,
I like starting with you, man.
Oh,
You're
hey, thanks.
talkative.
Thanks. Yeah, I would say honestly, I wanted to give it maybe like a 7.5, just because I would have loved to see at least one more first party thing at like a Summer Games Fest state of play. Like that was in movie theaters. I think that should mean a little bit more than, because this kind of had the same output as like their previous ones, which isn't a bad thing. I'm glad that they're being consistent now. I just
Yeah.
was kind of hoping for just one more studio thing in general. That being said, Stuntman gives it an 8. So
Yeah, no, I mean, Stuntman, of course. I think that is the case, Bob. Like, we'll sometimes have that one game where it's like, yeah, this goes up a whole point just because
Yep.
this was here. Fusion, what? Oh my god, he's not with us
We're
right
at 3.
now. Bench, what about you?
I'd give it an 8.5. I think 8.5. I think it's just a really solid show. I definitely think the last 2 state of plays are the most consistent they've been with the state of plays, to the point where I'm now like, I see a state of play, I know we're gonna get something good. I think everything that showed looked good. I'm actually, while it's annoying that Phantom Blade Zero is gonna have its separate show that I got a trailer for, I am happy about the delay. I think, as someone who wants to really dive into that game, I think it found its perfect time before GTA 6. So
Same.
I'm excited for everything.
Dark, how about you?
For me personally, there wasn't that much I was personally into. A lot of the announcements were really cool. I give it that, but for me, I'm just gonna give it a 7.
Okay. Jack, how about you?
Solid B. I'm rubbish at number grading. um,
I mean, that's like
yeah,
an
there's a
8.
lot of cool stuff. Yeah, we'll go with an 8. I don't care. 7 or 8. It's somewhere between there. Yeah, it wasn't like a generational show. I don't think it was as good as the last one, but they've set up
Yeah.
a decent cadence now where I'm like expecting good things from the September one, if they have a September one, which they usually do. So like pretty much going forward, you know that State of Plays can be good now. So yeah, so I liked it. It had a really good start and a really good end, and then Stuntman in the middle. So can't really complain.
Yeah. You got the tent poles basically. What about you, man?
I think I'd have to lean around like the 7, maybe 7.5. It's being completely carried by God of War and Until Dawn, and a little bit of I'm got very interested in Stuntman, so it's kind of being carried by all those 3. Everything else just kind of either I'm not interested in, we've already seen it. Wolverine looked exactly as I imagined it would be, so it wasn't anything surprising there. Control's great getting a release date, but we would have gotten it through the other multiple trailers I got this week, so I can't even really accredit State of Play for that too much. So it's like a 7, maybe 7.5, just because I think God of War Lofi is my game of the week so far, just because we did see so much and I love that combat. So yeah, I think I'll go with 7.5.
Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning around the same as y'all, 7.5, 8. Probably closer to an 8. I think this was just a very solid showcase, nothing mind blowing. I think my big issue with it, there just weren't really a lot of like brand new game reveals outside of God of War, as like the and Stuntman. I'm sorry, Bob, I didn't forget. But I think outside of that, it really was like missing like just a big third party reveal. Lots of these were just third party games we've seen before, and basically just updating us with a release date or a little bit of gameplay. And yeah, I mean, Phantom Blade Zero, I definitely am like, we could have had maybe a longer trailer or just show more combat, really. But even then, I thought it was a very solid showcase. I think Sony did a fine enough job. I don't think it's as good as the last one, but the last one was probably the best state of play we've ever had, so it's hard to follow up. I do want to bring up Fusion, this time for real, because I accidentally said his name earlier. He did send me his thoughts. He thought the state of play was an 8 out of 10. Thought this show was awesome. Did it live up to all that 2-week pre-hype? Absolutely not, but it was a very strong showing. Genuine surprises throughout the whole show. Shout out Stuntman and Until Dawn 2. Wolverine continues to look strong, but still leaves me with concerns and questions. I am all in on God of War Laufey. It's my game of the week by a country mile. In Santa Monica, we trust. So yeah, Fusion kind of just echoing a lot of what we were saying. He's very, very into God of War as well. Bob, what's this about a Castlevania tower defense?
Yeah, I'm watching the PC gaming show right now, and they're pretty. It's called Revamp, I think, but
Yeah, Revamp.
it's
so
essentially
it's not actually Castlevania.
no, it's not. But it's a
Yeah.
dead ringer for the art style.
I'm not interested anymore. Never mind.
Okay.
So it's basically just like a Castlevania aesthetic, but like tower defense. That's cool.
Yeah, but like you build like a castle, and
Oh,
and like the
yeah,
people
kinda
go
like,
through the castle, and you like put where. Yeah, it. I'll have to show you the trailer. It's pretty cool.
It's kind of like a V Rising. It sounds like, or at least like aesthetically with the castle building. I love building a castle as a vampire.
Yeah, you're
Let's
basically
get into
playing
Summer
Dracula.
Game Fest. Summer Game Fest, obviously, I think most of the time we're usually like down on the show, but the vibes around this one are very, very high. Let's get into it. First and foremost, starting out the show, Jeff Keighley hit us with a big one. Resident Evil Veronica. Currently sitting at a 2027 release date. We got a quick trailer. Looks hot, man. Claire Redfield, back. Love her. Dark, you are my Resident Evil guy. Tell me all about it. How you feeling on this game?
This game looks fucking great, man. I will say, at the beginning, I wasn't sure if it was Code Veronica or not because they did change the story and they did confirm afterwards that they are messing with the story a bit. So I was like, what the fuck is going on here? And I was like, oh, they just messed around with the story a bit.
Yeah, it was like a new area, right?
Yeah. Because the way that the story takes place is that when you play Code Veronica, she's already at the location of the game, and then you find out later, oh, she got kidnapped, and then they explain everything. Yeah, this game, me and Fusion were talking about it earlier. It does take place immediately after RE2, like 3 months. They might change the story for a little bit longer than after that, but from what they showed, it was great. And current RE is kind of like on a roll right now. That being said, I am a bit worried because I know for a fact that the main Resident Evil team wasn't the one who made this. It was, I think this is the same team that made RE3 that's doing this. And that's scary in itself because we do not want another RE3 situation where half the game is fucking missing.
Yeah, no, I definitely want to make sure that we don't have like, hey, we're cutting out most of the game now, or like we're messing around with the game a lot. Though it seems like, I mean, adding to it doesn't seem as bad as like removing stuff. I think.
I don't mind them adding stuff, especially if it's meaningful content. Just have all the base content be there.
Of course. Yeah, I'm right there with you. I graphically it also looks like quite a step up. At least in my mind. I don't know. Requiem looked really good, but for some reason this one looks a lot better. Though granted, I guess we didn't really see like true gameplay. But also, it was like when you see that grandma immediately, it's like, oh, this is RE Engine, this is Resident Evil. You could always tell with Resident Evil nowadays.
I think
But yeah,
in this game they're going to push more because in RE9 they created the idea of like swapping between first person and third person. I feel like they're gonna be pushing that a lot more with this one.
yeah, I hope so. I like the first person stuff a lot in Resident Evil, like modern Resident Evil. I will say, Dark, I don't know how you feel about this 2027 date. Do you think Resident Evil's getting to the point of maybe being oversaturated? Because it's like we just got Requiem.
So my problem is that I'm not upset with it being oversaturated, but the whole thing of the remix is that it keeps you busy while they work on the next installment. That I don't mind. The problem is Capcom has so many fucking IPs and it's not getting the same treatment. If Capcom was giving all their other IPs the same treatment this would be like RE's getting, it would be amazing. But since RE's the only thing getting this treatment, it's like, okay, what the fuck are we doing?
I mean, I feel like they bring back their IPs at a pretty steady cadence, but I get what you mean, especially because it's like, damn, every year is a Resident Evil. But also, it's like you think about it, it's like, yeah, that's by far their biggest seller, though. Like that's, I think, the main reason they really put attention towards RE than anything else.
It's
feel
always
like
something to look forward to.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of where I'm at, where it's like, I don't think if we didn't get like all of the Resident Evil remakes, we would have ever gotten a Dragon's Dogma 2. You know,
Yeah.
like it's kind of like they're, people like them and they work, but like also they are a means to be able to let Capcom do all their other cool shit to an extent.
I
They got
think
a lot of money.
I think a while back they had the thing that was showing like the game sales and everything, and they were saying how like because of Devil May Cry 5, they were able to fund and do a bunch of shit. Devil May Cry hasn't gotten anything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, there was that rumor, Dark. I don't know how you feel about that DMC1 remake. Do you think that's real?
I do think it's real because they even mentioned that they're gonna be investing more into Devil May Cry. And I swear to God, if you say that you investing into Devil May Cry means the fucking anime, I'm gonna crash out. But but
Oh no, that's already ending. It got its last season announced.
yeah, it's fine. Thank God. But I do think it's in the works. I feel like they could have announced it because I don't think it's that far out. I feel like you could have announced it as be like, "Hey, it's coming soon," just to have people know that
Yeah.
they're doing more than just RE.
It would be cool to get like kind of just a teaser, just like, hey, Devil May Cry is returning, because it feels like that's the franchise that everyone's like, yo, where's my next entry in, more than everything else. And I mean, DMC 5 was a banger, so I definitely trust that they're gonna make another banger. I do hope DMC 6 also follows up quickly.
I'm
after.
a-
I don't want just
I'm
DMC
a
1 remake.
l-
That's the only thing I get.
I'm a little bit worried about Devil May Cry 6 because after Devil May Cry 5, a lot of people from Capcom kind of migrated.
Yeah, I
Just
mean,
that
Ichino
worked
is
at
the
the-
big one.
Yeah, and Matt Walker and a bunch of other people that really helped to make what Devil May Cry 5 is. They also mentioned that Devil May Cry 5 was the end of that like saga. So whatever Devil May Cry 6 is has to be fresh and brand new. That I feel like what they're doing is that they're gonna do Devil May Cry 1 to kind of get used to the combat system and mess with, and then jump into 6. So I still think we got a little bit, but this has been a rumor for how long now? Like 3 years ago,
Yeah.
I think the rumor started. So I feel like they're well into it.
Yeah, that's tough. It's been a while. But yeah, I mean, hey, hopefully we see it soon. I mean, Capcom's been on a fucking roll. Pragmata was awesome. Onimusha's coming out later this year. Requiem was great. Bench's favorite game ever, the Monster Hunter Story.
That
Uh,
honestly, like I think something that Capcom needs to invest in is more RPGs. Like not just like
course
the
you'd say
typical,
that.
like Monster Hunter. I think out of like they've mastered like the linear kind of game like Pragmata and the linear survival horror. Then you have Monster Hunter. I think they are missing like a tentpole RPG franchise. Remake
Also,
Skies of Arcadia.
they've been
That's
actually.
Sega.
Yeah, that's I was about to say. I'll give Capcom definitely credit. I think they're actually pretty good about returning their franchises. We know Mega Man's coming back next year. I'm very excited about that. And there's been kind of rumors about Ace Attorney supposedly coming back this year, or like at least getting announced this year. I think they have a pretty decent cadence on like returning their franchises. But like right now, I think the big one in the dark is like Devil May Cry, where it's like it is weird that like that's by far one of their biggest franchises. DMC5 sold exceptionally well, and it's still like we have nothing on the horizon for that IP outside of the anime, which I mean, Dark, you're a huge fan of, I know, but yeah, it's just
I will hurt you. I will never disrespect you like that again.
But yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
God.
Shout out to Capcom on a roll as per usual. Veronica looks awesome. Very excited again. You think that's like late next year, or you think maybe it's another like?
I think
early
it's like
year game?
I think it's like spring or summer. I don't think it's that late.
Okay, cool.
You know,
yeah.
Our good pal Dusk Golem, who
Oh my god,
was
I
not
fucking hate
stop
him.
yapping about fucking everything.
Dude, he's so
like,
annoying, man. Just say, hey guys, they're making this game, and then just leave and say he's like, yeah, and they're doing this, and they're doing this, and they're doing this. It's like, bro, shut up.
To my understanding from what he's been saying, it seems like it's spring or fall.
Okay, yeah, that sounds about right. Let's move into our next game. Bob, This Is Us. I think, right? You do like this game, right? I'm not making it up.
Yes.
Okay. you didn't answer. I was like, oh, maybe he hates Cuphead.
Oh no. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot where we were in the. Yeah.
Yeah, you're
sorry.
right. Okay, cool. Yeah. Cuphead is back. They did a really cute little trailer with like a puppet. Shout out to Jeff for that. Announcing that they are making a new Cuphead game. Early in development. I have thoughts on that. But they also announced alongside it Mighty Cuphead Adventure, which Jack, you pointed out. We saw this. Is a game that's like 8-bit and it works on the Sega Master System. Like it's coded to work on that console, and that game looks awesome. To talk about that first, real quick. I think I love the vibe of like a 2D like classic pixel art platformer, and almost a way of like, hey, this is to stave y'all off. We made this like kind of in the background while we're working on the sequel to keep you ready for Cuphead 2, which that's the one I think everyone's really got their eyes on. But I think that's gonna be a great way to like be like, hell yeah, I just want more Cuphead action in general.
I saw some reactions to this, and then like people saying, because afterwards they says, "Oh yeah, it's obviously 8-bit adventure starring Cuphead," and I saw some of the reactions go, "Well, it's clearly not 8-bit because it looks better than an NES game." Well, let me tell you, people, Master System looks beautiful, looks amazing, and this
Yeah,
looks so cool. I'm like genuinely more interested in this than Cuphead 2. This looks
I
amazing.
respect, dude. I mean, it's gorgeous pixel. I always forget like Master System is genuinely very impressive hardware. Like
Oh,
a lot of
good.
people were like, "Oh, I'm surprised it's not an NES like game." And it's like probably because they want it to be on Master System and that tech, which I think is really fun.
Yeah, I was gonna ask like why the Master System of all platforms, and that's
Yeah.
probably why.
Yeah, exactly.
I think
But
also too
yeah,
the like this is the only thing I'm going to say about it. Okay,
okay.
the CRT filter does a lot for 8-bit.
It does.
I mean, yeah. I mean, they were designed for CRT, so
I know, but that's what I'm saying. I'm I'm not bringing up anything else. I'm just saying I'm glad there's a CRT filter on this.
Can't possibly imagine what game you're
Nope.
playing.
This has nothing to do with Shovel Knight.
Hey, he would have gotten stuck on the first level, Jack. Don't worry. Don't
Yeah,
listen to him.
it's true.
Anyways, wait. Actually, Bob, I don't know if I could say that about you because I think you beat Cuphead. Did you get 1,000 gamer score, or am I thinking of someone else?
Did I?
I actually don't know.
definitely
I feel like
beat
I was
the
talking to
game.
someone about it.
Let
I
me
think
go
that's
look.
more impressive. You should probably do that just to stop the slander, I guess.
No, and like I am excited for Cuphead too.
Yeah, let's talk about it. How are you feeling?
I'm surprised I am kind of surprised that they're sticking with the hand-drawn art style. They're sticking with Cuphead. I mean, it makes sense. The show actually did really well, and I think the IP is actually
It's massive.
somewhat, yeah, it's like doing
It's like
really well and
Reached into
recognizable.
the casual gamer audience, especially.
Exactly. So I'm excited to see what that is. It's just a shame because we know it's going to be 2032 at the earliest.
That's the early stages of development is very disappointing because I would have thought like you would have immediately started working on it after DLC.
Which they probably did, but that's how long it's going to take. I mean, Delicious Last
Sure.
Course wasn't that long ago, and even that took a while after the launch of Cuphead. So unfortunately, I think that's just kind of where they're at as a studio.
You're right, yeah.
And I do, I will be there no matter what. And I want them to take their time because those games are just a beautiful masterpiece, and I'll enjoy the side-scrolling one in due time. But yeah, it's just they're the only ones that are allowed to have an excuse that it's taking a while to develop the game because they literally are drawing everything.
Yeah, it's the same as like Silksong, where I'm like, yeah, that shit's hand drawn. Like, I guess that makes sense why it's taking so long. I will say, Bob, I had this idea. I'm curious what you think about it. I was hearing this like go around of like, the first Cuphead being 1930 style rubber hose. What if for Cuphead 2 they kind of go forward and maybe go for like 50, 60 style animation and like kind of the Hanna-Barbera, Scooby-Doo, Tom and Jerry aesthetic?
That'd be cool. I'm honestly any animation style I think they would make work.
Yeah, 100%.
Like they could, we're jumping way ahead, but like they could go Studio Ghibli and it would work.
They'd make anything work. Like I have full faith in Studio MDHR.
100%.
Cuphead is phenomenal, man. I kind of want to replay it now. That got me really jazzed up about Cuphead again. Moving on, we got Alien Isolation 2. Quick little teaser trailer. I haven't played the first one, so I don't have much to say. I don't know if y'all have. But it looks really cool.
Yeah, it's still the game that my friend is like. That's one of his like favorite games of all time, just because he said it was the only game that made him legitimately terrified, especially because he played with the Kinect, and so that picked up on all his sounds.
Oh yeah, because it like hears you talk and everything. That's fucking.
Or if you make like just like scared noises or you're breathing too loudly, like the alien will hear you. So they're definitely not going to do that this time around because no one uses the Kinect. But it'll be interesting to see how they evolve the process. And it is by a lot of like horror fans this thing of like a very top game that kind of came out of nowhere and is just excellent in all regards. And I've never finished it. I've started it twice just because I don't know. I just never had the interest to keep running around and hiding. It's basically a hide and seek game because you don't fight back too much, especially in the early game. But it is an interesting game, and I'm curious to see how they build upon it.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely has a cool aesthetic. I really like alien movies, especially. So, yeah, but I want to check out that first game eventually. Next, my boy Fumito Ueda reveals himself. I didn't think we'd see this game for a while, so seeing it again is awesome. Project Robot now has an official name, Gen Atlas. Really into what we saw here. Ueda going for a full sci-fi aesthetic. The fucking giant robot mecha battles, hell yes. Like, I'm in on that. Everything looks gorgeous. I just know this shit's gonna be a real strong experience for me. I love Shadow of the Colossus. I'm ready for anything Ueda makes. I will say, I saw the shooting and I'm like, interesting. Not bad, interesting. Because Ueda's not the type to go for like a true like kind of classic gameplay style like that. So going for like full like third person shooter, I'm like, I hope it's not in the way. That's not necessarily why I play his games, but everything else looks great. I can't wait for this. Still no date. Not shocked. Hopefully it's next year. That's all I can say. Because Ueda definitely, more than any other game developer, takes his damn time.
I think this is the kind of a similar boat as Cuphead, where it's like I don't have any expectations for when it will come out because that's just how they are, and you know it's fine because they make great games. I genuinely, Wolf, when Jeff was like, yeah, and Ueda-san's here, and I'm like, oh great, he's gonna be like, yep, he's here, he's making a game, okay, moving on, and then they're like, oh, and here's this game. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, I was shocked when we
okay.
actually saw a trailer because I'm just like, Ueda takes forever. So I wouldn't have been shocked if he said, still no name. So the fact that we got a name reveal and everything, and like this theoretically could come out like not too far in the future. Like you said, though, it's Ueda. He takes his time.
Yeah, and like, you know, I'm going to be there for it no matter what. But I do hope that they get let's get the shooting a little bit better.
Yeah, that's definitely the one thing. I'm like, okay. Moving on, we get Blood Message. Really excited for this game. Very cool aesthetic. I remember the first trailer definitely sold me on like kind of the Uncharted style linearity, adventure style gameplay. Combat looks really fun. I'm so down for this. It looks gorgeous as well. I will say, NetEase Publishing, I don't trust them. I don't know when they decide, you know what, actually, never mind. We don't want to publish this game anymore. But it seems like they're really like putting the money behind this game. So maybe like I'm wrong there. But looks really great. And they also released like 19 minutes of gameplay. I haven't gone around to checking that out. But yeah, looks awesome. We got Stranger Than Heaven. I'm really interested to hear everyone's thoughts on this one. We got a quick trailer with the release date, January 15th, 2027. And in that trailer, they revealed a certain rapper is in the game. Not Snoop Dogg. We already knew that.
His son?
No, not him. We already knew that. Not Kanye. Kanye somehow would have been less controversial. They have revived from the dead Tupac Shakur. Yeah. I don't like this at all. I think this sucks, and it actively made me less excited for this game. I'm still interested. I still want to try to check it out, but like, man, that really sucks because I am a huge Tupac fan, and I feel like we're just parading around a corpse now.
How is digital necromancy becoming commonplace in gaming? It is a serious it's a serious like conversation, and it sounds insane. But like, what the fuck are we doing?
Yep, it's weird. And he's not even playing. This is the craziest thing. He's not even playing Tupac. It's like just a random guy with Tupac's face. It's like, why?
Well, I think the guy's name is the name of his estate or something along those lines.
I mean, yeah, but like,
I mean, what do you do?
Yeah, his estate, not even owned by his family, by the way, owned by some white guy. And Bob, you put in a lot of context for me, which actually added that like this guy is very much someone that his mom trusted and whatnot. But also, his mom passed away in 2016. So it's like just some white guy gets to choose what to do with Tupac. That's great.
Yeah, I personally am not a rap fan, but it is still very weird. It's
white. You could have said that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, in Bench's defense, he could not name a Tupac song when asked.
No, I didn't know who it was until the name came on screen.
But yeah, Bench, thank you for your thoughts on this.
I mean, I am still on the game side of things. I'm still going to buy Stranger Than Heaven because it still looks very good. Great. But yeah, it's definitely a choice, and I'd love to know the story behind it because I want to know. if it was like Snoop Dogg kind of
probably
campaigning
was.
for
It
his
was
little
definitely
buddy.
Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, because I
Well,
just why
they
would
were friends.
RGG be like, oh, let's put Tupac in our game? It had to have been Snoop Dogg.
That's why I think it's RGG, because they've made a lot of dumbass decisions in the last like 6 months to a year.
They've also
you know,
done this exact thing before too. Of like
yeah,
suspending one
and
person.
so it's like, because like I don't know why would Snoop Dogg be like, you know what this game needs? Tupac. Like that seems even
It would be
crazier.
shocked, honestly.
Like I just, because it's not like Tupac is getting licensed out to a bunch of things, and it's not like Snoop Dogg, it's not like you know how Vin Diesel weirdly talks about Paul Walker all the time, even though he's been dead for like 10 years.
Yeah.
Snoop Dogg isn't going around talking about Tupac like that. Like so it is just like weird how that came up, and to me it definitely seems like an RGG thing, and RGG in general right now, it's like I'm kind of trying to like take a step back and be like, all
They're
right,
very
what's
I
going
wouldn't
on?
be surprised if it's something along the lines of happened where it's like Snoop Dogg got involved and then he's like, this game's all about music. We should have a bunch of music people. Hey, I know who we can get. We can get Tupac's likeness in here. And I wouldn't be surprised if the next trailer we see that we're going to get someone else's face. I wouldn't be surprised at the rate they're
We're
going.
gonna get Biggie.
Yep, Biggie's next.
Jeez.
Dark,
Real
you
quick,
brought this. Oh, sorry, just real quick. Dark, you brought this up. It was very funny watching the clip again of them talking on stage. Jeff definitely looked a little uncomfortable. He was
Jeff
just
was like,
laughing the whole
"What?"
time.
Jeff
like,
was like, how do I even explain this?
I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't see the trailer. It was like, what the fuck? But hey, Bob, what were you saying?
no, I was just gonna mention, Wolf, do you know how to put into context how long ago it's been since Tupac died?
1996.
Yeah, he died before I was born. Like, and I'm one of the older heads in here. So like, it's just to put into fucking context how fucking long ago that was.
He died before 9/11. He died before Bush was president. He died before.
Final Fantasy
He-
VII came out before,
That's a big one. He
before
died
Ocarina of Time.
He died the same year as Super Mario 64. Like,
Uh-huh.
how the man? That's crazy. Oh, I'm sad now.
The game was so peak, he couldn't handle it.
I love the joke. I don't know if you guys saw, but it was just like, guys, Tupac always wanted it. Did you not see his lyrics? And it's just like one of his songs, like, I want to be digitally scanned in a game 30 years from now. It's like, damn, okay, shit, my bad, Tupac. I guess he did want this. Yeah, I don't like it at all. It's weird, but hey, the game still looks great. I will give it that at least. Next we got Hakes. Nothing to say there. And then we got like an ad section, Dead by Daylight, cool, Mortal Shell 2. The game actually looks pretty good, but I think they were just announcing early access, so not much to go there. Sand Raider of Sophie. I'll be completely real. I don't remember which game this was. I think it was on screen for like 2 seconds. And then we got an Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resync trailer. Jack, anything get you excited about that one?
Nothing really. Like the game still looks amazing. Having Woodkid do one of the shanties was certainly a choice for the trailer, but it was a choice.
Very funny.
Those.
I love that idea. It was a good song. I love the sea shanties. That's a good part of it. And then we got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: The Last Ronin. This game was originally developed by I think it was called Black Forest Games. Switched over now to Platinum Games. That original version is now canceled. This is under the new Paramount Games label as well. Dark, any interest in this one? I know you love a good Platinum game.
I'm extremely hyped for this because, well, this is a fantastic. If you never read this story, it's a short story. It's not too long, but it's a fantastic turtle story, and the fact that Platinum is doing it is incredible. That being said, as soon as I seen it, I had really conflicted feelings because I immediately knew that the long shot dream of Platinum doing a Metal Gear Rising 2 just vanished with it. I was like, no.
That stuff, yeah, no. But I mean, hey, I'm hyped for this. I love
I'll
Teenage
take
Mutant
this.
Ninja Turtles. Yeah, and I mean, I've heard a lot of good things about the Last Ronin story as well. So
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
only like 4 or 5 issues. It's not long at all, but it's a fantastically written story.
yeah, I hope it's not too far out as well. They just gave us like a pretty quick teaser trailer, so it feels like something they should be able to get out pretty quickly. Then they wheeled out Ben Starr to talk about Fortnite. Cool. And then we got Gundam Rogue
Well,
Orbit.
in other Ben Star news,
Okay.
he might be in Revelation.
We'll talk about it, Bench. Calm down. But then we get to Gundam Rogue Orbit. This is where I noticed the desync got really bad. And
Oh yeah.
this was a thing about all the streams. This is like the biggest problem with SGF, in my opinion. Brother, we got to figure out these desync issues. We can't be having desync issues, especially during the actual showcase. And especially because it lasted like a while. It wasn't like, oh, desync for like one trailer and they fixed it immediately. It's like, I think at one point it was on like multiple trailers for like 10 minutes. I don't know what happened there because usually Summer Game Fest does not have desync issues that bad. And especially when it's like a good SGF and like now you have the desync issues, like this shouldn't be a problem. But the Gundam game actually looks really cool. It reminds me a lot of Armored Core, which is always a good
Mick
thing.
Gordon is doing the music.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love Mick Gordon.
Yeah, I've never really been into Gundam before this. I'm like, okay, this actually looks pretty good.
Yeah,
Gundam
definitely
is
very
living it
Armored
up right now.
Yeah, Gundam is really going through a renaissance. It's sick. An extremely hard game. Looks pretty cool. Cute little goose game. And then we got Crossfire. This is very funny. So this is why I wish I had Fusion here. This was the game made by That's No Moon Studios, which we've been talking about for a while. That's the Naughty Dog, BioWare, a lot of ex-devs from those. Pretty high-ranking devs, too. This is their brand new game set in the Crossfire universe, which was a very surprising thing. But it looks very Uncharted, very much like a linear action
Very Last
game.
of Us.
I'm really into it. They talked a lot about the cover system, which is funny. I'm like, okay, cool, I guess. But like everything else seems like it's gonna have a cool like military vibe, story, aesthetic. I'm really into that. Gameplay looks fun. I'm down. I think this game looks awesome. It was definitely one of the big surprises for me. The fact that I'm excited for a Crossfire game is a little worrying. I can't play Crossfire X anymore. Jack, you told me about that. I was really sad. I'm like, damn, I kind of wanted to do that as like a joke, but now it's gone. Otherwise, I'm very interested in this new Crossfire game.
I do like the idea that someone was like, shit, I gotta play Crossfire X before I play Crossfire to
Yeah.
understand the story.
I wanted to do it because it was funny, but like,
Oh,
I
I
guess
know.
not anymore. But yeah, no, I do love the idea. It's like, it's a prequel. We gotta play it. But yeah, I thought the game looked sick though. Me and Fusion were both yapping about it a lot. It was just like, I can't believe we're excited for a Crossfire game, but that looks sick.
I mean,
no
you guys had
detail.
mentioned it. Like, they don't really make games like that right
Yeah.
now. So it is cool to be getting something in that style, and I think it'll work. I liked what I saw.
Yeah, that's why I love 007 so much. I'm like, damn, just more linear action games, please. I love this shit. We got another trailer for Control Resonant. We already talked about it. I do think this is the better trailer than the State of Play one.
Yeah, this is the one with the fun music.
Yeah, really cool music. Then we got Guild Wars 3. Out of nowhere, shout outs to that. Guild Wars 2 is an MMO that's been going on for a while, so the fact that it's just like, here's the number 3. I feel like I know another MMO like game that could really use a 3 right now, but I won't mention it. But shout out to Guild Wars 3. I don't think any of us are Guild Wars fanatics, so there's not much to say there. I know something that we are.
I mean,
of. At least we got 2 fanatics for
I-
Star
I-
Wars.
I feel like though everyone thought it was High Guard 2 for at least 5
Dude,
seconds.
Same. I thought it was crazy. I'm like, High Guard? The way the character moved in the beginning. God, that would have been funny as hell. But anyways, Star Wars Galactic Racer, Jack, Bob, this is
Oh,
all
yes.
Hell yeah.
We'll allow Moon. He's allowed in.
y'all. Moon, you're allowed in too. I didn't know. I just know Jack and Bob are the loudest about it.
This is true. I mean, to be fair, there isn't like much this trailer added. It just showed more of the story mode and more Sebulba, so it just still continues to look absolutely wonderful.
I think what we need to draw attention to is, the amount of apologies we're receiving in this Discord when it first got announced. It was like, racing, pod racing. There's not even a lot of pod racing. And now everyone's hyped for it because it's got a cool story. It looks great, and it's going to be an awesome, like, Burnout style arcade racing game. And I'm very happy for you all to play it, but we will be gatekeeping it.
Hey, you can have it, man. I actually looks really awesome.
It does
I'm
look fun, though.
It looks like kind of an evolution of Burnout, but like in a Star Wars aesthetic, which I think is fun. I think it's just I love Star Wars fans, dude. Like they talking about, man, Sebulba, and I'm like, I've never heard of this guy. Who is Sebulba?
What's the one they always bring up? Ben something.
Oh, Ben Quasimodo?
Yeah,
Japanese
yeah. It was
name?
just like a random name.
Quadranero?
Yes, yeah,
Sounds
that
mental.
one. I'm like, dude, Star
Immediately.
Wars fans are so funny.
Hell yeah.
I love that Tumblr buzz. It's just like, oh man, I hope they got Glub Shido.
Me
That's
too.
all it sounds like to me. But yeah, shout out Star Wars Galactic Racer. That game looks awesome. I got shouted out. October 6th, though. Very competitive time right now. Then we got End of Abyss. Don't remember that, so I'm just gonna skip it. And then Last Harbor. And then Virtua Fighter Crossroads. This was a really cool trailer. It basically showed off the single player. Whole trailer was desynced though. Thanks, Jeff. So kind of fucked up the audio, but otherwise, I'm actually really into the vibe. It kind of reminds me of, I think it was Tekken 6's story mode, where it's like there's a lot of like normal action gameplay alongside like the normal fights. Really cool. I'm not a fighting game guy, but I do like the idea of like single player fighting game modes like that. More RuneScape. Or sorry, you were gonna say something?
No, I was just gonna say, I think it looks really cool, and like with Tekken being sort of in a weird spot at the moment, I'm quite glad that we're getting another 3D fighter. So
100%. Yeah.
I'm interested in this.
Visually very strong too. Gorgeous
Yeah.
game. RuneScape Dragon Wilds, cool. Nintendo had a little montage, cool. Elliot though, coming out soon. Can't wait. Star Fox 2, man, can't wait. Then Soulframe, cool. Grounded 2, Into the Abyss. Bob, you're performative. I love what Fusion said. Grounded fans are the most performative people.
Yeah,
Always
and
kills
he's not wrong to an extent. That being said, by the time like Grounded was receiving its final updates, like it is actually one of the more popular survival crafter games, but it took a while to get there, and I think we're going to be in the same spot here where it's probably going to take a while before people are like, yeah, no, this is really good. But it does have a lot of good mechanics, and hey, fucking ants and spiders are terrifying when you're, a centimeter tall.
Dude, I can't. That's the reason I can't play it, man. I can't do bugs like that. Shit freaks me out.
The funny thing is the arachnophobia mode is somehow worse because it's a fucking
Yeah, it's just
blob
blob.
coming at you, and it's like, oh, cool, I hate this more.
They just their eyes, bro. Like not even just spiders, like just bugs in general. Like, why do they look like that, man? What's your fucking problem? Mafia the Old Country got some DLC. Man of Honor, really cool actually. I want to get around to Mafia because I never got around to Old Country. And then we got a big little showcase for 1666 Amsterdam. This was supposedly the original director for Assassin's Creed. He went out and made this game.
Patrice Desilets.
Patrice Desilets. Okay, cool. Shout outs to him. Game looks really cool. I love the aesthetic of this game a ton. Again, it was desynced. Thanks, Jeff. So I had to go back and rewatch it. But I really love the look of it. I love witches, anything like that. Yeah, I mean, I think we were talking about. It's like, is this Assassin's Creed Hex? And then after the trailer, I was like, oh, well, they basically just did Assassin's Creed Hex before that game came out.
I'm intrigued by this. It does look very jank. Looking at some of the gameplay that people
Oh, yeah,
captured,
very
apparently it
janky.
has so much exposition. It's got like a modern day. It's a bit all over the place, but I mean, I don't know. I'm into it, so I'm keeping an eye on it at least.
Yeah, it's very cool looking. I'm into it a lot. And then we got the Saw guy. God, what's his name? John Saw.
Glub Shido.
Glub Shido. Okay, Glub Shido.
Jigsaw.
Jigsaw. That's his. There's no way that's his name. You made
Isn't
that
that
up.
Billy Jigsaw?
Jigsaw. Oh my god. Now I know a franchise I'm never watching. Saw, but Mr. Saw himself came out on stage and announced Saw Genesis. This is Blooper Team, which is kind of crazy. They've been working on a lot of stuff lately. It's a multiplayer game, so I'm immediately out. I don't really. It seems like they're trying to kind of do Dead by Daylight.
Yeah, it's just another Dead by Daylight trying to cash in on that.
Yeah, so not much to say there. Cool though.
Published by Blooper Team, weirdly.
Yeah. It's published by them too.
Yeah. Not developed, published. It's weird. They're
Oh,
publishing
okay,
someone else's game. So kind of
Okay,
weird.
so it's published by Blooper Team, but developed by someone else. Okay, I didn't catch that. Good catch there. Lords of Fallen 2 got a trailer. They showed a chick with big tits. Nice. I actually think the game looks pretty good. I'm just like, man, that developer's a loser. But like, I try to ignore that because I'm just like, the game looks really fun though. So if it gets high reviews, I might check it out. They said it's fall though, so I'm like, maybe delay that into next year. I think you guys would do better that way. And then Star Wars Zero Company. This is the XCOM style Star Wars game. Jack, how are you looking about this? This looks really good.
It's weird because I'm like, this definitely isn't my genre, but I am definitely intrigued by this. I love the Clone Wars aesthetic, to be honest. Like the whole prequel era, it just looked great to me. It's weird, but yeah, I love it. Yeah, I'm intrigued. I thought the Anakin Skywalker right at the end of the trailer was a little bit. I did roll my eyes a bit, but
It's like,
Yeah.
Anakin, woohoo. we
Wait.
don't use him enough.
yeah, it's August, so it's kind of good time. But it's right at the end, so it might be a bit tough to squeeze in. I'd like to play this before the end of the year, but we'll see.
It's tough, Jack, because right now I think the rumor, or at least not the rumor, but like a lot of speculation is that Fire Emblem's August. So I'm like, damn, I gotta choose that over this. But like, this game does look really cool. I'm into it.
Fire Emblem's gonna be so good.
I think one of my favorite parts of the trailer, Jack, was I think I saw like 4 R2D2s on a team. It's like if I could assemble a team of R2D2s, that's how I'm playing the game. Like just those little fuck ass droids.
I mean, he causes more chaos in the entire franchise, so like,
Yeah.
he'll just solo every team.
100%. Next was Blood of Dawnwalker. Got a cool trailer. Not much to go off of though. Just hey, check it out. Game's still coming. Looks cool.
The one weird thing though, hold on, because this was another one where they showed it, and all of a sudden I was like, okay, that was weird. Because the trailer starts in the current day, and both on stage and then afterwards they clarify that all the current day stuff you saw will not be in the game. However, we're teasing the next game that will take place over like multiple like time frames, and started like going into like all of the future games. And it's like, okay, I'm great like I'm happy that you have a vision. Why are we talking about that before you release the first game? Like, let's get that first game out the door first. Let's focus on that. Maybe, reveal in the first game that you're going to take place over multiple time frames. Like, why are we getting so far ahead of ourselves here? That was just very weird for them to do.
I like the idea a lot. Like, I do love like the idea of like, hey, you're going from like this vampire in the like early days, 1200s, whatnot, and then you eventually get to like more modern day. Like, I think that's a fun idea. But again, it's like, get the first game out, man. You don't know how well this one's gonna do. That type of like cockiness, I respect it, but it's also like you got to be careful, especially in this industry. We got a whole Among Us skit. The game looks. They had like a visual novel looking game. It looked cute, but not much to say there. 007 First Light is getting DLC, which is really exciting. They didn't really outline much of it, but I'm very interested in that. Nintendo had another montage, Gothic remake, Aeon 2 shoutouts, Wuthering Waves X Cyberpunk Edgerunners, which is a very funny crossover. And then we got a reveal of Monster Hunter Wilds. It's getting its big expansion. Supposedly it's Iceborne. Bench, you will be playing with Bop and Jack finally. This is the way you get back into it.
No, I'm done.
Yeah. I'm glad you asked Bop and Jack to buy the game, and then we were going to talk
I've done with the base
No,
game, but you have to grind up so much to that point that this expansion's at.
I gotta be honest, I'd much rather buy Monster Hunter Stories 3 than buy the DLC for Wilds.
Dude, it's
Bob,
still
we'll
broken
get-
on
we'll get
PC,
to it.
apparently. Can you believe that, Bob? It's still broken on PC.
Oh, I
Is it
believe
really? Oh, well, but if I buy all the DLC, it won't be.
True. I forgot about that. Yeah.
That's
true.
the cheat code.
Yep. We got Swords of Legends. This is Wolf Slop, ancient Chinese like sword guy. They didn't present it the best way. They kind of just throw you into a boss fight. I'm like, I kind of wanted like a little bit of setup first, but that looks fine. Hot Wheels Infinite Rush Bop, another racing game. Dude,
Nope.
This is the year for you, man. What's going on?
Yeah, it is. I am pleasantly surprised with how many vehicle games I've gotten this year. I want to thank GTA for clearly being the inspiration behind everyone
really.
having a vehicle game this year. That being said, this looked like ass. but Fusion and I talked about it in when they were showing it, and it's like, hey, there are two like genres being oversaturated right now. One is racing games and one is horror games. At least shitty racing games still look kind of cool. Shitty horror games just look shitty, and no one wants to watch it.
My favorite thing.
It sounds like something a racing game fan would say.
That's what Fusion said.
I don't know. Hearing that from you doesn't mean very much.
Bob, my favorite thing about you is that you're like, man, the driving in this game looks rough, and I'm like, dude, it looks the same. I don't know. I don't know what the difference with these racing games is anymore.
But again,
like,
Wolf, when you see a platformer that looks like shit off a trailer, it's the same thing. It's like
that's
if
true.
you know it enough, you're like, oh, that looks clunky. When someone could be like,
it's way more obvious with a platformer.
I beg to disagree. I think it's also just as obvious with a racing game. It's just like if you know what you're looking for, it really just comes down to if you know what you're looking for.
Everything just plays like Forza. Let's agree.
If it did, I would be playing way more racing games.
Like you don't play enough. You're so greedy. Look at how many racing games you got in this presentation alone.
I'm very happy.
Hey, it looks good. There's a lot of good looking racing games.
I didn't mention it actually when we talked about it, but I did go back and because you can emulate the old Stuntman games, obviously. I played like the first 2 levels of Stuntman Ignition. Boy, does it control like ass. So hopefully we get an update there on the gameplay.
I assume. I mean, it's Saber. They know what they're doing. They've done racing games before, right?
Yeah, and they do Roadcraft and those games.
Oh
as well.
yeah, you're good. Yeah. Dark, this one's for you. Sonic Racing Crossworlds getting its year 2 of DLC, along with Sonic Pico Park, which I think Pico Park is that really funny multiplayer game I see kind of funny playing all the time. It seems like they're kind of doing a Sonic version of that as well. I saw a lot of Sonic fans disappointed. It's like, oh man, this is all we get for the 35th anniversary. Listen, guys. You're getting biblical levels of greed at this point. Like, let's calm down. There's a lot of Sonic stuff lately.
So there was to be fair, in their defense, Sega, for whatever goddamn reason, had everything leaked. Everything Sega related got leaked way before any of this. And a lot of Sonic stuff was part of that, and not much of the Sonic stuff came out. In fact, Sonic Evangelion was not leaked at all. That was like the wildest. I was like,
that's
"What's
crazy.
I was like, "What is this crossover?"
Yeah, the Evangelion crossover is very fun. Is there going to be like a racer part of that? Because like
that's what it seems like.
So Shinji's going to be there? Like, I don't want to play.
I think it's the mech, but now Evangelion is canon to the Sonic universe.
I always assumed he was canon to the Sonic universe, but hey, now we know for sure.
Also, something pretty interesting. For some reason, Sonic's been crossing over with a lot of older IPs because they also have Sonic Rumble. I do play it, which is pretty much like Sonic Fall Guys. So it's a little side thing I just play on the side every now and then. And they've been doing really weird crossovers. Like they had a crossover with the Smurfs, and they had one of like I think the recent one right now is Popeye. So like I said as a joke to one of my friends, I was like, "Hey, watch them do the Turtles as the next crossover." And lo and behold, in Sonic Racing, there it is.
That's insane. Yeah. Very, very funny to see all that though. Excited. Then we got Attack on Titan 3.
Yes.
All right, fill me in.
They won. I mean, it's the complete story. So I mean, this is probably not a short RPG, and it looked pretty good. I mean, why don't our Attack on Titan expert Bop take us away?
Dude, I again could not believe that this and Stuntman were like my 2 biggest pops of the weekend. Because I had just finished Attack on Titan like 2 months ago, and it's also I mentioned this too. It's weird being on the other side of an anime game that like most people are rolling their eyes at, but I'm excited for. I'm like, wait, what backwards psycho world am I in right now?
You just finished the show too. That's crazy.
I know, dude. It's like the perfect timing. My cousin, who was the one who got me into it, was like, "Wow, this is crazy timing." And I'm like, "I know, this is nuts." But I will say, yeah, it looks like. So I did some research into the first 2 games, and it looks like the first one only talked about like season 1 and maybe a little bit of 2, and then the second one you like play as like your own character, and you kind of relive a lot of the story beats through said character. So I think they're gonna continue with that on the third one. But now obviously you're getting the full and complete story, like Bench said, because they just straight up show like the end of the series and in the start to trailer pretty much. So I guess spoilers there, but it looks awesome. I think it's going to be really cool. You can finally fight like the Nine Titans for the first time. It's got Dynasty Warriors as combat. People said that the ODM system works really good in the old games, and they refined it even more. So I think that'll be a lot of fun. But yeah, I'm actually genuinely looking so forward to this. It looked great too.
Yeah, it seems like they're actually going to finish the story too throughout the game. So I think that's fun.
Yeah. I played the first two games, and the first one was okay, but the second one was really surprising because most anime games are kind of ass. It's just like most of them, for some reason, they just suck. But surprisingly, the Attack on Titan, the second one, was really well made, and it had an expansion. It did pretty much everything up until the final season, and it was
Yeah.
really enjoyable. It just the content kind of just fell short after that, though. So them doing the whole game again, it can be a lot of fun. I would say give this one a chance if you haven't tried it out because the combat is surprisingly addictive.
Yeah, people really like how the ODM gear control them too, so I'm very curious and excited for 3.
And yeah, 2
This-
came out in what, 2017?
Something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
There's
so
around that time frame.
It's crazy that like not only has the show been over for like 4 years, but the last game was 9 years ago, and then out of nowhere they just dropped the third game. Like, all right, I'll take it.
Guys, I think this is how I'm going to experience Attack on Titan. I haven't watched the show. I'm going to play through the games instead.
Unironically, might be a good way to experience it.
I mean, yeah, honestly.
No, the
Fair enough.
games.
I
the
thought I was going to
games-
get a bigger pop against that. All right.
no, the games do a pretty like. These are pretty well made games. They do a pretty good job of
Okay,
exploiting it.
Respect. Bop again, man. Keely really got you. Clutch. This is the game made by like X Forza Horizon devs. Sitting at a spring 2027 release date. Explain, man.
Yeah, they showed off this game originally the day of the state of play. It wasn't at the state of play, but they kind of had their own little reveal. So then they showed the trailer at Summer's Games Fest, and yeah, it looks like the Forza devs because the studio is being led by the creative director of Horizon 5. I'm not 100% sure if he was on 4. But it's that creative director and his team, and they're making very much a Forza game with a emphasis on story. So you got like 2 protagonists, you have a bunch of side characters, you have he's like racing in legitimate leagues by day, and now he's doing like shady underworld night races at night. But then there's also an element of like he is trying to like help someone out of debt, so now he's like robbing a bank, and like the cars have like a fucking grapple gun on them. So very interesting to see all of that play out. It also looks like they're taking a huge interest into the attention of details of the cars, and honestly the player models too. I mean, as much defense as I will do of Forza, the one thing they have not done in a long time is get the player models right. I mean, they just look weird, and like I get it, it's not really the point of the game, but also like it wouldn't hurt to make them a little bit better. So that plus quality voice acting and cutscenes, it's kind of what everyone wants in the sense of like, hey, we want a Forza game like with a really good story, and it seems like they're trying to build that back out.
Yeah, I think one thing I definitely want to give it is it has a very strong visual identity. It looks pretty damn good, especially. Is it being published by like anyone major?
It was originally being published by Amazon Games, and then they dropped them. And I forget off the top of my head, they might be self-publishing now, but I think someone
I
picked.
checked Steam about an hour ago. It says self-published.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's impressive, considering how good it looks. But shoutouts, man. It looks really interesting. I hope you dig it, Bob. A lot of games for you, man. Thank you, Bob. I'm mad at you now. You get so much shit.
Have you seen like the cover art for it, Bob? That they have. Looks like a
No.
rap album cover.
Really?
Hang on, I want to search this up now. Like a rap album?
Yeah, because it's like just two guys in a car and they're just like flashing signs.
Dude, why is it one of the first things I search up with Clutch? It's like the mind's eye guy behind a car. Looks
See if I can find it.
I don't see
Yeah,
it.
hey, by the way, Mind's Eye, perfect example of a game that showed driving where I said, that looks like ass.
You know what? Fair enough, Bob. You called us on Mind's Eye. You were the one of the first to call it out.
That's how I knew. That's how I knew.
That's how you knew. Next is Chronicles Medieval. Not much to say there. I think it's like a strategy game. Then we got Sea of Remnants. That was a really bad trailer. We
It
did not
was
need
even for a game
music
that I'm
video.
interested in. It didn't look good.
Yeah, right. Wasn't it a live service, man?
It's a live service, and that's why I've completely dropped it from my most anticipated. But I love the art style. I love the way they're going about it. It's a cool aesthetic. It's turn-based party combat like Persona, and it's so many cool things. And then it's a live service title.
Dude, every reaction I've seen to the SGF, everyone's like, "Why are you doing a music video?" It's very funny. But yeah, just kind of a bad showing. We had a cute little Capcom ad. That was fun. Hitman World of Assassination is having Wiz Khalifa. Shout outs. Black and Yellow, great song. Then PAL World is getting its 1.0 update, July 10th, 2026. They straight up showed a PAL that looks like Rayquaza. They just don't give a fuck anymore. I gotta respect
hold on.
it.
He had a beard.
That's Rayquaza, bro. I'm sorry. That's the GOAT. He ain't anywhere near the aura of Rayquaza, though. Let's be real.
No, he's not.
And then a big one. Massive one. The Wolf Among Us 2 finally re-reveals itself, and they also revealed a Wolf Among Us remaster for holiday 2026. Moon, you've been asking for this for a while. Jeff finally delivered. How we feeling?
Feeling good. I'm feeling confident. I think they're feeling confident because I don't know if you saw the tweet they put out, but they said, and yes, it's coming out next year, and if it doesn't, throw us in the wishing well. I'm like, okay, you're making promises.
Yep. Yeah, so it's definitely they're very much like, hey guys, we're sure this time.
There's going to be an amazing documentary on what happened to this game.
Yeah, really. I mean, it's been like 5 years since the first teaser. Or not even the first teaser, like the re-reveal, I think. It's been in fluctuation for a long time, but it seems like it's finally coming out, which is awesome.
And yeah, the remaster too is very interesting. Like it depends on how much it is, but I definitely wouldn't mind a replay of it just because I originally played it on Xbox and I'll most likely will want to play 2 on PC, so I'll want to carry my save file on PC, so I'll probably should buy the remaster on PC and replay it. But we'll see.
Yeah, man. Game looks really cool though. If you're into those narrative adventure games, and honestly, I kind of want to check out that first game though.
It's
I love
easily
this.
Telltale's best besides Walking Dead, just because it has such an interesting story and world because it's based on a graphic novel series.
It's like fairy tales, but like the cop noir vibe.
Yeah,
like, I love that shit.
Yeah, all the fairy tale creatures have come to our world because they had to come into hiding, and so they're all like
Very
in hiding
fun.
among humans.
Yeah, looks awesome. Glad it's finally back. Next big one. This is my game of the show. Stellar Blade Blood Rain. Finally, we got our Stellar Blade sequel. They've been talking about this for a while. It seems to be early in development, as they said, but honestly, what we saw didn't look early. It seemed like it's pretty advanced, all things considered. I'm really into this vibe. They got a new protagonist. She's got straight up fucking knuckle dusters, which is awesome. It's gonna be more of like kind of a straight up brawler. It seems like to the point where she was outright dodging and weaving. Great music as always. Great aesthetic. It seems like it's more advanced in the future too. So like everything's like more metropolitan. A lot more people on screen. Hopefully avoiding a lot of the empty environments of Stellar Blade 1. It seems like it's more like populated. Really into this. I can't wait for this game. I loved Stellar Blade 1, so ready for a sequel.
Yeah, definitely. The first one left off on a pretty big cliffhanger, which is interesting. They're going this route, and apparently it's only been in development for a year.
Really? So far?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess they were porting Stellar Blade 1, but like, yeah, that's surprising.
It also could be like Stellar Blade was their first big game, and maybe they can get this one out in like 3 years. So maybe this is like
Hopefully.
a late 2028 game.
Yeah, I could see that 2028. I mean, it seems like it's not like it looks pretty far in development for being 1 year in. So like they are very fast over there at Shift Up.
Well, I think Shift Up is also one of those AI companies, so we have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, that's tough. Hopefully they don't go too hard on it.
Mhm.
But yeah, I'm really into it. I think it looks awesome.
Agreed.
And then Street Fighter 6 is getting new DLC characters. I'll be completely honest, I forgot who the first 3 were, but they end on Tifa.
Yep.
Cool, I guess, yeah.
Because they're all original characters, that's why no one's remembering them. Plus, Tifa's
Yeah,
a
it's
big
tough.
deal.
Yeah, I think she definitely stole the spotlight. I'll be honest, I personally, I never really understood the idea of like Tifa over Cloud in a like fighting game. I don't know why, because I feel like Cloud
I
is 10 times
disagree.
cooler.
Well, I mean,
disagree.
Cloud fights with a sword, so no, he wouldn't be.
Yeah,
Tifa's
what-
the
what-
brawler of the crew.
Perfect sense.
That's
I
why.
like,
Plus,
I like swords, man. I want to fight with a sword.
And
Fuck
apparently
these
they're-
Street Fighters.
Then play Soul Calibur.
and apparently
Exactly.
there's going to be a materia system. It'd be crazy if she like summons Ifrit in the middle of a fight. That'd be crazy.
Nah, she gets Shiva. Shiva would be cool actually. I'd rather Shiva.
That will be cool.
Cool.
The
Anyways,
granddaddy of them all.
All right, let's talk about Final Fantasy VII
All right,
Revelation.
it's been fun, guys. I'm out.
The biggest reveal of this year for the most anticipated game of next year. For the one it will be the
Can I
best
set the
game of
stage
all
first,
time.
Josh? Let me set the stage first. we getting ahead of ourselves. Right? They re-revealed it finally. Or not re-revealed, that's their reveal. Got a big new trailer. Spring 2027 release date. Definitely looks like very fast turnaround, I want to point out. This is about 3 years since Rebirth, to pretty much the day. So like they are very efficient over there. Looks awesome. They showed off the high wind, they showed off the parachuting. I try not to look too much because I haven't beaten Rebirth yet, so I'm trying to avoid some spoilers. But yeah, Bench, you could take it away.
I mean, just when this I knew it was going to be here, and if it wasn't, there was going to be some issues. I wouldn't be on the podcast anymore, I guess. And they showed. Personally, I was expecting probably a 3-minute trailer like we got for the first Summer Game Fest, and then when the first trailer started and like it was the narrator, and like the Sephiroth thing, I was like, oh, this is going to be a short trailer, and this is a lot farther out than we originally expected. Just kind of the vibe I got from that first snippet. And then they bring Matt Mercer on the stage,
Oh hell yeah!
and then we get like 5 more minutes of gameplay. Then they end with another trailer with Spring 2027. I mean, this is just. I mean, I'd kill for you, truly.
Oh man! Oh wow! No.
I
do the same. I love Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff delivered the goods. And Final Fantasy VII Revelation looks like what will be the best game of all time. And I just think there's so much to interviews to dive in on this reveal. Just the combat looks fantastic. The high wind looks fantastic. The open world looks fantastic. The music was great. It's just, it looks
Zach looks
phenomenal.
fun as hell.
It's
Or not
just-
Zach, not Zach. Oh no, God no. The guy with the guns. Ew, why did I say
Vincent.
Jack? I hate Zach.
Yeah, Vincent. in fact,
Yeah, my boy.
like
I love Vincent.
in the
He looks
original
awesome.
game, his limit break is one of the Galleon beasts, and the fact that
Yeah.
he's literally just like now it's just a part of his kit. And I wonder if he's gonna get like his other forms as a part of his kit. It's just like, and then the job system, we didn't even talk about that. Like they are going above and beyond in these games, and I mean you have to think this is the first reveal. What are they not showing us?
Yeah,
If they wanted to show us this first, like they have to be holding a lot back as well.
I do want to also point out it's also going to be multi-platform and released.
Yep.
All
PC.
platforms, including Switch 2. I think I saw Switch 2
Yep.
in there.
Yep.
It's
Yep.
pretty crazy.
I mean,
And the job system, it seems like it goes pretty advanced to the point where it's like I can like respec my guy like, yo, Barrett, you're a white mage now. Like that seems pretty awesome.
Yeah. And also, like, it's just this game's gonna be like 300 gigabytes and 200 hours long. There's like no in between.
Okay, well that's tough. That's a bit harder sell for me, but I mean, otherwise it does look very, very impressive.
They just showed. I mean, I was always the spring like truther. I thought spring it was gonna be spring because even outside of Square, it just seems like Eastern developers have kind of figured out how to make big games in a timely manner by not having people on just contracts and kind of just keeping the same group together and job security. It seems like maybe that makes games come faster. So it's like with that, with Capcom and Shift Up, like there's something different in the water over the pond that's making these games like 3-year dev cycles pretty much. And I mean I just can't. There's so much to talk about with Revelation and just they made my year.
Your year, holy shit! The game's not out yet, man.
Yeah, I mean, it was just I didn't expect this much, but I'm glad they showed this much because we already know the basic open world and gameplay systems through Rebirth, and I think that showing us this and kind of how it's different was probably the right thing to do. And then reading the interviews, it's just there's something coming out every hour now.
Yeah, no, I mean, trust me, I've noticed. Even to the point where you put some of this stuff in news, like, okay, man, get out of my hole.
The one big thing is Sephiroth's voice actor has changed, which is very unfortunate. But the guy they got is still a great voice actor.
Who was it originally? I forget.
You know the
That
guy
was
who played
Tyler
Superman
Hoechlin.
in
But his, yeah,
Superman Lois?
he was Superman for the CW shows
Oh,
Yeah.
He's the guy from Teen Wolf, bro.
and Teen Wolf.
oh my
yeah.
god, not Teen Wolf.
But now they've got Travis Willingham,
Oh,
better
Travis
known as
Willingham.
Critical
Yeah, yeah.
Role and so many other roles.
No, Travis
Man of a
Willingham's
Million
awesome.
Roles.
He's in FMA Brotherhood. God, what was the character's name?
He's
Oh.
Mustang.
Yeah, Mustang. Yeah, he's awesome in that show. Yeah. No. Anyways, though, I'm gonna ask Bob this. Bob, as someone who hated Rebirth, according to Bench,
Yep.
I do want to ask you, how do you feel they showed the game off? Because I heard this criticism from like both Kind of Funny and I think Fusion was also saying this, that it could have been shown off better. Personally, I didn't mind the way they showed it off, but I'm curious how you're feeling.
Yeah, I understand why that's being said because I think looking back on it, it does almost feel like a second reveal rather than a 1st
Mhm.
reveal. But like that also doesn't make it a bad thing necessarily. I love the hype cinematic, announcement trailer just as much as the next person, but like they also did show a lot here, and I still thought it looked great. But yeah, I think that's really what it boils down to is that people didn't like. It was weird to break it up into 3 parts, and it did feel like a second showing, like deep dive, rather than just like, okay, here's the announcement, here it is, for the first time kind of thing. So,
But I will
People
say
really-
with Rebirth and Remake originally, those were revealed 2 years for Rebirth for its original launch, and Remake fought like 5 years. So with Revelation, this is coming out. We're gonna have this in 9 months or less. So I think just showing a CG trailer probably wouldn't have done as much to people because I mean this is
Yeah.
the stage to get out to the most like not everyone is going to be watching Gamescom or TGS, which are the 2 likely scenarios that'll show up next. Like this starts their marketing cycle that they got into with Rebirth when that was officially revealed and not just like teased. But like this is out in 9 months. What else do you want them to do?
That's the thing. I agree with you, Bench, just because it's like we know how these games play. So there's nothing wrong with just showing off. Like, hey, here's the differences. This is why you should be excited
Yes.
now about the combat because you already know the combat's good. Here's how we're changing stuff up. And
Yes,
here's the
I
new
agree.
characters. I'm going to be honest. Okay, listen, I don't mean this with disrespect. I actually really like this character. Nobody's playing Sid. Come on,
oh,
we gotta-
shut up,
No,
dude.
I love-
He is
I-
my
Speak for yourself.
boy.
I love Sid in the games. Nobody's playing him.
No, dude, he's got a great move system.
I think it's like you
Well,
have such
well-
a strong cast of characters, and then Sid's like, I have a spear. Like, what? Dude,
This
at the
is-
end of the
this is-
game, I
Look
don't
at
need a,
whipping a dragon.
I don't need the dragon.
And then you have Yuffie, who's like the best controlling
No,
character.
no, the Yuffie. I
Something
hope
that I
they-
do like.
My hope is for how they change the story is they kill her in a fire. That's my big hope right now.
My thing is like Cloud is obviously not required to be in the party anymore. For plot reasons, and also I think it's the last game in the trilogy, they're gonna open it up and let parties mix and match, which I think is fun. Like they showed like the ranged characters are like Barrett, Yuffie, and Sid are like the main ranged characters, and apparently you can just have a party of all those 3 if you wanted.
It just
Wait, did
really
they-
crazy when you're y'all.
Did they confirm that Cloud isn't like always in the party?
In the trailer,
There were definitely shots where he wasn't around.
Well, yeah, but that they also do that in the other games where they're like, "Hey, for this mission, you're gonna be going with these people." So like,
There is a scene in Wu Tai where it's Yuffie, Sid, and Vincent in a party.
right, but that's
No-
what I'm saying. Like, the party splits up sometimes. So like, I feel like
But then
I-
he also
don't-
said in an interview that you can make kind of put whoever you want in a party. Like I just said, he mentioned having a party with Barrett, Yuffie, and Sid as like kind of just a arranged party. So I assume that means Cloud is not going to be required anymore.
was Cloud required. Now I'm
Yeah,
like,
Cloud was required. Yeah.
Okay,
Dude,
he was,
Fusion
okay.
only played as Cloud throughout these two.
well,
games.
that's different.
the only
That's just
character
being
he
weird.
controlled.
That's so base though. Cloud's the goat. He's awesome.
But,
I
okay,
like.
that's
I'm
interesting.
excited for Vincent, bro. Vincent's my favorite.
Vincent
character in,
looked
the original.
Amazing,
So, like,
and the
that
music
guy,
in
he's
his
fun
part
as
of the trailer so good. Because they like this is, I mean, it's just like your favorite game getting an S tier reveal for it, and just like now I can ride the hype into the sunset.
It's already
Now,
his favorite
Wolf.
game.
Yeah, right. Like they're like the game came out for him. Yeah, yesterday.
But
But
what were you gonna say about?
no, I think yeah, like by the end of when I played the original game, by the end my party literally was like Vincent, Sid, and I forget whoever else. Like those two are so much fun to
Cloud
play
required
with.
in the original?
I forget. I don't know.
I'm
Maybe.
pretty sure he is because I don't think I was ever able to change him out.
He-
I don't
he-
know why you'd want to.
Yeah.
I'm really excited for Vincent. You know, I think that's gonna be like the character.
Oh, yeah.
that's run with the most.
I'm
Uh,
curious to see. Oh, actually, no, I did have one other thing. This was almost the perfect trailer. This was almost the perfect showcase. Where's my fucking snowboard?
That's what I'm saying.
AJ, I don't
There
need
it
to see
is.
gameplay. I don't need to see. I don't need to see shit. I just want a picture of him on a snowboard. That's all I wanted this
I'm
whole
like,
weekend, and I didn't get that.
They're not. We know that it's going to be there. They're obviously not showing, which is
Do we?
like crazy to me about this reveal. We saw so much, but we truly saw so little, which is just it's mind-boggling.
I want my
Yeah, well-
snowboard bench. All right.
One thing, I did say one of the interviews. There's going to be the same amount of mini games, which I think is awesome. I love
No,
it.
Yeah.
or more.
Hell yeah, dude! I love those.
But
I- I-
they're going to give you the
wanted
opportunity.
more.
Every mini game will now have an easy mode.
oh my
The
god,
required ones you
Bop
can
mode. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Dush.
boss mode.
What? Excuse me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm glad they doubled down because listen, I understand there are some required mini games that people don't jive with, but it's a video game ass video game, and games don't do this shit anymore. And I'm happy when they do, and I'm happy they doubled down.
Yeah.
I do. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm with you. I do think it's interesting too how they're going to, kind of, what's the word? Implement the
game?
high wind in the sense that I mean, obviously we saw them, you know, people were calling it Fortnite. Excuse me, that was a Tears of the Kingdom dive. All right, like I know
Yeah.
my skydiving. All right,
It
but, like-
feels like it might be slow. Like it'd take a while.
well, and it also feels like okay, sure, there's going to be like some of those were obviously like cutscenes where they do it for the first time, right? And like obviously
Yeah.
the actual implementation
Mhm.
will be different, but it's like I'll be curious to see how they like is it going to be pinpoint like if you literally try and land right here, you're going to be in this part of the map and not just like default to
Well,
the
from-
spawn point or a
So
tower
from
or
what
something.
they said is you can jump out of the high wind almost everywhere on the map and land. And another thing they said is that there is now a lot more verticality in exploration, and how Chocobo exploring will be a part of that and how you traverse. So maybe you like there are truly no boundaries, and like if you get the Chocobo that can rock climb, you can just like go climb up the grasslands, go over Mithril Mine, and just hop down in Junon. I mean that's seems like what they're setting up for.
I feel like if anything, you're just going to be able to skydive anywhere.
I do want
And that
to.
too, but chocobos have been like said like these are going to be besides like breeding, which is not exactly the same, which I didn't care for in the original. It's going to be like you're going to get tons of chocobo abilities through Pico, including stuff like rock climbing from the original game. Because in the original game, you can just with a gold chocobo, you can kind of just do anything
Oh, I
on the
love that
ground.
motherfucker. I worked so hard for him.
Another
I-
thing is like Chadley hate is so forced. Chadley
It's not
is the
forced.
goat. He's the
It's-
goat. Listen, I love
Anything
Chadley.
with-
Chadley wasn't even in this. Was he even in the trailer?
He
No,
mentioned
but
a
they
character
said
who's not there.
So I'm saying,
Restart
like-
runs said that Chadley is very important in this game.
Like,
He's researching me here.
People be so like worked up about Chadley when they didn't even see him in the fucking trailer. Like,
Yeah,
calm
I'm mad
down.
already. I'm fucking angry.
Well, also like Chadley's what I'm really happy they're doing, because in the original, the Highwind, you never really have a reason to go inside unless for story moments. But they said like the Highwind is a lot more of like a player base this time around. Like Chadley has this little high tech section, and the inside's like it was in the original, but there's going to be like collectibles that you can customize with. And it seems like they're really fleshing out the Highwind to feel like the home for our party, which is
Good,
great.
I want fuzzy dice.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. I like the idea of customizing the Highwind in like different colors and shit. I want my Chocobo breeding. That's the thing I want to see, because it wasn't.
It's not in this game.
Wait. It's not in. Wait.
How they described Chocobo, how the Chocobos will work in this game is you will have a single Chocobo named Pico. And throughout the game, Pico will gain abilities of Chocobos
Oh my
we have seen throughout Rebirth and beyond.
Oh
And and gain exploration. It'll give you reasons to go back to old locations to explore them with your new Chocobo abilities that you couldn't get to places you couldn't get before.
You just told me the worst news all day. I don't get to. Oh my god! I don't want fuck ass Pico. I want to breed
If
my
I-
Chocobo.
If I had to guess, like I have to guess, maybe ESRB making animals fuck is probably like a little.
You don't have to do it on screen.
way.
They're not putting it on screen, bitch. It's like
Yeah,
Pokemon.
I
you go
could-
up, somehow an egg appears.
You,
I
you
don't know.
think Pokemon
I don't know.
has been rated M this whole time because
know.
you can breed them? That's crazy.
You can't defend this
all
one,
I'm
bitch.
saying- I can't, but also as someone who didn't care for the Chocobo system, it doesn't bother me.
Right, that's a
much.
different story.
He's hateful. But the part
Listen.
of the game I care about. God damn it.
Wolf-
I'm so
Wolf,
sad.
If they don't have snowboarding, we're aligning on this, okay?
Oh,
They're gonna Bob.
We're gonna have snowboarding.
They're gonna
though.
have snow. Yeah.
Listen, I just
There was the gold saucer literally had an end construction zone in it. Like, come on, they're gonna have snowboard.
I just need snowboarding.
Dark
I
Jack
need
Moon,
to-
you guys want to get
I
off
need
the
to-
bench for a bit? Because I feel like Bench and Bob have been hogging. I want to know what you guys think.
I think the game looks great. I mean, this is keep in mind because a lot of people aren't gonna realize this. Behind the scenes, Bench has been hyping up the fuck out of this fucking.
We had to give a whole channel for him.
This is his moment, you know. So let's let him have it. But I am excited for the game, and I'm excited to see what they do with it. Something I didn't think I mentioned it a little bit to some of the others, but this is the first time because I didn't really think it was possible. But in a lot of older JRPGs, they would have an airship, and it will take the whole map. I didn't really think that was possible with how modern games are. This is the first time I've ever seen it done, so I'm
Yeah.
really interested to see how
Fair.
other teams would pull this off, and if they
Well,
do the same thing.
Well, it's like a thing we saw with Rebirth originally, and like what you get towards the end and how everything's interconnected. It's like this is a first step to seeing like the old '90s JRPGs kind of realized in the modern day, which everyone thought just wasn't possible or hadn't been done in decades. And now we see that it's possible, so now we have no more excuses.
Yeah.
And another thing is Revelation's just going to be so good.
Yeah,
Oh,
dude.
yeah,
It's going to
I
be
assumed that was the
be
case.
fantastic. I'm very curious because they've teased that there's going to be some more choice in this game, and a lot of that is with its exploration. Like once you get the Highwind 5 to 6 hours, and you can access 50% of the map, including areas that it's not like level scaled. You're going to get your ass kicked in some areas and have to decide, oh, I want to come back later because I can't do this right now. So it seems like they're while it's still a map game, they're harnessing some like Zelda and Elden Ring influences to the point where like there's proper exploration and like places are going to be too hard for you to tackle, and you're going to have to choose to go do some other content and story and come
That's
back
fun.
later, which is I think they're going to strike a really good balance that I think maybe some people like Fusion and Moon who are so like anti the open world won't exactly, but there are certainly people who are in the middle who I think this will definitely kind of appease to the point where like, okay, this is a better open world. It's not just like how I don't like it.
But how does that work when the story is so linear?
They're I don't know. Maybe you're gonna have reasons to go to other places. Like you're gonna take off. You can still go to Cosmo Canyon. I'm
Yeah, like
very,
I
very
I
curious.
understand what they're saying there. I just like if I'm trying to go to one place, why would it be like, hey, what's over here? Oh, I got my ass kicked. Okay, like I don't know, like that.
Well,
I
another
don't know
thing
how
I
much
was
that's
else are you
going to
talking
supposed to get
speak
about.
anything.
How else are you supposed to get the Knights of the Round?
Oh,
There's no way they're not gonna
yeah.
put it.
Oh, that's
Like-
it's going to be the proto relic of this
It
game.
needs
Like
to be-
every single region in the game is going to have a quest, and it's going to culminate in getting the Knights of the Round. And it's
Yeah.
going to be epic.
Knights
And
of the
it
Round
better-
better
Another thing,
15 minutes long.
Yep.
And it better be
Pure
at
animation.
23 frames per second too.
Yes, dude.
Yes.
I love the
So
Knights
it-
of the That's
I
the
mean,
best
it's-
animation in gaming, dude. It's like, let's get all the Knights of the Round and have them jump this guy. Like, fuck yeah, dude. I can't wait.
yeah, I'm very curious, like how places like Northwood and other places are going to be expanded because they're also.
Wood
I
guy
think
looks insane now.
it looks that and like Mediel, which was like nothing in the original, it looks massive. Like both of those new places look big. On top of like they seem like there's going to be at this. I think there's going to be points where you're locked out of side quests. You'd have to think, right? Like say you do a side quest in Mediel and something happens, and well that side quest doesn't exist. Like there seems to be a choice on and able to miss out on certain content, no, depending on how you do things, which is very interesting. I'm curious how they pull it off, which I think
You
will make
they're going to
everything
commit
more
to that?
engaging. I mean, we saw kind of part of it in the trailer, didn't we?
In what way?
Weapon laser makes an area go boom.
Yeah, I don't know how much like this doesn't seem like the kind of choice and consequence game to
They seem to they're a lot more into choice. I'm not sure if I don't think that's going to be narrative choice because they're very definitive. Like this is having one ending, but I think it's more
Right.
so the way you do things in terms of like side content. You maybe if you don't do something and say meteor's getting closer and the side quest NPC is like I want to get out of here. Maybe that side quest is just not available anymore because that person's not there and they're doing something else or they died or got caught up in something else. So it'll be very interesting.
Moon, Jack, you guys have any thoughts on this game?
Where are we dropping, boys? But yeah, it looks fun. I'm like I said, FF7 Remakes combat is probably some of the best in the entire industry, so I'm excited to have just more of that and see how they evolved it. But that open world is pretty daunting, and I'm like, there's gonna be this massive game, and I'm probably gonna touch maybe a fifth of it.
Yeah, no, that's fair. It's definitely gonna be a big ass open world. Probably bigger than Rebirth, I assume. Jack, do you have any thoughts?
Oh, it's bigger than Rebirth,
Um,
which Rebirth took me 90 hours, which is crazy.
Jack, you can go ahead. I'll stop it for you.
um, I think it looks great. I'm looking forward to playing it one day. I'm just not in a rush because it's a remake.
Oh wait, have you not
Huh.
beat Remake?
No, I said I'd wait till it was finished.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, cool.
Jack, this isn't a remake, this is a revelation.
It's
Oh, my
cool.
apologies.
Yeah, I've been revealed. I do want to just shout out one thing. It's really cool that this whole project does exist. We can argue all we want about like piecemealing a game across 3 parts, whatever. But I do think it's awesome that it's like they were able to get it out in a pretty timely manner, especially for Square standards. We know how they're taking like fucking forever with Kingdom Hearts 4. So it's nice to be able to get 3 FF7 remakes in the time that Kingdom Hearts 4 could get a trailer.
That sentence fucking hurt, bro.
Yeah, it's insane. But yeah, man,
Blame
shout out,
Nomura.
game looks great. Excited to one day check it out. I did bench. I put Rebirth back in the PS5. We might be jumping back in again. Star Fox is soon. That's my next deadline. But yeah, shout outs. Let's talk about the SGF as a whole, though. I gotta say, easily the best SGF. SGF in general is usually pretty ass. This one was really strong. Lots of great reveals, pretty good pacing.
Nice, clean 2 hours. Not like dragging a lot. There was a middle chunk that felt very like a lot of ads, but I think overall Jeff nailed it. This is without question the best SGF. Just strong reveals throughout the board. Good shit, Jeff, man. But the one thing I'm gonna give it a 9. The thing that stops me, man, we got to figure out these audio delay issues. Like this is just you're screwing a lot of games out of their spotlight by having issues with the stream and desyncing this badly. Like the fact that it was as long as it was. If it was like a minute here and there, like yeah, that happens, whatever. But like it was like multiple, like 5 to 10 minutes of like desync issues, and it's like this shouldn't be happening at all. But otherwise, very, very strong. So yeah, 9 out of 10 from me. Bench, what about you?
You're gonna say this is just because of Revelation, and I will explain. I would give this 10. I think 10 does by no means mean perfect, but for what Summer Game Fest is able to get and accomplish, I think it can't be better than this. I don't think you can have the caliber of reveals that Jeff had. I don't think you'd have more than that in just any other show on Summer Game Fest that isn't like the Game Awards. I can't imagine like a better show than this, so that's why I have to give it a 10.
A 10, okay. Moon, how about you?
It's probably definitely higher than the PlayStation. What did I give that? 7.5. So yeah, I'd probably give this like 8.5. Maybe an 8.
Okay. Jack, how about you?
Yeah, probably an A. I liked this a lot. It was a very good state of play. Not state of play. Summer Game Fest, probably, like you say, the best one. Had some really, really cool reveals. Like some that were just completely out of nowhere, like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles being completely rebooted, stuff like that.
Yeah.
There was some weird vibes, obviously, with stuff like Stranger in Heaven, and there was still the usual like gacha stuff. But
Fortnite.
I did think this was paced a lot better than a usual Jeff show. Like by the time it was finished, I didn't realize it had already been as long as it had. Whereas usually with a
same.
Jeff show, you really feel how long those things are.
And I
So-
mean,
No, I thought this was very good.
props to Jeff as well. He knew what he had, and he didn't like gloat about it.
Like he wasn't like,
set his
2 more
expectations
days.
He definitely kept it close to his chest, and now he's taken the well-deserved victory laps all across social media.
Yeah, really. Shout out to him. He's awesome. I love Jeff. Bob, how about you?
Yeah, as one of the most world-renowned Jeff haters, I have to put my sword down and give him a 9. And
Calm down, bro.
you know, just give him props for putting together a great show. I'm kind of the same boat as you, Wolf. I think production values hampered the score a little bit, but he had some of the best reveals of the weekend, easily the best paced show, and it was the longest show, which I think says a lot about how well paced it was. Had a lot of great reveals, had a lot of he didn't need any of the big 3 to carry him.
Yeah,
He did it all on his own. And yeah, there was stuff like Wuthering Waves, but there wasn't we made fun of it later. There wasn't the gotcha crap like in the Future Game show. That was, or not gotcha crap, but just random stuff you will never hear from again outside of this one random trailer. So it seemed more intentional and deliberate. And it was really well done. So I think he should be proud of that, and let's hope he continues this momentum, because he, now there's an expectation, Mr. Keeley.
Yeah, that's the big problem. Is just okay, now people are expecting you to really deliver the next SGF and the next one, and it's I think you're definitely I low key kind of predict the next SGF to be lower, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe a lot of developers actually no, we fully trust Jeff. We are just gonna treat this as the big show that we do put our reveals in. The fact of the matter is a lot of companies are hey, we're not gonna go to PlayStation or Xbox, we're gonna go to Keeley, and a lot of them were Japanese companies. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
And then what's it called? Who am I missing? Dark.
What's it called? That's insane.
I'm sorry, I forget things, man.
He says that every time, Dark. Don't take offense.
What's it called? It was a solid show. I give it a 8, 8 flat.
8? Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think we're all pretty high on SGF. I think that was easily the best of the shows, but we still have Xbox to go. Before we get to Xbox, I do want to ask, I didn't watch Future Game Show. From what I saw, the two big things there were more Exodus gameplay and the Star Trek game, which is like Blooper Team's game. That's cool that Blooper Team's doing a Star Trek game. I like the idea of a horror Star Trek. I don't know anything about Star Trek though, so I'm not gonna comment on that. How did Exodus look to y'all?
Really good.
Yeah, it looks like it's got some damn juice.
Almost at the point where it's like, why did you show at Future Games? I feel like if it sounds like it had enough riz to like do a lot at like another show.
It's probably because they
it
didn't
was
want to
expensive.
dedicate 19 minutes to their already
Oh.
long shows. It's like
That's
they were adamant about this 19-minute showcase.
Fair enough, yeah.
You would get the like you should go back and watch it, Wolf, because like you
Yeah, I've
can
been hating
tell
on this
throughout the
game.
presentation, like it's like, oh shit, this is very Mass Effect coded. Oh shit, this is very like Outer Worlds coded. Like they are taking a lot of the best like elements of different games and different sci-fi IPs to the best of its abilities. So yeah, it looks really good.
Oh yeah.
I also did want to shout out from the Future Game Show. I don't even know if you saw this, Wolf. But speaking of car games,
Oh,
can
here we
you
go.
believe there is someone making a car game, It Takes Two?
No fucking shot, really?
It's called
Yep.
Wheelmates. Yeah, dude, it's two RC cars, and they're like split screen and trying to do puzzles. I was cracking up. I'm like, wow,
looks
this
awesome. Wait,
this really is the year of the car game.
this is this year?
Yeah, September 7th.
Okay, September 7th. Another September game, but still, holy shit.
But like, it's probably short. You could probably do it in like a weekend or something.
Dude, this actually looks awesome. Wait. Dude,
I-
why are they so innovative with the racing game genre? I don't know how that's
Telling you,
possible.
man,
Shout out.
they're cooking.
They're
I did also
cooking.
want to shout out Day of the Devs too.
Oh yeah, how was that?
There was some good stuff. I thought it was what 20 games, and I think there's something in there that appeals to everyone. Quick shout out to Mr. Records and Screambound. I think those are two really interesting games, but of course, on theme with everything else today, Yooka-Laylee has a kart game in the vein of Super Mario Kart Advance on the Game Boy Advance, and it looks sick.
Yeah, I saw that. That looked really interesting.
Yeah,
Bunch
some
of-
other shout outs from Future Game Show. I just had it here, but there's a couple interesting. I got a lot of we got the Cairn DLC date for that. That was cool. Sinking City 2 actually surprised me, and then they gave a 30 gigabyte demo that I had to download. That wasn't fun. But I played the demo last night. It surprised me how much I got into this. I might actually have to pick that up
It
now
looks like
because it's
HP Lovecraft looking game.
yeah, it's the HP Lovecraft, but they dropped the investigative like detective side of the game and leaned more into survival horror. So now it
That's
plays
cool.
more like Resident Evil 4 and Dead Space. Like they've ripped a lot of those elements from those games and put it in here, and it works. And the stories, like you don't have to play the first game. It's an entirely new city, new character, new everything. And yeah, I'm really into it now. So I'm gonna I'll have to keep an eye out for it. It comes out in August, so it's like right before the everything else that comes out.
Yeah.
Let's see what else was there. Alter's got DLC. There's like one other game that I was like, oh, that looked interesting, and I can't find it now. Oh well. And then there was, of course, the waifu shooter that Fusion actually got interested in.
Yeah, you know him. He's a big anime guy. We've learned that
Mhm.
about him. Oh right, I forgot. Let me get. I'm glad you mentioned Fusion. Fusion actually gave his thoughts about SGF as well. Let me grab those. Jeff absolutely delivered the show of the week, starting with Veronica Remake, Cuphead, and Gen Atlas, and then finishing extremely strong with FF7 Revelation. It didn't have the usual boredom in the middle of the show that SGF has up to this point. Crossfire, surprisingly, is the game of the show for this one. Came out of nowhere, and I absolutely love what they showed. Yeah, so full agreement with us. I'm glad he's shouting out Crossfire because I feel like I'm like, yeah, that game looks awesome. I'm really into that. So about Xbox, the show we just watched. I say just watched. That was like 2 hours ago, but still, relatively like in our minds still. Excited to get into this with you guys because I feel like there's a lot of things to talk about with Xbox.
There's a lot of
here.
highs and a lot of lows.
Yeah. Let's talk about how we started. Gears of War E-Day. This was the focus of the developer direct as well. They showed a pretty lengthy gameplay demo, and then they were like, hey, see more at the developer direct. Dark, this one's all you. You're the Gears head. How are we feeling about this?
Oh, this was everything I wanted. They delivered at so many levels. To really like before we even get into it, you have to understand how much the last Gears of War game kind of like set them back for like
Mm.
fans and everything, because it was such a departure from everything, and then they were relying on older characters, but didn't want to fully commit to them. Like they wanted to do their own thing with their new characters, but heavily relied on the old characters to kind of like push them forward, and it really didn't work. So them just fully going back to what worked and the older characters and doing their own take on the original story wasn't amazing, in my opinion.
Yeah,
The new
it's
edition,
interesting.
the new additions like clambering and sliding is going to be really interesting to see how that works in the multiplayer. And they did announce a live beta. I don't remember what the date was for that. I'll have to look back for that. So I'm excited for that. And it seems like Horde is getting new revisions as well with 12-player Horde, which
That's
sounds
insane.
extremely chaotic.
That's insane. 12 people? I don't know if that's enough, honestly.
12
Let's
people
take
Horde.
20. But yeah, but so it seems like the vibes are very high around this though.
Yeah. And they also mentioned that content is earnable, like in the older Gears of War games. So not gonna be that much microtransactions, I don't think. And they said that they also have seasons planned as well, which is right now it seems like they haven't done anything to mess this up, and I'm really happy for it.
Mhm. Nice, dude. That's awesome, man. I know how much you love Gears, so seeing a brand new Gears game. So wait, they did say multiplayer is going to be at launch.
Uh, I don't recall them saying that, but it's expected.
Okay. I guess they just didn't mention multiplayer. They'll probably have
Yeah.
their own event for it later, because it feels like
I
that's
mean,
a big
it
piece
has
of
a
it.
live open beta, kind of.
Yeah, that's probably assumedly the multiplayer beta stuff. Then that's awesome, man. Gears is definitely one that I'm intrigued by, especially after watching that. I'm like, okay, this actually looks really cool. But October 6th currently is the date, so it's kind of away from the September Blood Bash a little
So
bit.
I was listening to that because I remember the original leak from Ghost of Hope, and he's the one that leaks all the Call of Duty stuff pretty accurately. He said it was September or September, August. But then in the dev direct, they mentioned that they were kind of just aiming for like when the original Gears of War dropped and stuff. And I think it might be tied to that why they changed it.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. So kind of a bit of an anniversary flair.
Yeah.
Shout outs, man. Really cool. I like how they started it too. It's
Yeah,
just like,
because
let's just get it now.
Gears of War 1 released November 7th, 2006. So
Yeah, you can't do that.
they went
No,
close
it's
to.
completely closed off now.
Yeah.
It's close enough. All right, shout outs, man. Gears of War E-Day coming out October 6, 2026. There's an aspect of it that I want to talk about, but I'll save that for when we get to Clockwork. Next is Fable. Another trailer. Currently got the release date February 23rd, 2027. Looks great. I don't really have much to say about it, though. I feel like I've said everything about Fable that I really wanted to. How are you guys feeling?
I think they, needed to show something in the sense of like, okay, we know it got delayed, so give us something to kind of be excited about again, kind of change the momentum. And I thought they did a great job with Moon Name.
Haley Atwell.
Haley Atwell, and her character portrayal. I don't even think most of us realized it was Fable at first, which is always cool. So I think the one thing I wish I would have seen is more gameplay, but I think they're clearly going to do another developer direct on that next year, and we'll probably see more of that then, or at the Game Awards.
Yeah.
Didn't they just announce gameplay showing later this week?
Oh yeah,
Right, but I'm just saying in like the general sense, like not necessarily like that's what I think was missing from this trailer, but
Oh, I agree.
but yeah,
Loki kind of called you a poser there. Damn, shit, Jack, get his ass. But so okay,
Yeah,
like
look good.
they said it was gonna be like a. I think they said there was gonna be hands-on previews for Fable too. So like that's a big thing.
Yeah.
Which I just want to see like a full-on like gameplay sequence of this game for sure. To really be sold on it because I do think I'm interested in a lot of what they're doing here. Next was Halo Campaign Evolved, July 28th, 2026. Bob, Dark, you're my Halo guys. How we feeling? Looks visually pretty good, but it's...
You want to go first, Bob?
No, you got it. I've been yapping.
This surprised me because originally when they first announced it, I was like, oh, why the fuck are we doing Halo 1 again?
Mhm.
Those 3 new missions looked visually, just from everything that I've seen, more appealing than everything Halo 1 has to offer. I'm just saying, in my opinion. And the fact that they had the armor from Halo Legends, which canonically does take place before Halo 1, was incredible.
Yep.
There is also something really weird. This game has a lot of like DLC and content for something single player. I'm not sure what that's about.
It's
Like,
that,
this is
Halo-
not a long game
It's the
whatsoever.
multiplayer, man. I'm telling you. I still think it's possible. They're gonna drop it.
I mean, wouldn't they have announced it here? How long are you gonna wait? Drop
Yeah,
something.
they're not. They're,
Post-launch?
But
Drop
it-
something.
It's one of my
it is
predictions.
weird though that they're like in the collector's edition you can play as different skins and it's like okay.
It's like a
No, but,
7-hour
like, it's-
game.
But it's like a lot of skins. Like, I'm like, why are you giving so many skins and stuff for a very short game? But
It was-
something
it
to,
was-
oh, my bad for cutting you off.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Something to note: if those new levels look very distinct and vibrant, if that's what's to be expected from Halo Studios with them going to Unreal Engine, I don't not mind waiting in the slightest.
Yeah, it did look good. I think Jack had mentioned it while we were watching it. I'm still not 100% sure how good the lighting is. It seemed pretty good, but like obviously, that was the original remakes or remasters issue, was they went a little too hard on the lighting and kind of missed some of the atmospheric tone of the original game. I think this is probably a better balance, but honestly, I just haven't seen enough of it yet to kind of make that decision. But yeah, I was shocked we're getting a like a space combat level in the beginning. That's crazy.
That's cool.
And like it's still, it feels wrong to see stuff like the fuel rod cannon and the SMG
The
and
battle
like
rifle.
yeah, just like quintessential like later Halo weapons like in this. I get why, like technically they should have always existed, but it just feels wrong. Like I don't know. It's just a little sacrilege a bit. But otherwise, I mean, it's on Game Pass. I'm a sucker for
It's Halo 1.
yeah, like
Yeah,
I'm gonna
like-
play it. I think the one weird thing is it's coming out in July. We still haven't seen the majority of the missions. Like they
mean,
showed the new
be
ones
fair.
and that's cool, but like
Spoilers, man. Spoilers. We can't spoil this game.
To be fair, this is Halo 1 again.
Yeah. If they,
I
if they
know,
show any
like-
more missions, I mean, it's like, I think at this point they've showed 25.
but also like we know we're like all the missions, so it's like it's weird that they only show like the name is escaping me.
There's apparently a Halo story trailer reveal for tomorrow.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, interesting.
Wait, hold on, let me
Story
post this. I just
trailer.
pulled it up on Twitter.
Right, a story trailer for a 20-year-old, 25-year-old.
I think I
Oh,
know what
crazy.
happened.
So something I want to bring up, because it's starting to look more prevalent now of this actually being a possibility. We heard the rumors that they're doing Halo 2 and Halo 3 remakes, which, given how the industry is, I 100% believe. Does this mean that we're gonna get the actual complete version of Halo 2 now with the missing levels?
Oh, absolutely.
If that's
If,
that
if
will be
they're
insane.
making it, that's gonna happen without a doubt.
Didn't it have like 12 missing levels or something like that?
Yeah, I mean everyone knows about the Pelican one near the end, but I guess that would also be interesting to see how like are they gonna like retcon things and like tell the story how it was meant to be told. Yeah, that'll be interesting.
I mean, they left Halo because Halo 3 kind of left a lot of those events really open ended.
Right.
So you can, and the books don't really cover what happened during that period too. So you can really do whatever the hell you feel like.
Should be interesting.
Shout outs to Halo Campaign Evolved. You know, they still have time to announce Halo Multiplayer Evolved. I'm just saying.
See, my thing is they would have done it here
But
because it's a
like,
month out.
But Dark, put up one of my predictions. I really need it.
You know what? That's a valid point, Wolf.
My predictions have not been going well. I said the Steam machine was going to be $6.99, so it's like I need a win here.
Still not the worst prediction.
Yeah, there is one worse, but we'll see by the end.
Hey,
of the year.
hey, look, you never know because even my wildest prediction came true, and we'll get to that later.
Yeah.
Next, Resonance of Plague Tale Legacy. Jack, you're all on this. Looks awesome. Sitting at August 27th. Combat, by the way. I didn't know Plague Tale
Yeah.
looked like that. I played the first game. That was like a stealth game, and now we like playing God of War out here. Like, whoa.
Yeah, it's certainly unexpected, but I'm not opposed to it. I mean, it does make sense that this character is a hell of a lot more mobile than Alicia was. Is it Alicia? I can't remember her name from the original game. I'm a
Alicia?
fake fan now.
Yeah. Gotta remember the
Amicia. That's it.
Amicia.
Anyway, yeah, this looks amazing. I'm so down for this. It's immediately my most anticipated game for the rest of the year. I want to play it now. I'm annoyed that it's coming out in only a few months. Like, I need it now. But
Looks great.
yeah, it's just this team. They are so good at this. They know what they're
They make
doing. I
flight
trust them
sim.
fully.
It's so
Well, they've got to
random.
pay the bills.
It's
This
just
is
fun.
clearly
No,
the
it's
passion
just
project.
But it is funny that it's just like, man, they make both Flight Sim and Plague Tale. Like, that is the funniest combination of IP I've ever seen. Shout out to
Yeah.
them, man.
And they also made like Ratatouille for the Wii or something like that. They
Oh,
made all those
hell
old
yeah.
real games. They
That
were
game's
like
awesome.
just a licensed game and stuff forever, and then like somehow they just made Plague Tale. I still don't fully understand how that happened, but I love it. Yeah, I don't really know what else to say. It just looks amazing, and I want it right now.
Yeah, same. It's like definitely going to be like a day one for me, especially because it's on Game Pass and that combat looked great. And yeah, it's everything I wanted it to be.
Yeah, visually very strong too. Really into it. I still need to play Requiem. I never got around to that. So, but yeah, it looks really, really cool. Let's get over to Persona 4 Revival. Bench kept spamming Persona 4 Guigi in our Discord, so I'll let you go first, I guess. The LARPer.
What
went-
is this?
That's
Low-key
I'll go
kind of a
first.
LARPer.
I'd love to go first and represent the Persona series as the Persona guy in this Discord.
What is this
Holy
revisionist?
Lord.
What is this
I-
revisionist?
I think it looks great. I think the last time we saw this, it looked kind of basic, and I think people like Wolf were worried, and I think those worries seem to be unfounded because they have they seem to. I mean, it looks as good as Persona 3, if not better. I mean, as I've never played Persona 4, so I'm excited to jump in, and it looks great. And I think as the Persona fan of this Discord, I mean, I've just got to represent.
Go to you
And
first.
next February, it's going to be great.
Dark.
And
as
it's
a real-
golden, so golden confirmed.
Yeah, that's good to know. if it was base Persona 4 and they fucking sold Golden later, oh my god, I would have. Oh, I hate Atlas already. Dark, as the actual Persona fan, can you please let me know how you're feeling about
I
this?
was contemplating murder for a second, bro. No, this is keep in mind, right? For Persona 4, I'm incredibly biased, so this is a very special game to me. But it is honestly more faithful to the Golden and how they had things set up with the bells and whistles of the new improved combat system. Because I don't know if you noticed in the combat, they showed that when Shadow hit them, you're able to deflect it and then counter strike, which is something we haven't seen in any of the games yet. So there is some new bells and whistles, but it seems like a faithful, what seems to be one-to-one remake of the original, and that's utterly amazing with all the visual quality and the effects and everything.
And we have the
Yeah.
baton
Not really-
pass.
Yeah, the baton pass. There's really
The
not that
UI
much to
is
say
so-
about it. If you haven't played it, this is one of the better ones in my opinion. And there's a big tonal shift if you come from 3. So if you didn't like 3, you might like this one. But there's a lot to look forward to with this.
I'm really into it. Yeah. I talked a lot of shit about this game last year. I talked shit because I was like mad that this was getting announced.
I agree.
before the
The
other game that we'll mention later.
announcement last year, they purposely made it bad, but they didn't show nothing.
Yeah, exactly. It was just
But
the
it
point of,
is
like,
night
I
and
don't
day
know why.
between these two trailers.
100%. This
Now-
looks substantially more interesting. And the street, they showed it off again. It looks way better this time.
My question is, oh, I'm cutting you off.
No, it's just real quick. I just want to say is like I talked a lot of shit about the the idea of the remake. I'm like, I don't want this now. Persona 4 is great, but now it's like, okay, I'm fine with this because of the other thing we'll get into later. But it looks awesome. I can't wait. I'm that's a day one. For me.
Dark, you would know more than me. Were the TVs in the original Persona 4 flat screens? or were they the big bulky things?
They were
CTV.
They were the big bulky things.
Okay, because
No,
I'm
they
watching
were-
the trailer again. They're all flat screens now.
Yeah.
No,
No, the
they were
two-
flat screens in the original, weren't they?
Wait, what?
I'm pretty sure they were flat screens in the original game too.
There was a mixture of CRTs inside the houses, but in Junes there would be some flat screens.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
I'm looking at the
yeah.
ones in Junes right now, and they're all flat.
Yeah,
the
Junes
whole wall is
would have flat
screen.
screen, but inside the houses they would have CRTs.
I wonder if there's
Yeah,
any
well,
house
that
maps
I
in
know,
this
yeah.
trailer.
So something I'm really curious about is what team made this game. Because when Persona 3 Reload was about to drop, they kind of like showed the timeline of like the teams and how they're doing. So they said, "Hey, we're doing Persona 5," and then the main team went to go work on Metaphor, and they had a side team work on Persona 3 Reload, and in the meantime, they had a different team doing all the spin-offs. Now the the Metaphor team went to go work in the biggest elephant in the fucking room, and then so what team was making this? Because this had to have been in production alongside 3 Reload, given how fast it's dropping.
I have to imagine. I mean, it was maybe just the 3 Reload team again. Like,
Were they working on both games at the same time? Like what the?
I wouldn't doubt it, man.
Yeah, I could definitely see them like they started 3 and about like halfway through 3, they're like, okay, we're doing this, and they started 4 pre-production.
And
So
keep in
probably
mind,
when 3 stopped, they went full on 4, which would make sense with the timeline.
because keep in mind, 3 wasn't even fully done at launch. That's why the answer came afterwards. The answer was supposed to be part of the base game.
for Persona 3.
Yeah, like they
Yeah,
worked on
so-
that after launch. So like, I don't know how they're doing this, but there's also the big
they're
ass
efficient,
elephant
man.
that we haven't talked about yet.
Yeah, I'm curious about that. I mean,
I have a lot to say about that one.
I have to imagine it's like they have like a team set up already. I don't know. Maybe
It had to
I'm
have been a dedicated team for that.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, game looks awesome though. I can't wait. Moon, did you have any other thoughts on Persona 4 Revival? Okay, no, he doesn't have any. Cool.
Too stunned to speak.
Yeah,
Oh,
really?
I fucking muted. Goddammit.
Oh, okay. You're good.
Yeah, I'm just excited. It's just fun. I love all the improvements that they're making, and I hate that they're doing this to me of putting 3 big games all right next to each other in February.
Yeah, and they're like long games too. That's the big thing. It's not like, oh well, this I could beat in a weekend. It's like, no, these are very long. We'll see though. I'm excited though. That's definitely my February game, at least the major one I want to get to. Sea of Thieves Customs. Bob, you were mentioning this. Custom games about 8 years after the game's release.
Yeah, and it's just
Wild.
like, hey, we don't have any content. Go make it yourself.
Rare. Hey, I want a new game from you. I don't want this crap. Anyways, yeah. That is one thing. There was a lot of live service updates throughout this presentation that I'm like, yeah, that slowed the pace a lot. Next was Metro 2039. God damn, that game looks good. Like visually unreasonably good. I don't know how good the games will be. I've never played a Metro game. I've heard a lot of good things though. Wow, I'm very impressed by the visuals. Every time they show a Metro game, it always looks like the best looking game I've ever seen. And it's just like crazy how good they look. Outside of that though, I thought the trailer was pretty solid. Pretty exciting stuff. Jack, is it true they only said February 2027? Did they not give like a specific day?
Yeah, they just said February.
Just February? Okay, cool. But yeah, sounds about right though. I'm excited. I want to check out those other Metro games. But yeah, any thoughts on Metro guys? Or
It's just a game that I really need to get into. Like I've started was the original one 2033 or something like that.
yeah,
Like
2033.
2 or 3 times, and I've just something else always comes out, and I'm just like, oh,
Yeah.
I guess I'm not getting back to Metro.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a series I want to get into. I love my post-apocalyptic bullshit. Next was a pretty insane surprise. Wolong 2, Wings of Emperor. I said this. This is Wolf Slop. I really like the original Wolong. It's not that good, but like I like my stupid like Souls likes. I love my Team Ninja games. They're one of my favorite developers. Very efficient team. And hey man, Wolong 2 looks awesome. Really into just whatever just good old Chinese guy with sword, guy with staff hitting each other. Like I'm just into that style of game, and I think Team Ninja is some of the best at that. So not much else to say. It's just kind of crazy that Wolong of all games is getting a sequel, but I'm down for it. Then we had Join Us. Not really much to say there. Here's a
Fred
big
Bob
one
game.
though. Senua. Assuming
It's caught me
this
off
is
guard.
Hellblade,
not
3.
Hellblade 3.
Maybe it
It's
is Hellblade
Hellblade
3.
3.
Well,
It's just
apparently, it's a good bit bigger than Hellblade 2. How
Well,
did they do
What's
this
also
in 2
interesting
years?
was there was combat and stuff like that. Like that it looked like an action game and not the walking sim that the last two were.
How did Hellblade take 5 years and this is taking 2?
because they've already built the tech. They spent all those years making some posh motion tech and everything else. I think most of it's probably pretty. Once you've actually gone through all the work to build that, they could just get to work on the next one. Yeah, I don't know if I want this. I liked Hellblade 2. I even put it on my list for the Soggies, but I don't know how I feel about a third game.
I mean, I'll see about how the combat is because it looks like it's a game with combat on. So like, okay, now I'm interested.
No,
I-
we're
we
not
need to see
falling
the
for this
combat.
trap a third
Yeah.
time.
We need to see the combat because there was combat in 2 and it was not. It just looked like it.
Yeah,
So-
they said they put more of an emphasis on combat in 2, and it's the same goddamn combat from 1,
No,
just
it was
slightly
worse.
less
Worse than
clunky.
1.
Yeah, see, it's interesting. I'm reading their blog right now. We announced Senua, a new action adventure game set in the Hellblade universe. Let's see.
As opposed to where else, Senua?
I was gonna
Why do
say,
we
like,
have- a question is, why do we have a Hellblade universe? Like, why do we need to keep expanding this?
you know what? As a big Hellblade fan, I agree. We don't need a Hellblade.
Yeah,
Oh.
I really don't know who was asking for this, to be honest.
Taking
No.
place after the events of Hellblade 1 and 2, Senua is set in a fractured vision of purgatory. Okay, so she's dead.
My God.
Well, like,
She should have died
we
in the
know
first game.
Hellblade 2 didn't sell great, and this was greenlit in the era where Microsoft's margins were higher, which is just it seems like not intuitive for what they were trying to do at the time.
And they probably
Hang-
just said the same thing I just said to you. Like, they just probably justified it by saying, look, we've already built all the tech. We can get this out for you a lot faster this time.
Which is true.
And you get to use our motion capture studio. That's probably how it happened.
I'll ask this: what other IP can they use though? Like, would they
have
have
one
to?
their
being
own.
spun up.
Wait, what did they have?
They were making Project Mara, the horror game, and that's
yeah.
got to be dead. That is deader than
Hey,
Triad.
hot take, I'll take Senua over a horror game from Ninja Theory.
Oh yeah, shocker from you, Bob.
But
I'm just saying,
you
I don't know
Jack.
if I will.
I'm just saying, Jack. Did you want another Bleeding Edge? Like, I don't know what else they could have made, really.
and I'd
I
like
mean,
this
they have a
on-
lot of talent. They could just do something new. They don't like
yeah.
Hellblade should have ended after the first game. The second game had they had good ideas, but they completely messed it up. Like tonally, I think the message was a hell of a lot worse in the second game than it was in the first game, and now they're just carrying on milking it like this.
And
What are-
they listed
This better
here
be the
as
last one. I'll say that.
well, they're
We
they're
can-
listing this as a jumping in point for other people. Like they want this to be something different.
Huh?
A jump.
The other games are like 5
But-
hours combined. There's not much else to jump into.
Yeah, it says that- it's like we develop
They're
these
only
in. We want to
saying
make
that
a game
they
that
want it to
Hellblade
sell.
fans will love, but it's for it to be a game for new players too.
Well, then this is
Yeah.
also PS5 day one. Weirdly, like
said-
why is this?
They said
PS5?
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was a jumping on point. Like we don't.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
say
Yeah,
that.
Okay, yeah,
But,
you
like,
got
why
me.
is then this is multi-platform? Then she can't win another Game of the Year award. She can't. We
Sure
can't
she
let it
can.
happen.
I mean, she
Sure
could.
she
We
can.
can't let it happen. We can't. We can't.
You got to
We
talk
know
to your
you
best
hate
friend
him at
Jeff.
bench, but you're gonna need to do it elsewhere. Like we respect Melina.
Melina.
I'm with Bench. I don't want her to win another one.
Boo.
I,
Depends
I,
what the competition is next year.
I just realized we skipped a game, by the way, but we can get into that in a second. I skipped a lot of games actually. Damn. I'm sorry.
Just so locked in on Senua.
Yeah, no, I realized because I locked in on Wolong too. My bad, guys. But no, I guess it's just like you guys said. I think it's just a shorter dev cycle because they have all the assets and shit ready. It's supposedly 2027. Like we'll see if it hits that date. I don't know, man. I don't know what they could do with this studio. I feel like this studio is like, I guess they could. It's just your Unreal Engine Showcase studio, but also it's like you have the coalition for that.
Bob, what are the chances this is the launch game for Helix?
-20.
Really?
Yeah, why would it be the launch game for Helix?
buy a Helix and I get a fucking Hellblade game.
Hellblade
Like,
2
no,
was the
bro.
launch game for Series X.
Well, that was
God
yeah.
dang, it was
I remember that.
I'm just curious because we don't really know what else they have in the set. Like, is Clockwork going to be? We don't know. Have like a big title from them for next fall if they decide next fall.
Because they're
I
gonna
mean-
wait for the next ball games for their next showcase.
Yeah, I was gonna bring this up later, but I do think that they are starting to pivot to the Sony Nintendo move of like, actually, we're not gonna tell you everything in our roadmap going forward.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So I think that's why
I-
we just don't know.
See that, although it does stem from a criticism I have of the
Yeah,
show,
but
which we'll talk about later.
I don't think all of these games are within the next 12 months. Like, I think some of these are second half next year.
I think Senua's probably second half if I were to
Senua's
guess.
probably
Yeah, I
second
think
half.
Persona
State of
Persona's
Decay
fixing
2028.
No,
Let's just be real. State of Decay 3 is 2028. It is not
Well,
going
no, State of Decay 3 is going to come out next year in early access, and
Okay,
then they're
let's-
going to
so that's
update
one
it
of-
for the next 5 years.
That's one of the games I skipped, by the way. State of Decay 3. I don't have any
Oh, weird.
thoughts. I guess if we don't have any thoughts.
I
on it.
mean, it's more
It
State of
looks
Decay.
more like
It's,
State of Decay. That's cool.
yeah, and like I don't know, it's good.
It looks decayed, and it's definitely a state. So
Yeah.
I don't know, man. These survival games just aren't for me. But like, I guess it's like that thing. Yeah, I do kind of expect that probably 2028. I'm surprised they put the 2027 proudly, but hey, maybe it is further in development than we
Yeah,
thought.
but they do it every year. Like every single year, Microsoft delays a game. Like they
That's true.
just do this now. It's fine. Like, we know it's happening. We all assumed it'd be Halo this year, and it wasn't. So surprise. But
Yeah, it
I'm
was
still so
Fable.
shocked by that.
Halo being July is pretty crazy.
yeah, we'll see.
Exciting.
I'm sure
but
it'll
that's
come out,
crazy.
but I'm not regretting my counter pick. I will say that.
Really?
I also want to talk about Bad Magpie. That looked cute.
I mean,
Yeah,
look cute.
that's-
But UK government shout out.
Yeah, that was funny. I saw Funded. I was like, "Damn, Jack, you in on this?"
He's putting it on the trailer. Like that's like
Yeah,
that's like a
very
seal of
funny.
pride. Like
Yeah, shout out to that. Okay, so this is the part that pissed me off. Bethesda presents. Oh, like I'm holding on. I'm like, oh shit. One of my favorite like game development houses. Here we go. We're gonna get something. Fallout 76. They did the old timey TV. It's Fallout 76. I'm not okay. Here's the thing. I don't wish for any studio or developer to go down or any game to go down, except for Fallout 76. I want this game to die. I'm done with it. I'm done. It's garbage. It's a bad video game. It's not even fun. I constantly get fucking blue balled every goddamn showcase by this stupid fucking game, and I'm done. It's not good. I hate it. I hate you, Fallout 76.
I think it was a mistake not to show Fallout 3 here.
I think it was a mistake to ever show Fallout 76 for anything.
I mean, I think Fallout 3 would have
you
been perfect to go right after this.
Dark Bob, I want to put this into perspective. Fallout 76 has outlived Destiny.
Oh yeah, no, I'm very well aware of how
Keep in
long
mind,
the Tale of 76
I
has.
played every time Fallout 76 has a fucking new update. I play and I leave within like half an hour. The game
It's one of
just
the
keeps
worst games ever made.
it
It sucks.
refuses to die.
It just keeps festering. It's like a
The player base. What is the? Can we get like a?
That's what I'm doing right now.
the
Actually, I'm
player
looking up the
Like,
player base.
how many people are playing that this game still
whoever's
lives?
playing it. They're all bots. They have to be. They have to be fake.
It has
There's
to have a player base.
there's
Because how is this still
9,000
going?
there's 9,000 people playing it right now.
All 9,000 of those people are some of the worst.
Hold on,
players
is that
ever
more
made.
than Marathon? Someone's check that.
Hold
How do I
on,
check
hold
that?
on.
One second.
Marathon.
what Fusion said about Grounded.
No, Marathon has
actually
30,000
really
people on
applies to
Steam
Fallout.
right now.
Oh, they got the free weekend. That doesn't count.
How does Fallout 76 have so many more players than so many games? How has it outlived so many games? It's not a good game.
I mean, everyone that I see talk about on Reddit says it wasn't good, but it's good now.
I hate
Like
Reddit. I hate
at
my
least with-
life.
At least with Elder Scrolls Online, you know that the content isn't bad and that there's a fan base
Yeah.
behind. You're like, okay, it makes sense. 76 legitimately sucks. I've tried it every single time there's a major update. I give it a chance. I'm like, maybe this time will
It's
be
a
different.
ghoul
It is
now.
never different.
You can play as a ghoul. How about I play as a ghoul in the next month? Maybe come get it and use this.
Wolf has crashed
Yeah,
out so
fuck.
hard his mic has cut out. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I haven't had one of those crash outs in a while. I
So
hate this
I'm
fucking
trying to
game.
look at the timeline here of last 3 months. I mean, it's definitely been on the downward. It was had its highs back in February of last year or this year. It
So,
really
yeah,
spiked back in February this year. What happened
I
there?
don't know.
So-
When it comes to Fallout, though, and we can lump in ES6 or not ES. Hell no, we're not lumping in ES6. Elder Scrolls Online and Sea of Thieves, where it's like you can almost guarantee you're there, they're gonna be here. So when you see, and like Call of Duty, right? So it's like when you see Activision or you see Bethesda, I legit
yeah,
do not
it's
get my
hard.
hopes up until I see something concrete, and because every single time it
I just
happens.
think it's like we don't need to put Bethesda or Activision Presents. Like, don't get us excited like that, especially for Bethesda Presents.
I think it's crazier that it weren't even announcing new content for 76. It was just, hey, it exists. Go play it.
Yeah, it's a reminder.
I think there was like some
Elder Scrolls is
event,
the
but
same.
yeah, it was pretty much an ad.
I hate you, Fallout. I hate Fallout 76 so much. Anyways, let's move into something cooler. Dark Doom, the Dark Ages Revelations. This is the big DLC they were teasing a lot.
Oh my
It's
god,
July
I was
7th.
waiting for this.
This looks really good. I'm into this.
So, from what the devs have been saying on like Reddit of all places, why are they talking on Reddit?
Hell yeah.
This DLC is as big as the base game, or nearly as big as the base game. They're hyping up the crap out of this DLC. From how it looked amazing. The spear looks awesome. We're getting like caveman Unga Bunga Doom guy,
Mhm.
which who's gonna complain about
The
that?
spear, which is awesome.
Yeah, the spear looks amazing. It does seem like it's still working around the parry mechanic that they added with the shield,
Yeah.
but I'm really curious to see how things will play out. It feels
Yeah,
like
they
they didn't
said-
show enough for how much they've been hyping it up, though. I don't know if that's just
I
me.
mean,
or not.
I don't need to see more. I feel like they kind of sold it pretty well. It's supposedly gonna be pretty big. I think I heard something about it being as big as like the next game.
Yeah, that's what the devs were saying,
Yeah, which is awesome.
which is insane.
Yep.
But I'm definitely there
so-
day one. I don't
Yeah, I
know
think
anything else around that time.
Yeah, no, it's not. July's pretty slow right now.
Wait, when
Yeah,
is it?
I'll probably
July
be
what?
there. What's that, Ben?
When is it? Oh, July
July
7th.
7th. Yeah, yeah.
I might check
Let's
it
go
out. We don't have any big releases just yet.
Next up. Yeah. Crazy Taxi World Tour. Bob.
Yeah,
Now,
he's
here's the
gone.
thing, Bob. We were excited. We were cheering and dancing, holding hands, hugging, maybe something further. Who knows? Okay. And then Jack came in, angry, as his British self is, and showed us.
It wasn't me who
something.
came in. Someone else posted it first. I was
Oh,
keeping
okay.
my mouth shut and
Okay,
letting everyone
okay.
else enjoy the moment.
Okay, fair enough. But whoever posted that, they hate us.
I think it was the hater.
I think it was Fusion.
Yeah.
He
Of
who shall not be named.
Hate Fusion. I'll be real. But yeah, Crazy Taxi World Tour has Gen AI, which fun. That really stings. Now, granted, they didn't say it's like the whole game's Gen AI or something, but they
They
didn't
listed
have
it
like
as
the
background assets.
yeah, which is just like why do you need that for background assets? It's weird, especially because it's like Tomb Raider also had the Gen AI disclaimer, but they were like, oh, but none of this stuff is going to be in the final game. Which it's stupid that you're using it in general, but whatever. Like at least it's not in the final game. This is like, no, we're using it in the final game too. This type of shit sucks. I don't understand the use of it, and sadly, I think it's just going to be a very common thing now to the point where we're going
It's
to have
going to
start
be a common thing, especially from a bunch of Japanese and Korean and Chinese devs, because
yeah.
as I've learned from my dives into the animation industry and all that, and just their culture in general,
They're really bullish
they
about
love
it.
it. They love AI, and as a what's his name
lot
on
of
Twitter,
umps.
who has that one profile pic I see every time, Daniel Ahmed or something like that.
Yeah, Daniel Ahmed.
Yeah, he perfectly pointed it out. It's going to be very interesting to see all these devs from Japan and China and all that just throw in a bunch of AI, and their local markets are going to love it, and all the Western countries are just going to be like, "What is this?" So
Yeah, no,
it's going to be an
it's
interesting
fun.
next couple of years.
I will say, despite all that, I think the game looks awesome. It's Crazy Taxi. I love Crazy Taxi, but like that did put a hamper on it. I'm still really excited for it. I want to see more. But
Did
yeah, it's
hamper
tough.
for me that it's not on Game Pass because it seems more like it's just a very arcadey game. So unless this thing is like $30 or something like that, I doubt I'd be that interested.
I'm assuming. I think the big rumor right now is it's going to be multiplayer. I don't know
Yeah,
if they still.
It looks
stick
like
with
it's gonna
that,
be
but
like
they
some
never really showed it.
multiplayer thing.
Bob, how you feeling?
Yeah.
There you go.
No, I mean it looked good. I don't care. I'll play whatever Crazy Taxi there is.
Mhm.
I know you guys had the AI conversation, and while I do agree, it's also getting to the point where I don't think this is stopping anytime soon, and that's just like we're now going to have to be in a world where games that don't use generative AI are going to be like that's going to be the selling point, and
It's
that
going to be the
sucks.
new no microtransactions.
Yeah,
Yeah. Or God, it's like what was it? No preservatives on like food labels now, which is just like
No artificial dyes.
Yeah.
well, it's either that or like someone threw this out there, and I think it's way too insane of a conspiracy theory to be true. But like, there could be games that don't want to deal with that backlash, and they don't launch on Steam because we keep finding out about these AI disclosures from Steam specifically. So like, there could be a reality where games start skipping Steam because they don't want to show the AI disclosure, which granted I think would be a red flag, but I
That's the
do
thing.
wonder if like developers or publishers or whoever are talking to Steam to be like, hey, so like can you shut up about this AI thing? We want to sell our games without people bitching at us. I don't think any of that is going to happen, but it is an interesting thing to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I mean,
That's what
there
I
is
think.
kind
An
of.
optional. It's optional on Steam. They put it in themselves. Steam does not require you to put AI generated disclosures. There's no whistleblowing feature.
Wait,
There's
they
no
don't?
nothing. There are loads of games on Steam that use generative AI that do not have the tag, and people they try to review bomb it to force them to put a tag, and it doesn't make a difference. I've been keeping an eye on it over the past year, and it is absolutely wild that it's still like a developer can be as vague as they want. Like the actual Crazy Taxi post that they put up was so vague that Game Informer had to like immediately request like what have you actually put in the game. It's
Oh
just
yes,
like
I'm seeing this now, Jack. What you're pointing out: Steam updates AI disclosure form, requiring developers to report visible and in-game AI, but not background tools.
and
Got
even then, like I say, like it is there are a lot of games that will like use AI and it just won't even have any disclosure at all. Like the Steam just encourages developers to use it rather than actually tells them to do. So I don't know if it's like a matter of like they know that they'll get even more backlash if they don't put it, or whether they are just like think it won't even matter and no one will pay
I'm sure
attention. Which
that is a definitely thing they consider because the backlash of people finding out and then that word spreading that they were deceived is probably worse than, oh, you have the AI disclosure on there.
I do wonder if Sega will like look at all this and say, we're not gonna not put Gen AI in our games. We just won't tell anyone. We'll just release the game and they can find out afterwards, like they did with Clair Obscur and stuff like that. So yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I will say though, Bob, looks pretty good though. It looks like Crazy
Well,
Taxi.
I mean, I do like the kind of more they're getting a little more fun with like the variables and like the things
Yeah.
that you
More
are
deliberate
doing.
types.
Yeah, so I think that's an interesting concept that I hope they continue to expound upon. But I mean, yeah, it's Crazy Taxi, man. Like,
It's awesome.
And
Man.
what they teased at the end was interesting because they show like get your passport, so it's not just going to be the San Francisco like city; it's going to be a bunch of different cities as well. Which is
well,
really cool.
I was genuinely like I was about to type it out because clearly the woman that showed up looked of some sort of Asian culture, and so I was like, oh shit, they're going to Japan. That means Bench is playing it day one. Let's go.
That's crazy. That's
Which
psychotic, man.
I think is still on the table because it's clearly a world tour. But
Yeah.
yeah, I think it'll be cool
I
to
mean,
have
yeah,
like different
being
maps
called
like that.
World Tour definitely like insinuates it's most likely like you're going to different cities around the world, which is awesome. I think that's going to be awesome.
And they add more with live service elements.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Well,
I mean,
we'll
yeah,
see. We'll see.
definitely.
We'll see how the live service elements are handled. I hope well, and we
I would
don't lose this game's
listen.
existence.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm buying a Crazy Taxi Battle Pass. Okay.
Brother, I'm right there with you.
Okay.
And here's the thing: I think it's the only way Crazy Taxi can exist nowadays. These type of
Probably.
arcade games,
And I'm
Yeah.
okay with
sell
that.
on their own.
The
Yeah, fair.
leaderboards and everything. Yeah.
I also it's like I think Crazy Taxi lends itself better to be a live service than a lot of other IP. But I'm surprised though, Bob. No Jet Set Radio. That's the one I was like.
Hey, that's the one that's
thought
been
about.
leaking this past week too. Is like this
Yeah.
this trailer footage for the new Jet Set Radio.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So if
I
you
don't
want to
think
get
it's at Nintendo.
into
So
if you want to get into leaks real quick, Sega still has multiple Sonic things got leaked, and Jet Set Radio was the big one that got leaked to the point where like straight up footage and gameplay was being shown.
yeah, Virtua Fighter also had leaked gameplay. Like it's
Yep.
pretty surprising how much leaked from Sega. A leaky faucet over there. But yeah, Crazy Taxi. We will see 2027 date. And then we got the Xbox Series X25. Bob, this is you. They killed the Raps guy, the guy who did the console Raps, and it seems like they're going back to special edition consoles and controllers. How are we feeling about this one? It's an anniversary console.
I'm not gonna lie, it would have been so funny to have a translucent wrap though. Like, could you imagine how stupid that
Oh
would
my
be?
god, that would have been awesome.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, they clearly, I mean, there's not more of a commercial you could nostalgia bait with than whatever the hell that was, starting with the OG sounds and stuff and using the translucent green. I mean, it's an automatic winner. If the controller was sold separate, it'd be an instant buy. I don't think it will be for that exact reason. I'm also curious what they're gonna price this as, because it's like, oh cool, you made a special edition, but in this economy, what the fuck does that mean? Like, you're already selling these at a crazy price, so I'm a little worried about that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it seems like it's going to be pretty expensive.
You think if they just don't sell enough, they're like, okay, well, we have all this shit laying around. Let's just start selling the controller separately.
God, I hope so.
But yeah, Jack, it reminds me of the N64, the like translucent N64s, which I really love those. That would be cool to see something like that again.
Yeah, I thought it was a nice looking console.
Yeah, I saw some people like mad about the Xbox 25 on the controller or something. It looks fine.
I do think that's silly. Like, I would prefer it without it, but
Yeah,
Now-
if it was like a sticker I could remove, it'd be nice.
Now, I will say this is the one thing, because I don't know, you guys probably haven't paid attention, but like the Xbox store has been down for forever. That was another thing that they just kind of like silently killed, which like, who cares? But at the same time, it's just another reason of like, cool, like why, why are you getting rid of stuff people enjoyed? I've bought a few mugs from the Xbox store. A translucent green mug would go insanely hard, and I kind of need them to make that now.
That'd be actually
An
pretty
Xbox
funny.
voice.
Yeah, you know what? You're right, Mood. Let me get on there right fucking
you
now.
gotta jump in. It's like, guys, we need the translucent mug. It's
We
like, what the fuck is this
do.
guy talking about? I like it. Next was Age of Empires 4, Raiders of the North. Bench, you're a huge fan of this franchise. Happy for you. Then we get Minecraft Dungeons 2. Cool. September 29th. And then we got this cool game, Magicians: The Devil's Deal. This was
I'm
I think it
all
was
about
Focus
this.
the Focus Focus. Is it Focus?
Focus
Yeah,
Entertainment.
Focus Entertainment publisher, and a new developer. I don't recognize the developer's name, but it's like a first-person kind of magician game. Looks kind of immersive sim. I'm really into it. I think it looks cool as hell.
It looked very Dishonored in the way it played.
Yeah, I like when he switched realities to go upside down and shit. Like I'm like, oh, this looks really interesting. I don't know much more about it from there, but like, I'm into it. I think the vibe is cool.
Yeah, this definitely
Uh,
just shot up my list of like, I really need to keep an eye on this.
Yeah, for sure. Then we got Valor Mortis got a date, September 24th. That's tough because I think the game
yeah,
actually looks really cool, but that's not a release.
It's also
date
on
for that.
Game Pass, so that helps it a little bit.
Oh yeah. But yeah, looks cool. Bethesda presents. Yeah, this goes online. Return of the Thieves Guild, and I was learning about this. Apparently, this is all information that was out there, so it's
Yeah.
like they literally had no reason to show it.
So, yeah, I was surprised that this showed up, but to kind of like put it, I know why they put it, because recently Elder Scrolls Online had a big like restructuring, I guess you can say, where they
Yeah.
changed a lot of stuff for the better. A lot of stuff is, all of the content's now free to play. You don't have to pay for anything, but they just have battle passes now,
Mhm.
which they did not explain any of this in the trailer that they showed. But the Thieves Guild is the first part of that new content system, so that's why they showed it.
Yeah. And then we got Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 update. Bob.
Now, I want to point out the first slide of this trailer scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, it scared all of us.
I was like, where the fuck are we going with this? And then I heard the music. I'm like, oh, whoa. We're good. We're good. All right. It's all good.
Wait, what was the expectation?
I don't know. Like, I was just like some
Uh,
uber patriotic, like, I don't know, like tone deaf with the state of the world, like something. But no, it was just celebrating like the national parks and all the
National
cool
parks are awesome.
features. Dude, they are awesome. And there was a lot of cool ones in the trailer. Shout out Canyonland, shout out Crater Lake, shout out Glacier.
Gotta get the
A lot of
stick for this one.
Yeah, I seriously. Hey, Wolf, I'm selling one for $15 on Facebook Marketplace right now. I'll ship it to you.
I'm good. I appreciate the offer. A little too
Okay.
much for my.
No one's buying it either, so like I don't know. I might just have to just give it to a charity or something.
Go ahead, $10.
Yeah, but no, it's cool. I honestly need to like go back into Flight Sim 24 and see how hopefully better it is since launch. Because yeah, it definitely did not have a great launch. And I know they've made a lot of updates. I think they leaned a little bit too heavily on AI. God, that would fail the AI disclosure for sure. But you know, maybe they got Claude using their AI instead of Copilot. Maybe that's why it's better. But either way, it looked good. The new content, like the racing festival stuff, I mean, that actually is my shit. So I would look into that. And yeah, I'm glad they're still supporting the game and not just like releasing it and letting it die.
Next was Where Winds Meet, Hidden Mountain. Cool. And then it's Castlevania Belmont's Curse. It's funny. We were predicting Castlevania to be one of the shows. We thought it'd be like State of Play or SGF. It was at Xbox, which is interesting, but got the release date October 15, 2026. Still looks incredible. Cannot wait. I've seen it. Like I've seen more than enough. I'm like ready for this game now. Not much else to add. It's just the key art, by the way, gorgeous. Can't wait. Next was, I'm not gonna try to pronounce it. What was this? I don't actually remember.
It was the Studio
That was
Ghibli.
the Studio
looking thing.
Ghibli.
Oh, okay. This actually looked really cool then. Yeah, no, it's a very pretty art style. Maybe we could get a different name though. That's the one thing I could add. But yeah, the really good looking indie game there.
Yeah, I think it
course.
kind of creates like you know, it's an art style no one's really doing in a video game, and it's a genre that both fits the art style and you know, can offer something of value to people because people are always looking for the next best cozy game. So I think this is honestly a pretty good idea.
Very, very pretty art style. And then the big one for a lot of us, Persona 6. Fucking real. All I wanted. I just wanted them to say it. That's it. I'm very, very, very happy. That's all. Yeah. Listen, man. People were like, "Oh, it's just a logo." I'm like, "Yeah." That's all I fucking wanted was a fucking logo. They're just like,
Don't know what that logo means to us, bro.
It's big. It's just knowing it's existing and it's coming sometime in the future. I'm just like,
P5 can finally rest.
Finally, man. I've been waiting for this stupid game forever. Actively avoided playing like the other Persona. Like I didn't care about Persona 4 playing Metaphor because I'm just like, no, I want 6. I've waited fucking 10 years for this stupid game. And I finally got it. Cannot fucking wait. I'm ready. Probably a while off. I will say though, the tone of this trailer definitely adds a lot to the speculation.
So there's a lot to go into that. If you would like me to go into it all.
Oh, dark. I love when you go into it.
Hell yeah. All right. So just to get the elephant out of the room, this was the first game to get hit by all the Sega leaks, surprisingly. And all the leaks were proven to be true because Sega started DMCAing all of them. So all of those character designs and all those everythings, they weren't AI, those were legit, and they were tied to this. So the character leaks themselves, the characters had this like spyware high-tech aesthetic to them where they had like earpieces and everything. With the description on the Xbox page, if you go up to it, a lot of it's like a nothing burger that's talking about Persona, but there is like a couple lines at the bottom where it mentions that there's about
We're
urban
so
legends
sorry.
and the occult, right? So it starts talking about strange rumors, the occult, urban legends, which is something that none of the other games have really gone into. So
love it.
what it seems like they're doing, and I could be completely wrong, but from the leaks and from this, Mitsuru from Persona 3, after the events of that game in the dancing games, I believe. Is it the dancing? I think it's the
The
Anyways,
dancing
no,
games,
in Arena, she created the Shadow Operatives, and that's pretty much this like secret security agency by special agent type business that handle shadow business and persona related incidents that would go on in the world. So what it seems like is that this game is going to be a group of spies, presumably from this shadow company, dealing with like the dark web of the internet and crazy occult shit that's going on.
I love it, man. I'm so into it. Just the vibes of the trailer tell me they're going to go a bit darker, probably closer to Persona 3's tone. I just the logo.
That caught me
There's not a
off
lot
too.
to
I wasn't expecting it to be really dark. I thought it was gonna be like a bright and cheerful. No, this is a dark tone entirely.
I mean, I feel like they all kind of like the teasers are always pretty dark. Like Persona 5 had a pretty dark teaser.
So another thing to mention, if I am right about this, and this is about the shadow, which does seem to be the case, this might tie into what I was saying about the whole like bring back the protagonist from P3 and the P3 crew returning. Because if you are part of like the shadow operatives, why wouldn't they be here? Given that they run the damn shit, and it would make sense. But if that's the case, I don't know.
It's,
The leaks also did mention that this is slated at the moment for September next year.
I don't believe it until I see it. The game could obviously get delayed from there.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
It's Atlas. I don't believe them when they say anything. Just straight up. But damn, dude, I'm ready, man. It looks.
But
Well,
the
it doesn't look
biggest
like
announcement, and you have to let me have this moment. But you guys don't, the people listening to this or watching, you do not understand. When the idea of this game first started popping up and Sega started messing with Xbox more, I was like, hey, how crazy would it be if Persona 6 was day one on Game Pass? And everybody and their mom was against it.
Wait, so they said day one on Game Pass? Did I miss that?
It's day one Game Pass. You can look it up.
Insane. That's genuinely.
This is
surprising.
an insane pickup.
I mean, they probably know that they're not going to get a lot of sales like from the Xbox side, so might
Yo,
as well put it on
Xbox
Game
must
Pass
have given
there,
them a bag and a fucking half for this.
Well, they probably saw how well it did with Persona 3 Reload, how much they didn't make on Metaphor because it wasn't on Game Pass Day when it came like 6 months later. And they're like, oh, wait, we can get this Atlas crowd on Xbox if we just fork
So-
over the money for Persona 6.
What I think happened is that they made a deal specifically with Persona, because all Persona games have been coming out have been day one. Even the spin-off, like Tactical, was day one.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I feel like
It-
all the Persona games they have a deal with, and then they also just work with them on other titles just because of the relationship that they've built up. Which is
Fusion-
utterly insane because Xbox used to have a terrible relationship with Japan, and now they're having Persona locked in day one.
Fusion brought it up. It is really funny when you think about like, man, they really locked down Persona. Right? Like considering it was a PlayStation exclusive franchise up until like Persona 4 Golden's port. Like, it
Yeah,
was
when
only
Persona
on-
4 got ported to PC, the devs had an interview. They're like, "We got so much fucking money."
Dude, it was so funny. They were like surprised. I'm like, yeah, people want to play your games, you assholes.
Especially a game like that was like at the time was locked to the
locked in Vita.
PlayStation 2 and Vita. It's like, of course, people are going to want this on a modern platform of some kind.
They had a revelation and a half.
But yeah, can't wait.
I
Do you have any
think-
other? Oh, sorry, Dark.
Yeah, I think because I know why that you obviously don't want to show too much of this game because then it'll take all the attention away from 4, and 4 is obviously what they want to
course,
promote
yeah.
right now. I do think at the Game Awards we'll probably see something though, if the September date is to be believed.
Nice. Well, Persona 6. Sorry, I mean, did you have anything you wanted to add to it?
No, it's pretty much the same thing. I'm definitely liking the darker aesthetic, the occult vibes that some people are throwing around. Like I can get down with that.
It's not even
Okay.
people talking. It's in the official description on the Xbox
Oh, is
page.
it? They said the word
Yeah,
occult. Okay,
Yeah, I can,
Oh,
I
that's
can
where-
think it 1 second.
that's where it came from. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, that's cool.
Yep.
I dig it. I
I
like.
I didn't pull it
And it
out my
makes
ass.
the-
Don't worry.
It makes the logo make a lot more sense because we all thought it was spray paint, but no, it's like gooey
a
zombie guts.
No, the logo's a stamp.
Yeah,
And that's where the spy theme is coming from. So they're saying that somebody they stamped and approved it. That's what that came from. I
so
posted
with
it
it
in
being
the-
like light green, it also gives that almost like zombie vibe.
Yeah, so originally when we found out that the color was going to be green due to the paint bucket in that promotional material, people
Mhm.
were thinking that it was going to be about like earth and life and all that. This seems like It's a fucking horror movie.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. I didn't want a fucking story about life. I want to be horror movie vibes. Like hell yeah, dude. I'm ready, man. It can't come soon enough.
And there is a possibility that next year we get both Tomb Raider games and 2 Persona games, and that's crazy because there's 2 remakes and 2 new games.
Yeah, really. That's very funny. Oh, that's exciting. And by the way, Dark, nothing to say about Persona 6. LARPer over here, bench.
He's dead
Absolutely.
quiet.
He talked about it the entire showcase and is now not saying anything.
I mean, it's a new Persona game. I knew it would exist.
He got tired of
Unlike
FF7.
Wolf- unlike-
What do you mean you knew
we
it?
knew Revelation was going to exist.
We
Yeah,
knew
but
the
they
game.
showed more. They showed actual stuff of Revelation. They didn't show anything for Persona 6.
No.
I mean, I kind of expected this because if
he
you
was not.
Guys,
saying
you,
it was
you
fake.
expected
You
the
weren't-
cast revealed. You expected more than this. Don't lie on.
You
don't
didn't
lie
have
on
you
people.
didn't have the same tone with Persona 4 Revival last year when I was like, man, they showed nothing. You were like, oh, this is all we needed.
No, they showed gameplay.
I expected them to show a lot less than Persona 4 because they want Persona 4 to be the focus. If you start dropping everything for
You've been
P6,
all week, you think they're going to show the full cast. You did not
Which-
think they
yeah,
were
but
going to show very much.
I said that because of the leaks, but this itself is fine too.
Dark. You can just say that you're happy with what they showed, even if there wasn't as much as you might think.
I'm not disappointed by this. I'm completely fine.
I mean, you don't have to be disappointed.
Dark, why aren't you disappointed?
Yeah, Dark. What's wrong with you?
I don't know,
You
man.
even like
Why
this
am I-
franchise? The
why am
Persona
I
guy is
disappointed?
telling you right now how to
Holy
feel.
Lord.
Why am I not upset that my favorite franchise shows
Listen to the
new
Persona
entry?
guy, Dark.
Please never say that
Dude,
again.
this is a psychotic episode. Let's get into my fucking goat that we actually saw some Spyro, A Realm
Oh, yeah.
Beyond. Oh man, I'm feeling good. Finally, Fusion's prayers were not answered. God left him on red. We're back, baby. Spyro, A Realm Beyond, spring 2027. Feed me. I'm fucking ready. It looks amazing. I was reading the blog. Jack, did you ever get around to reading the blog? Interesting note. They actively have said it's like full on flight. So like in the previous games, you got like little flying levels. This time it's like, no, you can fly anywhere you want. Like it is actively flying. And the little gameplay they showed, it seems to be a lot more open than previous Spyro games. I wonder if it is effectively like a one big hub world that you're fully exploring, kind of closer to Hero's Tale, if anything else. I'm very curious. I know, though, full faith in Toys for Bob. They have not steered me wrong once. They are an S-tier studio, in my opinion. I'm fucking ready for this game. It showed everything I wanted to. I love my little purple dragon. He looks perfect. I love this redesign. I'm ready, man. Give it to me, man.
Spring though. Ooh. That just means like we don't want to commit to February just yet because we saw everything else in February.
I mean, if I had to predict, it's probably like an April.
Yeah,
March,
it
April,
feels
which I
like an
think is
April,
good.
March-April game.
Yeah, which, hey, I'm ready. I'm excited that it's so soon, too.
Did they say Game Pass for that too?
It will be. It's
They're
first
working
party.
with Xbox. Yeah. Well, it's not first party, but no, it technically is, I guess, first
It's
party.
a first
It's
party
published by Xbox.
IP.
Yeah, so
it's
it's
being
not
published.
because they're not owned by Xbox, but yeah.
Yeah,
The
but it's still
IP
being
is,
published
yeah.
by Xbox. So.
Yeah, that was interesting that they said Activision Presents, even though it was Toys for Bob.
Well, it always was. It was always under Activision. So
Right, but it's
that's
just like
another-
I guess Activision is publishing? That whole
Yeah,
relationship is still very confusing.
Hold on, let me type in Steam right now. He's got to be here. Yeah,
At this
Realm
point,
Beyond here.
Activision is just like another label.
Yeah,
underneath
it's developed by
Microsoft.
Toys for Bob, published by Activision.
Yeah,
That's fair enough,
Activision's
but-
always published a game, so I think it is just more of a, oh, we need to put it under something. Let's put it under the thing that it's always been
I
under.
mean, yeah,
At least it has
Activision
been for
was the
past
one
20
who-
years.
yeah, Activision is the one who owns the Spyro IP too, so I guess that's kind of the way they look at it. But
It's,
hey,
it's
man,
like all the years where they like published Spyro under Sierra Entertainment, despite the fact Sierra died like
Yeah.
10 years before.
that
It's
was
just
very
like,
funny.
yeah, you just put it
Right.
under a name.
Crash Tag Team Racing starts with the logo of like Sierra, and it's like, what, Sierra? they don't exist anymore. It is always very
It's
funny.
like seeing Tupac in a Stranger Than Heaven thing. It's just like, hang on, how did you bring them back?
Yeah. Jack, are you a Spyro guy? I actually don't know.
I'm a big fan of Spyro Shadow Legacy for the Nintendo DS.
Oh, okay, cool.
No, I am. I like Spyro as a character. I like what I have played of his games. But every time I've like tried to play them, I've always had like a tech issue, so I end up dropping it.
Oh, it's
So, like,
cursed.
literally, like every single time I tried playing like Spyro 1, something went wrong, and like I bought 3 copies of it, and every single one had an issue.
I'll buy you a new copy. Don't worry, I got you. I wonder if it's
Buy me a
there's
Japanese
like-
copy so I can play with top-down view.
Oh my god, I forgot about that. It's a weird thing. There's a lot of like PAL copies of PS1 games that are like fucked up. It's like I don't know why.
Yeah. I think like 2 of them, it was just the audio, like the music wasn't playing, and I didn't want to play Spyro.
Yeah,
on it.
you need to play with the music. I mean, that's the drummer from the Police did the fucking
Yeah, Stuart
soundtrack.
Cook.
So yeah, Stuart Copeland. Yeah, it would, yeah.
I hope he's
go.
back for this. That'd be amazing. Like they would have
Yeah, I
announced it.
they
It's so
announced-
cool.
They announced Tom Kenny as voicing Spyro again, which is awesome. My boy SpongeBob over here, which is very very exciting.
Do you think he goes for a similar voice, or do you think they try and age him up a little bit? Because like they've
I
already
mean,
said
from
he's
what we-
older in this game. He's got the
Yeah, but-
bigger wings.
Well, we
So-
heard in the trailer he definitely sounded more mature. So
I'm-
I assume that they're going to go for an older vibe to it, which yeah makes sense. It's been so long.
I'm cool with that. Like the '90s era platforming mascots all have
Oh,
really
wow.
grating voices. I'm kind of glad we
I'm
abandoned
gonna
that.
go be Nasty Nork. Yeah, definitely. We need a new voice for Spyro there. God, what was it? I think it was. Oh yeah, it was the trilogy, the reboot trilogy, where Johnny Depp
Elijah
voiced
Wood.
Spark.
It was Elijah Wood. Who, I was.
Oh, yeah, it was Johnny Depp with Spark, Elijah Wood with Spyro, and it's like what?
I know there was a different voice for
I think
Spark in like all 3 games.
I could check real quick. I
Like
think it
they
was
kept
Johnny.
recasting him for every game, and it was so funny. Like I swear, like one of them was like Eddie Murphy or something. So ridiculous.
Yeah, it was random because Sparks by far has like the most random voices. It wasn't okay. It was David Spade, which
Yeah.
is substantially worse. That is crazy. Why did David Spade voice Sparks?
Yeah, Billy
Uh,
West in Eternal Night. That's the one. I'm
Billy
thinking
West. That's it. Yeah, it's random. A
It's
very
just-
random voice selection. But hey, I mean, I don't think Sparks will speak in this one because Classic Trilogy never had Sparks speaking. I think they want to go closer to that. I'm
Hey,
really excited though. I can't.
Today's
fucking
the most we've thought about Legend of Spyro trilogy ever. Like,
I kind of like those games, but like they're kind of mid, but I like them. I grew up on them. But
are
yeah,
you
they're very-
disappointed they didn't call this Spyro 4? Or are you okay with it?
Nah, I don't think you need to call it. You don't need the numbering. You want new people to play these games too. And also we know Spyro is very popular. Maybe it's just my timeline, but like a lot of people are talking about like just the fact that Spyro's back. And also it's just Spyro Reignited. I think sold like 10 million copies. So like he is a big IP. So I think this is a worthwhile thing. It's like, hey, we don't need to put the 4 and maybe alienate people. Let's just say Spyro: A Realm Beyond. I hope we see more of this game soon. I assume probably around like Gamescom, hopefully, or TGA, somewhere close around that range.
It could just be a developer direct thing in January, and then they like
Yeah,
date
true.
it for just a few months. Because like I think they
But
totally
that's-
could have like announced it here and released it this year. Still, I think they just chose not to because it's such a packed.
Well, I
Yeah.
honestly, yeah, I said the rumor was always that it was probably around next year. So I don't doubt that they were. Just
Wolf,
like,
they're
we'll wait."
respecting our backlogs. Please don't
You're right, you're
insult
right.
the audience.
I'm sorry. They're respecting our backlogs.
I do
But yeah,
think that's a good idea though for a developer direct game.
Same. That's what I want to see the developers there. I want to look at them. They're
Yep.
so cool. But yeah, shout out to Spyro Realm Beyond, but definitely my game of the show. Probably of the whole week. I'm just so happy Spyro's back. I love Spyro. Next trailer. Hey, another trailer for Clockwork Revolution. Moon, Bob, you're both very excited for this game. Hit us with a big fat 2027. How we feeling?
That definitely feels like it's going to be the big like first party game for the developer direct, which will probably where we will get the release date, and we're going to get like a deep dive into how all of these RPG mechanics work. And it's interesting. This feels like such a different tonal shift from the last trailer. Like the last one felt more goofy, and this one was like, oh no, we're playing like a straight serious RPG here of like society. We're going to look at society and stuff like that.
That was always the tone of the game, probably. It was just like it could be both.
Yeah, I could do both. So I'm very excited to see like just get into the nitty gritty of what we're able to do in this game because there's a lot going on between the two trailers. Like there's a lot to this game, so it makes sense why it's taking so long. And it feels like their summer release, kind of maybe like I wouldn't be surprised if it has like the Halo release date next year of like June, July, something like that. which sucks
Yeah.
because we're gonna go through another showcase next year in June of seeing Clockwork Revolution again.
Yeah, it feels like it's almost overexposed, but I'm like, every trailer was really good though, so it's hard to be that upset.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, where it's like, yeah, it was another trailer. It was also another really good trailer. I really like that we're kind of cutting into what the story really is going to be about. Kind of setting up the the cast and like the main players, what you're doing, what the kind of the end goal, or what the objective that at least they want to market to us is. Sure, you have all of that side content, creativity, dialogue choices, all of that they showed previously, but now it's like, okay, but like what is the main point of the game? And I think they did a really good job of showing that. They continue to make me more excited for the game, and they definitely baited me at the end. I'm like, they did
I fell
not
for it
just
too.
do another in due time or when
You
it's
think it'll
ready
be
or
there?
whatever. So
Yeah,
I'm glad that they're at least saying 2027. I'm glad the weird conspiracy about it being in November was squashed, because that was stupid. And I personally, I think this has enough juice to be a fall game. But at this point, I mean, it doesn't make sense for it to be spring because of Fable. Xbox doesn't really play in this. I guess with Halo they do, but like Halo is not the same as like a Halo remake is not on the same level as like a Clockwork. So I do feel like this is a fall 27 game. But I could see it like
Yeah.
August, September instead of October, November.
Yeah, I just realized, like, what if it's not at the developer direct one? Maybe it's not like the big one, but maybe just kind of a side thing there. But Clockwork Revolution is the big deep dive next year after the showcase.
Do you
Kind of
think
like
it's
what they
big
did with
enough to
Outer
be the
Worlds
deep
too.
dive?
I
don't know
think
if
it's
it's big
more
enough
likely
to
to be a
get-
developer direct, because we have seen a lot of it.
Well, if it is at the developer direct, I would assume then if it's like the big one at the developer direct, it's going to be out before the next showcase.
That's not necessarily true.
It would be
What if
weird
it
for it to
shadow
be
drops
both at the
at the next
developer direct
showcase?
and the next showcase.
Well, because Fable was at the developer direct this year, and that was supposed to
Because
be
they were
for
originally
fall.
planning to come out this year.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So next year, Clockwork could be there, and then it'd be out for the fall. Like I don't
guess,
think
yeah.
that doesn't necessarily time gate it.
Yeah,
I think with both Fable and Spyro in like early next year, I do think we like second half.
Yeah, I agree. And it looked great, but I just mean like, how is this gonna sell a box?
Oh
Yeah,
my
okay.
god.
I mean, we could talk about this. So the big thing about Gears E-Day and forgot the name of the game, Clockwork Revolution, is they will be console exclusives, not full exclusives. They still come to PC, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gears of War is on Steam.
With Steam. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So yeah, they're console exclusives. They're still coming to PC, but effectively no PS5 version for either game. And it's really interesting because Jeff Grubb put out, it's like there is literally a disc with Gears of War on it. Like that game is ready for PS5, but they effectively canceled it last minute. I'm curious what you guys think about this strategy. I'm personally of the mind that it's like I do support exclusives. I like exclusives. I want a reason to turn on my Xbox. I just don't know if these are the. I think Gears can sell boxes. I don't know about Clockwork. It makes me a little worried about its sales success. But then again, it's like maybe they are like confident. It's like, hey, we think you will buy a box just to play this game, or at the very least, it will do very well on Steam at the most. So I'm curious what the strategy is. I'm not ready to like say whether or not this is a good or bad thing. I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't really give a shit. But like, I'm curious how you all are feeling.
I mean,
I
I think this is a bad thing. I think that they learned that Phil did a lot of things that were questionable, but I think he was right with saying that they can't gain the audience that PlayStation and Nintendo have because they were absent last gen in a way that mattered. I don't know why they're deciding to go back to that well and try it again when they tried it for over half of this gen and it just did not work. And it's just makes me question, like, in 2 years are we going to be right back where we were like at the beginning of this year, where it's kind of aimless. They're trying whatever they can get. They're throwing everything on the other systems. Like it just makes me question this new leadership, which has made a lot of good decisions, because I just don't see a world where this is successful. And to the point to sell boxes, because Helix is going to be extremely expensive, and it's still on PC. It's just a very weird decision that I just don't think was the right decision to go back, because it's also like, oh, case by case basis. We're only going to tell you when we have a date. It's not even like picking a lane. It's like it's just half-assed. It's just I think it's really messy all around, and a point where like I think if you go have it some on one platform and some on the other, it makes it very difficult to have a dedicated fan base on one single platform. It's just messy is the way I describe it.
I think I feel like they're still experimenting with it, but with how things are now, the way that they set it up so far, with what they brought over and stuff, besides the obvious like multiplayer stuff like Sea of Thieves and stuff, but for like Halo and Gears, they only released the first game onto the PS and stuff. It's not that different from what Sony was doing with PC, where like, well, obviously this stuff's changed now that this is exclusive, but right now it's kind of in the sense that like, hey, you have the first game. If you like it, you have to come over. I don't know if that's what they're doing. This could still just be experimenting, but right now that's where it's at with those games at
I-
least.
I think those are just remnants of their old strategy of
Yeah.
like, okay, yeah, we're gonna just put everything there, and now
Yeah,
that the new leadership is like, okay, yeah,
I,
no, we're
and I
not.
agree with
I
them,
don't
but
think-
with the situation that we have right now, that's what it is.
But I still think that was never the intention. The intention was everything's coming over because our console is gonna
Oh well, yeah, but
it's failing
everything
itself.
changed when the
But
leadership
also, like,
changed too.
if you're gonna do this, wait until Helix, because you're asking people to buy an Xbox for 2 tentpole games when you're gonna ask them in like 12 months to buy another Xbox,
I don't
which is
think.
really
I just don't think they are that focused on the box as much as we think. I think they see the future of how so many people are going over to PC, with Helix being a PC hybrid of whatever kind that we're still waiting to find out about. I think they're just seeing this as, we're not going to win the box war, so let's just have the box there for the people who still want it, but we're going to be focusing on more PC. So let's have our exclusives and bolster those, because people love throwing that word around. It's like, here's our exclusive. Now, granted, it's exclusive to Xbox, Steam, and their Xbox PC app, so it's not full exclusive, it's their version of it. But it just feels like they're playing a different game, and we're just trying to view it as a box versus box thing. I think it's almost kind of like the Xbox Series S in a way. It's like the next step of that, where it's just like, here's your entry level if you don't want to get to the whole PC market. Here's a box if you want to do it, but it's not going to be their main focus. They're more worried about the brand now. I think that's what they care about. They don't care about the box. They care about the brand. So what they're doing is now they're bolstering the brand with things like exclusives to say, hey, here's the reason why you want
Yeah.
to be involved in our brand, not our box.
well. You mentioned that entry level for the box, but this Xbox very likely is going to cost $1,000.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's not entry
to be
level.
to be fair, most of next gen everything is
Yeah,
gonna
and
be like
I'm not saying that, but like I don't think that's technically entry level. If you're dropping $1,000,
Yeah,
on
entry
something,
level
you're
was
committed to
probably
it.
the wrong word, but more just saying the simplicity of a console. It's just like, here's the box, it works, it plays your games, there you go. You don't have to fiddle with PC parts and all that.
That's why I
mean,
mentioned that. Like, I feel like this is the experimental stage, but if they really want to push this, the obvious choice you do is make Elder Scrolls 6 exclusive. If you really want to push that narrative, there you go.
I think with the way
that
they're
didn't
going
work
now,
with
it's going to be.
Starfield.
Well,
It's
Starfield and
Starfield
Starfield and Elder Scrolls 6 are two completely.
Yeah, that's like
I
that's
just-
like
I
saying it
just
didn't.
have to come in to say Starfield sucks. That's it. I actually don't disagree
No,
with anything you're saying.
It's like saying Redfall sucks. It's like, yeah, that
No.
wasn't gonna work as exclusive because it was a bad game.
Starfield was the new game from their creators of Elder Scrolls. That if that didn't sell your Xbox,
Because
nothing
it
will.
didn't review
Elder-
as well as
Elder
everyone
Scrolls
said
is
it
gonna-
was disappointing.
Elder Scrolls is always
I-
gonna sell better than Starfield because of the name alone.
Oblivion Remastered even sold well, and that didn't
Yeah.
like
But
have
that's-
like
But
technically
that's on everything.
okay,
Yeah,
but it
that's
still
not-
sold well on Xbox and got
Yeah.
people in on Game Pass.
If you want to push
I-
the whole, you're gonna do exclusive thing, then you have to make ES6 exclusive.
I
Then
just
yeah,
think
then we could be like, yeah,
those
that's what they're going with. But we still don't know yet. They're
I
still
think if they
experimenting.
go exclusives, we're going to be in the same situation in 2 to 3 years. We're just aimless again.
I think what Moon
tried for
brought
5
up
years
was
to make it
the
work.
important part where it's talking about the brand, because we know part of the reason why Phil started to move towards the, putting everything everywhere is because they bought ABK. They spent $79 billion on it. Was it, 69 or 79?
I
69.
think it was 70.
It was
Was
70.
it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 70.
And so they spent $70 billion on it. They're now dumping all this money into AI, and Satya and Amy are saying, hey, you guys need to make more money. Like, we just spent all this on you guys. We finally dealt with the FTC for 3 years. Make the money back. Said, okay, we're going to make the money back. They didn't make the money back. Now everyone doesn't give a shit about the console. I mean, how long have we been saying for the last 2 or 3 years, why is there a reason to buy an Xbox? Asha, the biggest point to her career is reviving Instacart as a brand. And how do you revive Xbox as a brand? You listen to the people that are still on the console. You do stuff like improving the achievements. You do stuff like the small things that no one has not wanted to do for the last 5-6 years, and say, okay, we're going to make all of these small changes to make it feel like, okay, we may not be, like Moon said, we may not be all of a sudden winning a console war on the next cycle, but we're at least giving you a reason to stick around with the brand, because that's clearly what they've lost in the last 4 or 5 years. And Asha's probably saying, hey, we can't make this 30% profit margin no matter what we do, so we might as well invest in this ecosystem that people are still, through all of our best efforts of tanking, they're still trying to be here, and we can mess around with it. But I think as far as Halo still coming, State of Decay being a co-op game is still going, Hellblade or Senua is still going. It's she's only been here 90 days. It seems like Clockwork and Gears are the only ones she could get to go back to exclusivity, but it does seem like, okay, maybe there's a balance of, all right, put all the shitty games we don't care about on everything and keep something like Gears or something like Clockwork, because I think Clockwork has a chance to be an Expedition 33 level game where it just comes out and really takes over, and that's something that would be useful to the console. But at the same time, the strategy also didn't work of being exclusive, because Halo Infinite, as much as I love that game, was widely panned as disappointing. Starfield was disappointing. Redfall was disappointing. Those were disappointing games that were not going to sell the console, especially when the competition is coming out with a God of War Ragnarok, with a Spider-Man 2, with a Ghost of Yote. So I think if you're going to turn it back around, you're going to need games that are good enough to turn that back around. And I think Gears E-Day and Clockwork are good enough games to try that with.
They didn't need low 80s what was it, Starfield. They needed the high 80s.
Look at Forza. Forza's console sales went up 12%, and that was unintentional exclusivity. I think that's an interesting point where it's oh, maybe good games actually are still worth a damn. It's just they're gonna have to.
The case, yeah.
Right, and I think it's hard to dissect. I don't think it's very easy to say that they're mindless and they don't have a system, but there's so much context at play here where it's really hard to tell what the right answer is, but it's also what is the objective? And I don't think the objective is winning the console war and making as much money as possible. I think it's at this point it's reviving the brand. But also, let's not pretend like Sony didn't just backtrack on PC. These guys want console or exclusives to sell their next console. They're both flip-flopping on everything. So it's not like this is just an exclusive Xbox issue.
And another thing, we obviously, one last thing, disagree. My main, outside of exclusivity, is just I don't like case by case. Sure, multiplayer games.
I could bring it up this bench. The GOAT, Matt Booty, our favorite person. Xbox console exclusive is about the desire to give players a reason to buy an Xbox. Shinobi did this, by the way. Live service games will continue to be full multi-platform. Previously announced ports will be honored to their respective platforms. Future games will be case by case basis. Platforms will be announced with dates.
So what that reads to me, and I don't know if this is still active and if they're still going to hold to this, but I remember when the whole Bethesda thing went through, and the topics of things like Elder Scrolls, Doom, and all that came up. They said something along the lines of these legacy IPs will continue to be multi-platform because they have fan bases everywhere on all platforms. So I wonder if that'll be the case going forward because Doom Dark Ages is on PlayStation 5. So does things like Elder Scrolls, Doom, and whatnot that they're already established IPs will still be multi-platform, and anything new like a
Yeah.
Clockwork will be exclusive?
So
I
I
mean,
was
the
under that
problem-
impression too, but then they
mean, that-
backtracked with Starfield. That's the problem.
Well, that was also
That's the thing, it's-
during the previous thing, and they
Yeah,
were trying to get
that's
more
what
people.
that's when that happened too, as well, because that's what the big thing was that Starfield is going to be exclusive, but the established things like Fallout and Elder Scrolls will be multiplayer. But then they swapped on Starfield, so we don't really know what the plans are anymore.
Well, that's
The
the thing.
Starfield
Like,
going to PS5 has also probably been in the works for a bit before this big change. Because, like Bob said, Ash has been here 90 days. It feels like a lot
Yeah.
longer, but it's only been 90 days.
sure, but they just stated the future is case by case, and multiplayer like that makes sense because to have a successful multiplayer game, you need to have as big an audience as possible. But I think case by case, if I would not recommend exclusivity to them because I think it will hurt in the long run. However, I do think if you're going to pick a lane, pick exclusivity. Don't go case by case because then I think that hurts them in creating a true audience on Xbox. If you're going to truly pick up the brand like you're saying they should, then they should put everything exclusive on Xbox that's not multiplayer to make them feel even more valued and not
think
as
that-
messy and truly make
But
that
we don't
brand
know what that
established.
case by case is yet because
That's the
they're
problem with case by case. Just say no exclusive outside of this transition period. Say that.
Yeah, but again, Bench, it's been 90 days. They're still looking at the data from Forza. They're going to look at the data at Gears. They're going to look at the data from Halo. They don't know what is like the best idea yet. And the people that were crunching the numbers for to go exclusive or not under Phil, they're crunching different numbers under Asha. I mean, they have a whole different exec team now. So I think it's
how
fair
long-
to be like, we don't know what the answer is yet.
I mean, how long are they also going to be crunching different numbers? Because if exclusivity
That's
is
the
not bringing
business.
in,
You're always crunching numbers.
no. How? Obviously, 30% profit margins aren't a thing as of right now, but it's not like they still need to make money, and we saw a reason that they weren't able to make money because they weren't getting players on Xbox. So if they move to Xbox and nothing changes, are they just going to walk it back? Because no matter what, like 30% profit margins, unrealistic. And it may never go back to that, but you certainly still can't just not make money when you release hundreds of millions of dollars worth of investments in games.
Right, but again,
So it's
Sony did the same thing with PC. They wanted a different revenue stream, and then they walked that back, and then they're going to walk it back again when they are done with the PS6
And they
exclusivity. So I think
could,
it's a
personally.
constantly changing ecosystem.
And they could, but I think it's weird to compare console to PC. Like putting something on PC is different than putting something on the competitor.
But
PC
they're
is
all
still seen as the competitor.
I think you can make the argument that PC has certain different audiences you just will never get on console. And I think we've had that conversation before. I wasn't like Sony probably should have stayed on PC, but I'm not. I think comparing Sony putting games onto PC and Xbox not putting games on the PlayStation, they're different arguments.
But the point is they're constantly evaluating and changing the plan.
But then they just said that those games are never coming to the other platform. But what
Yeah,
if they
and
do?
Sony's going to say they're never coming to PC, and we know that's there's a good chance they're going to walk that back too.
I just it's just such a mess for me with the Xbox's plans right now, and that take a lot out of it for me.
I
Obviously,
think
we're
they're
gonna disagree on
figuring
that,
it
and
out
that's fine.
alongside us. I feel like
Yeah, they're literally going day by day.
as we just found out, they just found out about Gears of War like yesterday. They're like, yeah, it just happened.
Gears of War is going to be their next experiment, along with they're going to compare the Forza numbers and how Gears does, and then they're going to figure out something. Because I do
It'll be
think there is
interesting
still
to track.
probably some merit to the whole legacy IP thing. Because I do think there is probably would be bad PR for them if the next Elder Scrolls was exclusive.
Oh yeah,
Because
100%.
So it's like, yeah, you can exclusive your Clockworks and everything else brand new that you're making, but for all the Doom fans and the Elder Scrolls fans that still sit in on PlayStation who have been supporting the series on PlayStation this whole time, like I don't think they want that kind of bad PR. There's still gonna be bad PR from Xbox, as there always will be, but if they can try to avoid one, I think they will.
Yeah, and that's the problem there is like they haven't made a lot of great new IP.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be like if you're really gonna go down the legacy is multiplat and new IP is exclusive, you're gonna need to start cranking out better exclusives or better new IP because that just hasn't happened.
Well, this will be a constantly evolving issue. We will see what Xbox's plans with exclusivity is moving forward. But guys, there was one more game in the showcase. We need to
Oh
talk
my
about it.
Yes,
No,
let's talk about this. I have so much to say about this. Let's talk about this.
before we
You get it.
start,
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Okay, there's a lot. There's a lot
Players
being
voice,
said here.
please.
So, after the Clockwork Revolution trailer, we're all high. It's like, okay, what is it gonna end it? And then we see him, Matt Booty, the GOAT, everyone's favorite, and he's like, yeah, I'm gonna Xbox, and then he says, we're gonna end with one more thing, and I'm like, oh, okay, and I'm thinking in my mind, I'm like, okay, it's probably Blade, like we gotta finally see Blade again, like that's the hope, and he says, you saw the trailer for Call of Duty last week, and I'm like, there's no shot, and I'm like, oh, he's just mentioning it real quick, whatever. We wanted to end with some gameplay of DMZ. Huh? What? We're not even ending on like a campaign level. We're ending on DMZ? Boys, did they ever fucking learn? We didn't like it when you ended on Call of Duty last year. And you're ending on Call of Duty again? Yeah.
I would like
Bob, what's the strat?
just one thing, and then I'll let the rest fight it out.
Okay.
We didn't have Xbox players' voice last year to let
That's true.
Phil know
That's
that we
true.
didn't like Call of Duty at the end. We do now have that, so that should be priority number one.
They read
Everyone
players'
get on
voice.
player voice and let our voices be heard.
That's right, boys. And along with the thing Bob was asking about earlier that I already forgot. We should do that. Yeah, no, I mean, this is garbage. This is the absolute worst way to end a presentation, especially 2 years in a row. I think that's the biggest problem here. Is like 2 years you're doing this crap. I'm curious. Oh, I'm not curious what you guys think. I know what you guys think. It's stupid, right?
It took
Sure.
my score of the show down a whole point. Like
We
with
had-
Clockwork.
They just sat there and gave us an incredible show. I was honestly about to give this shit a fucking 9. It was a great show. Everyone, all of us together were watching it. We were having a great time talking about it. All the announcements back to back. And then they drop on Call of Duty DMZ. And not only that, then they show the footage. It is the most boring footage I've ever seen in my fucking life.
Oh, it
I was like,
wasn't
what the
even
fuck
good
is-
gameplay.
It wasn't even- it was boring as hell. I was like, what the hell is this? Whoever
I
was
think
in
that-
charge, all they had to do was swap this with Halo. If they swapped Call of Duty with Halo, it would have been 100 times better.
I agree to an extent, but I think a larger part of the show is it didn't have like one big surprise, even from like the third party side that wasn't kind of expected. I would have really appreciated like even like a small like teaser for Fallout at the end because that's very doable and we know it's not that far off. I think something like that is what they lacked that I think something like
Well-
an SGF had or the State of Play had. I think they really like 12 obviously there's stuff beyond 12 months, but I do think they should have teased something just to get that extra pop. So that's just me.
I think their big surprise was Persona 6 being day one Game Pass. That's a really like, and not that many people like noticed it or even like talking. That's utterly massive to have as day one.
It's pretty fascinating. It's like they have so many like things they possibly could have ended on. That ending on Call of Duty is just such a like it feels tone deaf to the point where I'm like, how did no one go in and say, guys, we have other games we can end on? And it's like
And then
have it in the middle of the show, like it's gonna be still boring, but it was like, okay, fine.
to
decent
make
time
matters
there.
worse, they had Matt Booty. This guy, first of all, this guy is like we already have a freaking vendetta against this dude. They have him to be the one to say this. Yeah, have him
Dude,
break the
I
news.
really leave him as like the humiliation ritual. It's just like, we need something bad to say. Matt, you say it. We need Asha to look as perfect as possible right now. So it's like, Matt Booty, you handle all the like evil shit.
And then it kind of got saved afterwards with the Gears of War like deep dive, which it looks fantastic. But like, why did we do this?
I do think the other part about it being tone deaf is this was like a quintessential 2018. Like I thought of Anthem when I saw this, where it's like it's not 100% gameplay. It's got the fake like team comms as if as if anyone fucking talks like that anymore. Like it was just such, and it was just paced terribly, like as if we've never seen an extraction shooter before. Like I just it was tone deaf for a million reasons, but the biggest one being like, yeah, dude, why? Like, what is who wanted this?
And then like, okay, you're doing Call of Duty, you know what? Okay, whatever. People are really interested in the campaign because you have Ghost and prize fighting. Are you gonna show that? No. Are you gonna show the multiplayer, which people were hyped about? You haven't shown anything? No. You're gonna show the most boring as side mode that no one's gonna play after a week. I swear to God.
Shout out to Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4. Man, what a way to end a conference. Let's get into the final scores and final thoughts. This was a good showcase. I'm very biased because I got the two things I literally went in, I'm like, I just want two things. I want Spyro and Persona 6. I got Spyro and Persona 6. So it's an 8 for that. Probably could have been higher for me, but ending on Call of Duty is just such a wet fart. The live service updates, it's just nothing burgers. Not a lot of new either. Now I will say there was Hellblade, or Senua, sorry. And like there was some cool stuff here and there. Wolong 2 is exciting, but I think Xbox Game Studios, the only new game from them specifically was Senua, and a lot of it was just updates and release dates, showcasing stuff. And a lot of that stuff is tentative, as we've seen with Xbox in the past. They delay their stuff a lot, but otherwise, I think it was a pretty solid showing. It's just definitely, I think I'd rate it above the state of play just for Spyro and Persona 6, but again, I'm biased, so I'm curious what you guys think. Bob, let's go to you.
Yeah, this might surprise people, but I'd probably give it a 7. This is
Wow.
I think this is the worst of the big three. I think this was the worst showcase of the weekend, because I don't think like you can kind of hang your hat for something on the other two. Like Stuntman aside, like I think 20 minutes of God of War was very impressive and a strong way to end your game, and it was a much needed look at Wolverine. Whereas like here, it was like, okay, a much needed look at Ide, great. The updates that they gave us weren't of that much value. Obviously, Persona 6 and Persona 4, like, yes, they aren't my thing, and yes, those are big deals, and I don't want to discount that. And I don't know if it's partially because of the thing where it's like, well, we knew like stuff was leaked, we knew Xbox has a relationship with Atlas. This makes a lot of sense.
I try not to factor that as much.
And
just
stuff. I think that's fair, probably to to do that, but at the same time, I think Xbox has way too many first-party studios to not have new stuff, or at least like needed updates from them. So I think that's why I want to be a little more harsh on them. But that also goes to what I was saying earlier, where I really do think they are pulling things back closer to the chest. And maybe not doing announcements like 6 years in advance where it's just on a WordPad, or it's if they're going to copy one thing from the other two, just shut up and wait until it's closer to release, because Nintendo has been doing that just fine, Sony's been doing that just fine. I think that's okay to kind of tighten that window in a little bit, and maybe they're like, screw it, we're just gonna punt this year, we're gonna have a reload year, and we'll come back next year with a better showcase.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Let me. Sorry. No, I think, dude, can you guys believe it? I'm higher on an Xbox showcase than Bob.
I know.
I am too.
Now, yeah, Bench. I mean, what about you?
I'd give it an 8. I think it was like you could quantify this as the update show. Everything that they gave updates on looked pretty good or very good. Like I was very impressed with Gears, with Plague Tale, and Fable. I think looked its best showing yet. I was very impressed. However, it just exclusivity took it out a little bit for me, but I'm not. That's not even a major part of my score. I think the ending on Call of Duty was just like I'm not sure how they don't know better than that at this point. Because even like Dark said,
Yep.
flipping something around maybe have made it like an 8.5, but I do think it lacked that one or two big punches that kind of like set it up and comparable with the other two shows of this past week. So I definitely think like showing like a teaser for like all you had to do was like show a little like CG of like the vault door opening and then Fable and then just say like Fallout 2027 or 2028, and I think that would have done a lot. And maybe that's like I think they've overcorrected due to the fact that people say, "Oh, all you're showing is CG cutscenes." But when you show this much gameplay in a show, I also think you can get away with stuff like that. So I think you definitely got to strike a better balance in that. And outside of Atlas, I think I remember the last couple Xbox shows having more of a third-party presence. I think maybe Jeff got a lot of that stuff this year. I think there are a couple announcements at Summer Game Fest that I think Xbox maybe would have had in a couple years past. I think credit to Jeff because he got those away from like Xbox, maybe even Sony, because I think third party wise, start to sound like Jesse. I think they lacked a couple outside of like Atlas third party games. I think was a bit lacking.
Yeah, and to your point, Bench, I think if we all went into this week saying, hey, Studio MDHR is going to talk about Cuphead this week, we all would have with a bullet said Xbox. So the fact
Yeah.
that was at
The fact
Jeff's
that that was-
show,
yeah.
that says a lot. And Jeff also got the Star Wars games, which I know, are being made by EA Studios, or at least one of them is. And so, that not being here was another thing, and yeah,
You know
stuff.
what it is, Bob? I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, you're good.
I think what it is, I think a lot of third parties really want to accentuate that their games are multi-platform. So they're like, let's not show up at like let's show up at Keighley instead of PlayStation, Nintendo, or Microsoft and show off. It's like, guys, we're everywhere. And like I know there was always the big thing about the logos, the controversies with Xbox, but it's like, yeah, I mean, PlayStation doesn't show the logos for other platforms, and maybe they're like, no, we want our game to be shown by all the eyes possible. So, and like showcase, it's like it's everywhere. It's not just like on this one platform. Let's let Keighley have it.
You did bring up Nintendo in that. I'd honestly say this problem's more of a Sony, PlayStation, Xbox problem because I think with Nintendo, they have such unique partnerships with third parties that normally they.
Well, yeah, they make
show up.
specific games for.
Haven't we also? Wait, hold on. We said for like the first 6 months of the Switch 2, where are the third parties? So I don't know if that's necessarily been true as of late, at least.
Well, I meant like at their shows. I'm not talking about just showing up on like the eShop. I'm talking about like Nintendo with their first Switch 2 Direct. It was a very third party heavy show.
Yeah, I agree with Bench there.
Like I expect on Tuesday to be a Switch Direct with a lot of big third parties, but also Nintendo I think is closer with third parties and kind of obvious because they're a little more.
But a
controlling,
lot of
obviously.
third parties make specific games also for Nintendo, like
Yep.
Square Enix with like
Yeah.
Elliot.
Well,
That's
or
not-
you have it's multi-platform, but
Yeah,
it's also
Elliot's
like,
on everything.
Nintendo's in mind.
Okay.
Like you're working close with Nintendo on those types of games, or
Yeah,
Nintendo
HD2D.
has like
Because that's where it sells
Yeah.
best for those HD2D games specifically. I think that's why they tie in with them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's just a lot in general. A lot of third parties are tending to like gravitate more towards Jeff, and he's hot. I get it.
Yeah.
I didn't even mean hot like attractive. I meant like he's on a hot streak, but both things matter.
I was gonna say Kojima doesn't think so.
Yeah, that's tough. Yeah. God. Hopefully they make up. Dark, how about you? What would you rate the Xbox show?
At first, for me personally, and everything that it's important to me, and like I mentioned before, I didn't mention it on the podcast, but Gears of War is a very special game to me. and like I held it to really high regard. So just for Gears of War alone and everything that they showed, it was already 8.5. Add the Persona stuff on top of it, I was in the nines, and it was like that until the very end.
Yeah.
The Call of Duty thing ruined it so much for me.
That's
I'm gonna stick with like an 8.5. I think it was a solid showcase. Yeah, it wasn't as much third party as I would have hoped. Honestly want a little bit more, but a lot of what was here is very much them being like, "Hey, this is Xbox. This is what we got, and this is the stuff that we want associated with Xbox." Because even now with like Atlas is announcing all their big shit at Xbox for like the last few years.
Yeah.
So at this point, they're pretty much associated with them. So at that point, I don't mean like see him as third party, but you get what I mean. But
Yeah.
I give it like 8.5. I thought it was solid.
Oh yeah, man. What about you, Jack? Jack is dead.
He's
It's a
Alright,
dead.
let's go
zero.
to-
It's a
let's go
zero
to
from
Moon.
Jack.
There we go.
Okay. there we go.
I don't know. It was very good. The Xbox always puts on a good show. Like every single, even the year where they had like within 12 months, it was still a good show. So with that in mind, it's like it probably is better than the State of Play, but I think I like the State of Play more. I'd probably put them on the same level though, like a B, a C.
Cool.
But I mean, it had really good moments. Like the Resonance trailer is genuinely my favorite of the entire week. Even though we already knew about it, it just
Really
I want it. I want it right now. Yeah, Fable had a good showing. Spyro was cool. I think Senua
Gotcha.
actually removed points for me rather than like adding anything. Just why?
That's tough.
I know it was rumored, but what a pointless video game. And yeah, the Call of Duty thing doesn't bother me because I kind of just expected it. Like I thought that they'd end with Call of Duty again because they want Call of Duty people to tune in. And at least this time they didn't just jump into the trailer; they announced it first. So I don't really care.
Yeah, it didn't
Yeah,
try to
it was
trick
good.
you.
Yeah, it was a good show. Like if we were ranking them, I think I'd go like Game Fest, State of Play, then this. But that's just me.
Alrighty. And then Moon, how about you? How are you feeling on this show?
Yeah, I'd probably sit around like the 8. Like I got the things that I wanted, but they weren't surprises, so that kind of just like levels it out. And then I do get the argument on there was nothing like really new announced. It was basically an update show for most of it, especially on the Xbox first party side. But in a way, I'm hoping, at least what I'm hoping that means is they're keeping the announcements to release a lot shorter. So once all of these games are out, because everything that they've talked about and announced is going to be out with probably by next showcase, except for maybe like one or two like Clockwork, that I'm hoping that the next showcase will be a lot more announcements. So I'm hoping that once they get this phase done and then we hit like the developer direct, we're going to get a couple announcements there. And then come the showcase, we're going to get a lot more announcements. So that means everything then will be out within the next 12 months. So for it being an update show with a couple cool third party stuff like the Atlas and whatnot, yeah, it's like sitting around like the 8 for me. And yeah, the Call of Duty definitely stopped it from being like an 8.5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Call of
but
Duty
yeah.
was definitely the worst. I think we all agree. It's just like that's the worst part of this show. It's like
It's
how
like-
do you
It's like
2
fine.
years
You
in a
want to
row.
end on Call of Duty because you want to appeal to the Call of Duty crowd because they're so massive, especially because it's not going to be on Game Pass. So you need to win them all back so they'll buy their $70 copy this October. But even then, just make a cool cinematic Call of Duty trailer. It's Call of Duty. You can make a bunch of cool action shots from like
Yeah,
the campaign and everything. It would have been
even
so
if-
easy.
And even with this mid game, just like put it in the middle of the show or something. It's like, yeah, it still would have been bad, but not like ending the show on it.
That's the problem
Show
with it.
enders are important.
The problem with that, with sticking, if they were keep this exact thing, the DMZ thing in the middle, it would have killed the pacing because this was a, you know, that
the pacing here still.
at least it's at the very end. But yeah, they were trying to like copy what they did with Sony of like, okay, now we're going to give you this long playthrough. It's like nobody cares about this DMZ Call of Duty thing.
It's so
like-
random, man.
It's like the whole idea of them just doing a playthrough, as like you said with Anthem, it was that whole fake people playing the game thing. I was left over from 10 years ago. It's like it was just the worst choice imaginable. Like you should have just done a simple Call of Duty cinematic cool shots trailer, like hype trailer, instead of this playthrough thing.
Yeah.
Just on the
Yeah,
point
that's
of the 2 first-party games, like I get that might seem disappointing, like only 2 brand new first-party games, but like I don't know, they have. I'm counting right. Xbox currently has 14 games announced to be published by them, consoles at least. I don't know about mobile stuff, and like I don't know, maybe it'd be cool to. I kind of just want updates on those rather than more games that are 6 years out that might get cancelled.
Yeah, I don't want announcements of games that are 6 years out. Like, I only want like Fusion and I bicker about this, but like I only want trailers and announcements for games that are at maximum 2 years out. Like if you're more than 2 years out, don't show me it. Don't talk to me about it. I don't want to hear it. So if this is true for Xbox, is what they're doing, it's like the reason why we haven't seen a whole lot is because everything on their plate from first party studios is more than 2 years out. Then I'm perfectly okay with that. But the problem is they're not going to talk about it, so we don't know for sure.
Exactly.
think-
And like, do people want another 2020 show where we get like logos for games that probably don't even happen or are completely
that's tough.
changed? Like, we got
Like,
2
I-
new first party games and both of them are next year. That's cool. I think that's good.
I
Yeah,
think
no,
the
I mean,
one
yeah.
issue with like, because I agree to an extent, Jack. Like, yeah, it's like updates are okay, but we also saw a lot of these games last year as well when we haven't seen like Blade. Like, I know Fusion really wanted to see Blade today, and I think that's where it's like if the updates continue on the same games, then it starts, especially when you end on Call of Duty again, it just felt kind of repetitive in a sense. Where it's like, okay, here's Fable again, here's another long trailer for Clockwork again, here's more Gears, which it's like I get why like they're doing the updates. I think it maybe a slightly better selection of those updates could have helped a little bit.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
That's the thing is like we haven't seen a single thing about Gear, so this was like their big blowout, and it's coming out in a couple
Right,
months.
and that one's fair.
But yeah, like stuff like Halo. Granted, this was also like our first real big deep dive into Halo as well. Like all of these updates were for the most part our first real look at them. Like for Halo, we only saw like some behind the scenes stuff last time, and yeah, we hadn't seen nothing of Gears. And yeah, the only real repetitive ones is like Clockwork and maybe like something else I'm forgetting. But for the most part, these were like our first real looks into the game, especially for someone who doesn't. Okay, yeah, Fable. Yeah, we had another Fable. So yeah, it's like Fable, Clockwork that were all getting repetitive. But for things like Halo, Gears, and well, I'm sure there was like another one in there somewhere.
Like
This was like our
Minecraft
first
Dungeons
real
just
look at
need
them.
to drop. So, yeah.
Even Persona, like that was our first real look at this game too, outside of him walking down the street.
Yeah. I get what everyone's saying. It's the idea of just like, man, we've seen a lot of these games over and over again. I mean, it was that thing for a while with PlayStation where like they announced all the crazy shit in 2016, and then the next few E3s after that were a lot of updates and like, hey, this game again. And I think Xbox is kind of falling into that rhythm again. And I almost think they're like, hey, there's no need to announce anything right now when a lot of this stuff is coming out in the next 12 months. And listen, man, next 12 months, yeah, we can talk about how lame it is, but also it is a cool feeling to know. It's like, yeah, in the next 12 months, I'm going to play a lot of these. Like, hell yeah. Like, that is pretty exciting. So, yeah, I don't know. I get what all sides of this. I got Spyro and Persona, so I'm happy. So that's kind of my bias really seeping through. But, yeah, no, I mean, I thought it was a pretty solid showcase. But definitely I understand why people like the other two a lot more. I definitely think SGF by far is the best show out of the three.
Yep.
No, right now, that's all the showcases that happened. Really quick, because Bench wanted to do this. I already
MPD week. All right, buddy. Let's guess the top 20 games of what's sold.
Not
We don't
this
have to
week.
do this, Wolf. We don't have to do this if you don't want to.
No, you can. I mean, you just had two quick predictions. I already gave my predictions for the Nintendo Direct. That's in 2 days,
yep.
supposedly according to Grub.
Fire Emblem mid-August,
I agree
Ocarina
with
of
that.
Time reimagined in November for first weekend of November.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I think I was predicting kind of the same thing. Now, I did say, Bench, I'm curious what you think. I do think they teased the next 3D Mario at least, and with a big
I don't.
2027.
I'd be stunned.
I'd be stunned, but in a good way. Listen, I say this every Direct. This is the big one, though. So
This has to be the big one.
it has to, but also
it has to.
they could just not. So hey,
I think this. I mean, this I think will be a 60-minute big direct, like truly like the big one.
I
I
hope
just
so.
think Mario is like a September thing. Unless they're really leaning into like the big summer show vibes, then you could see Mario. But I think they're just still leaning this a big direct, but it's just a big direct because we haven't had one in a while. I don't think
I
it's
think-
it's the summer E3 time we have to show up for that.
Yeah, I think they just really want to sell like Switch 2s, especially both on the current
true.
price right now, and also
That
when
is
it gets
true.
the price increase, they want to get like sales on both ends and like get a lot of
mean-
people coming. And I think the way you do that is with the Italian, and I think they want to show it's like, hey, you're gonna get a
That's
big
true,
3D
but I
Mario
th-
shit.
I think they show that Zelda is not just a remake. I think they definitely.
I'm-
show us
I'm
that
curious
it's
with that.
reimagined.
I'm very
And I
curious to
think
see that game. Innately trust.
Monolith new IP, and I guess rumored Xenoblade 2. Oh, and Pikmin. I want to play Pikmin 4. Like,
Yeah,
if you could like
the Switch
do
2
that
edition.
July Switch 2 edition Pikmin 4, my life is yours, Nintendo.
Now,
Yeah, I hope
Wolf,
And Jeff's.
Wolf,
What's up, Bob?
we can get an Italian to sell consoles.
Which
And
one?
that Italian's going to be on a cruise ship.
Oh,
Ghosts.
Luigi's Mansion 4.
Yes.
Nah, I think that's next
No,
year
I don't
now.
think so. Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't think that's.
They're
I mean,
holiday stacked. I think they wait till next year for Luigi's
Is
Mansion.
it? What do they have that's in October?
Ocarina of Time.
That's November.
I mean, yeah, if you say November, but I feel like they're just going to use that as their holiday. I don't think they're going to have Luigi's Mansion on top of that. They have a lot of
I
games
think
this year.
on top of Ocarina of Time and Fire Emblem, I think there's one other big game that we don't know about.
I
that
mean,
is
if there's
in
one
September,
like
October.
if there's one company that like would has a tendency to hold off in a season where everyone is holding off, I would
That's true.
imagine it's going to be Nintendo.
I think Bench. That's the thing, though, is like I feel like they've released a lot of big games for the year right now. And I think they're like, we're just gonna like hold off on Luigi's Mansion. I'd like it this October. It would be a perfect.
I couldn't. Maybe it's not Luigi's Mansion, but I do think Fire Emblem, Ocarina of Time, and there's one more that will be this next big part of the year outside of Switch 2 editions.
Of course, yeah. Jack, did you have anything you want to just shout out real quick, or we kind of went over what you thought?
Yeah, I've pretty much gone over everything. I'm just looking forward to it.
Yeah, I really want this direct to really get me excited about the Switch 2 again. Which
I'm
I mean,
looking at 8 a.m.
we're not talking about what we've been playing because we've been gone long enough. I did beat Pokopia though, good ass game. So like Switch 2 got some good ass games.
Monster Hunter Stories 3 Game of the Year contender,
I didn't say all that, but I'm happy for you.
and Final Fantasy 7 is back.
Yeah, Rebirth. I heard that port was really good on Switch 2. So and that apparently the new one's gonna be on
Yeah.
Switch 2 at launch. So that's
Also
really
playing
exciting.
them all.
Well, boys, I think we should get out of here. I don't think we should talk about what we've been playing. We've been going long enough.
Nope. Yeah.
No.
I see Bob fucking listing his shit. He was excited.
I didn't touch that thing because all I've been doing is playing Forza.
Oh.
But yeah, boys, let's head out. Thank you guys for joining me. It was a big episode. I had a ton of fun. Love showcase season. Next week is going to be a small episode. No, actually, we have the direct.
No,
Never
you have the
mind.
direct. No, it's not.
Also, Jet DM'd me. He's going to be on that episode bench, so you better be there.
Go. I will be.
All right. Well, boys, I think we're going to head out. I'm tired. I had a lot of fun, though. If you guys want to find us, YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, wherever you want to find us. We're on every podcast platform. Like the podcast on Sonaton, Twitter, and Blue Sky, a Slice of Gaming, all one word. Let's head out, boys. Say good night, boys.
Have a good one.
Fantasy
Good
7.
night.